Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Titan Quirk and had Harem? This story is The Titan in a Quirky World by Crescent Moon 69. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Nobody's POV. In today's day and age, the human population is vastly different to what it was hundreds of years ago. Women take up 99% of the population while men take up the negligible 1%. The people that are unfortunate enough to be born male are destined to be treated like trash. Mixed with the founding of quirks, then you've got yourself a perfect mix of arrogant people with a superiority complex. Quirks, superpowers, mutations, call them what you want, it's the same thing. 95% of the population are born with them and unlock them at the age of 4, while 5% are born without them and in turn are dubbed quirkless. Quirkless females are treated like trash, almost as bad as males but not treated as bad. But a quirkless male, that's worse than trash, that's worse than the dirt on your shoe, a waste of oxygen. Izuku Yagi is sadly part of this minority. Watch now as he overcomes what life has in store for him and how he becomes the world's first male hero. Izuku POV, 6 years old. Hello, my name is Izuku Yagi, son of Toshinori and Inko Yagi, brother to Izzumi Yagi and slave to the house. Yep, you read that right. Slave to the house. You see, I was born male in a world of females, like a duck in a flock of swans. I was different. You see, that's what everyone's afraid of. Something different. They're all creatures of habit, and their arrogance and pride clouds their judgment. Anything that doesn't fit in with their opinion is under them and they are superior to it. Right now, I'm treating my wounds at a much better standard than most 6-year-olds. Mainly because of the bullying of my quirkless and male nature. The ones responsible are my friends and sister. Le flashback. Katsumi Bakugo Kachan. Quirk. Explosion. She sweats nitroglycerin-like substance instead of sweat that she can detonate on her palms at will. She can control the size and heat of the explosions and also a bit of the brightness, not by much though. Drawback. 1. If overused, hands start to cramp and burn. In serious cases, can get third-degree burns along the arm. 2. Takes time to charge the big explosions. 3. Takes lots of mastery and control to change the brightness. Shoka Todoroki. She just don't use fire cause she used it on Izuku. Quirk. Half hot, half cold. She can create and manipulate ice and fire out of her right and left side respectfully. Drawback. 1. If used in excess, she can overheat or get hypothermia. 2. Can't change direction that it is going, only shoot it forward. Izzumi Yagi. Quirk. Shockwave. Can create shockwaves out of her finger or entire arm. Size of the shockwave determines the size of the drawback. Drawback. 1. Can bruise and break limbs if used too much or is too powerful to be controlled. 2. Part telekinesis, so it drains mental stamina too. Back to the story. Katsumi. Oi Deku. Izuku. Yes K Kaka. Boom. Katsumi. What's your worthless ass doing on our territory? Huh. Izzumi. Shoka. Yeah Deku. Ikken. Izuku. Ow, my arm. Wait, territory. What territory? It's not marked, is it? Oh no, I've upset Kachan. Think of an excuse, Izuku. Think. Starts to cry. Izuku. Sorry K Kachan, I didn't know, please forgive me. Katsumi. Is little Deku crying like the little bitch he is. Boom asterisk boom. Izuku. Crying hard now. Please stop Kachan, it hurts, please. Kachan. Never, you quirkless shit. You step on my territory, you pay the price. Boom asterisk boom. Izzumi and Shoka join in, Izzumi flicking her fingers to send shockwaves and Shoka hesitantly using her ice and fire to freeze and burn him. Time skip till after beating. Still Izuku POV. Izuku. Damn, it hurts. I got a few burns on my arms and legs and some frostbite. One of my fingers is twisted, possibly broken with the pain I'm in, and I'm out of supplies. I'll have to restock and get some herbs from the forest. As he moves to the forest, he can hear faint explosions in the distance. Being the hero lover that he is, he went to look at what was happening. As he got closer he saw a hero and a villain in combat. To be specific, his favorite hero, the number one hero, All Might, and the villainess, Taproot. The villain's quirk allowed him to be able to manipulate the roots from plants and trees to her will, even making armor and weapons out of them. She has killed multiple people and her only explanation why is because she felt the need and couldn't control her desires. Quite sick really. As Izuku saw who was fighting he immediately ran away as he didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. But it was too late, they had both unleashed their super moves and were about to collide. All Might. Detruit. Taproot. Forest. Wind was picking up and trees were wiggling and jumping out the ground. Asterisk. All Might Taproot. Smash. Evergreen. Trees and wind collide, causing logs and splinters to fly, air currents flying so fast that it's cutting trees, trunks and branches fall. Izuku managed to get out of the way with minimal damage sustained and watched the villainess get caught and arrested. Izuku. What were they thinking? They could have killed me. He limps away in a huff but stops when he hears multiple snapping and cracking noises. He turns to see multiple trees falling his way. Izuku. Uh-oh. Thud asterisk thud asterisk thud. They all land on him, impaling him through his chest and many important organs. Izuku. Gah. Blood and bile are spat out his mouth and continue to leak as he tries to push himself out. He couldn't. He was too weak. He starts thinking about when he had been beaten, all of the insults, the torture. He clenched his fists. All he could feel was rage. Pure, unbridled rage. He tried getting up and pushing the log back again. He still couldn't. But he couldn't stop. No, he wouldn't stop. He has to exterminate all of the villains that did this to him. He wanted revenge. He wanted justice. He wanted to be a hero. He was so caught up in the memories that he didn't see the black thunder clouds starting to form above his head in the sky. People passing by and All Might stared at the accumulating clouds. But Izuku didn't know that. He didn't care. All he could think about was the pain and suffering he went through. He wanted it to stop. 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 Stoop. Boom. Thunder struck upon Izuku's body as he was trapped. Suddenly, gigantic bones started forming around him, muscles, fibers, flesh, all grown around him like a massive armor. He lifted the logs off his now humongous body and sees how he regenerates at a faster rate than he had ever seen before. He stood up, standing at 15 feet high. Barely keeping his consciousness, he looked into the sky and roared. Only until 007. Then he blacked out. Izuku Pav. Izuku. WW where am I? Remember being impaled and then wait. Where's the pain? He tries to look around but only sees black. The young boy turns and twists all he can to try and see something but he gets the same result. As he stops, a flood of memories come crashing into his head all at once. Izuku. Groan, what the hell was that? Memories flash and he starts piecing the puzzle together. Izuku. So I grew a massive body and now I'm all good. He felt something covering his eyes so he grabs and pulls it off. As he tugs, the object peels off, giving him his sight back. He seems to be in a place of muscle and flesh with some of the tendrils stuck to parts of his body. He starts to panic. Everything is so sudden and claustrophobic. Spots start appearing in his vision, his breathing quickens and gets shallow, everything's getting closer. He needed to get out now. Izuku immediately rips one of his arms out of the mess of flesh, making a wet sloshing sound as he did so. Tendril after tendril being ripped off, limb after limb being removed. After he had removed the last piece of flesh, the body started to emit steam and was getting unbearably hot. He had to get out of there. Sweat dripped down his face as he looked for the piece of wood that was once inside him. Frantically looking around, he saw a blood-stained piece of wood underneath a pile of the ravaged fiber that he somehow didn't notice before. Cough cough plot convenience. Using the sharp end of it, he stabbed out the back end of the place he is in, just a big enough hole for a child, and jumped out. Falling for a few seconds before rolling on the ground, he took a deep breath of fresh air, savoring the smell of clean air, not bloody, metallic air. Looking where he just jumped out, he saw the thing that will fuel his nightmares for years. No water, just sitting down vibing. He jumped back in surprise and fear, mostly fear though, and looked incredulously at the monstrous creation in front of him. Izuku. Did I do this? Is this my quirk? But the doctor said I was quirkless. But then how did I? He got cut out of his muttering storm when he heard footprints approaching. The boy knew he had only a few seconds until multiple heroes arrive. Izuku. I need to hide. Come on, think. Where to hide? Looking around, he saw a bush. A bit bigger than him. Looking round for a final time, he determined that that was the only place he could hide. Just as the 6-year-old hid, the heroes arrived. These were All Might, Midnight, President Mike and Eraserhead. Izuku. Phew. Izuku let out a breath of relief and watched as the heroes in front of him look at the Titan in their view. AM per meter PME. What the hell is this? As soon as they thought that, the Titan started to steam and disintegrate before their very eyes. While all 4 heroes got into a battle stance waiting for a fight, Izuku looked on in wonder of what he could do. Izuku. That was so cool. Can I do that again? Why did it steam? Why am I so tired? Mutter. As the steam cleared, all 5 of the people watching saw nothing. No monster, no villain, no residue. Nothing. Izuku. Hey, isn't that Auntie Nem, Sho and Zashi? What are they doing here? Once the heroes look around for any evidence or civilians, but they didn't find him because why not? After the heroes left, Izuku comes out of his hiding spot and starts to walk home. Izuku. Why did I even come here? Oh yeah, my wounds. He looks at his body and pats himself down. Izuku. What, where are my wounds? Did they regenerate when I transformed? And how did I transform? Meh, I'll figure it out tomorrow. It's getting late and I'll have to cook dinner again. Time skip no jutsu. As I arrived at my house, I can hear my moth no Inko crying at the front door, checking over Izzumi. Inko. My baby girl, did anything happen? Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Izzumi. No, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry so much, I have a powerful quirk, I can't be beaten. She then starts doing some pow and whoosh noises and what sounds to be posing from all the banging I'm hearing. I sigh as I enter the house. I await for some sort of check, a question, some acknowledgement. But no, nothing. Not even a single fucking glance. Izuku. Wait, when did I start to cuss? Is it a drawback of my quirk? He quickly got into his bedroom, if it could be called that. It wasn't a room, more like a closet. It had a mattress and sheets, both covered in blood, a once white thin blanket now pink and red in some areas, a bin full to the brim with bloody napkins and towels, and finally a shelf with medical supplies like bandages, plasters, burn cream, slings, painkillers. He had to go and steal some food and some of these lifesavers from the medical cabinet without being caught, so that he could actually live for the past 2 years. It was risky and he had gotten caught a few times, which got him a slap and a lecture about how they feed him enough, and he shouldn't be greedy. Izuku. Stupid cow, she doesn't feed me anyway. If it wasn't for my IQ of 238, would have been a goner by now. He tries to forget about those things for now and analyses what he could try to activate his quirk again. As he starts to calm, he falls asleep. 2-year time skip, nobody's pav. 2 years have passed since that fateful day and our little broccoli boy is now 8 years old. He had figured out how to turn into his Titan form, he called it, but not the one from the forest incident. Flashback 1 year ago. Izuku was sitting under a tree, wondering how that transformation a year ago. He had tried everything he could remember that he did. Izuku. So I've tried. Thinking of a purpose, remembering past hateful events, regret, I've tried everything. All I remember is that I was impaled by a tree. I have to hurt myself, don't I? Fuck. Well, if I have to hurt myself, I'm only going to do a cut on my finger or something. I can't afford to have a bigger wound on my hand. He goes to a place far into the forest where nobody can see what he does because he doesn't want heroes to see him transformed. He settles down and takes up camp. He needs something to injure himself with. Izuku looks for a sharp object, any sharp object, just to give him a cut on the back of the hand. As he looks, he finds many things. Medicinal herbs, a stick for bow staff training, and finally a sharp rock. As the cold rock touched his skin, He tries to replicate what happened that day. Izuku. Okay, checklist. Wound. Check. Hateful thoughts. Check. Bandages and herbs in case it goes wrong. Check. Phew. Here we go. He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. He tries to remember the years of torment and regret, so much more an 8-year-old should have, all of the neglect, the discrimination, all of it. He wanted to stop it. His eyes open and his arms swung down. Lightning cracks and falls as he does so. He sees the same sight he saw a month ago. Bones, muscles, flesh, skin, all of them surround him as a protective shell. Once the sounds stop, he opens his eyes to see all of the flesh again, as he expected. He feels that the rock is still in his hand, so he rips his arms out of their holding place and removes all of the tendrils off of him. After everything is off, he slices a hole, big enough for him to go through, and climbs out to see this. Just as last time, he watched as the body steams and disintegrates. Izuku then goes to his Quirk analysis journal number 3 and writes what he knows so far. Izuku. Well, so far, I have found out I need physical harm and a purpose for the transformation to happen, and when I do transform, I go to a place full of tendrils of flesh, but I don't know to control the Titan form, as I now call it. I need to try some more to control the body. Features and abilities that I know so far are regeneration, massive size, immense strength, but there seem to be no vocal cords because I can only remember grunts and roars on my first transformation. After trying a few more times, he figured out all he had to do was sort of fuse his consciousness into the Titan and control it as he would his normal body. H had walked and made some more notes of what he can do and what he should learn to do for the future if he was going to be a hero. He had slept well that day. Back to present time, nobody's pav. It was a good day that day. He had also found out he could only go into that form using extreme rage and anguish. He found this out by trying to transform but without the memories, and he transformed into a different Titan. And he also found that he can do a half transformation. After some testing, he found that he could use fighting styles that he learned in his original body in his Titan body. And his regeneration from his Titan to his original body. This had come really useful for after his bullying sessions, courtesy of his sister and his friends. Speaking of his torturers, here they are. Katsumi. Did you see the look on that nerd's face yesterday? Ha, I like putting him in his place, it feels good. Izuku clenched his hand so hard that blood was seeping out and electricity was cracking on his fist. Shoka. I don't know, Katsumi, aren't we being a bit too harsh on him? Shouldn't we stop? We only did this so we would stop him being a hero. Izzumi. Yeah, I agree with Shoka on this one. Izuku stops clenching his fists and listens confusedly. Izuku. What are they talking about? Trying to stop me. Single quote. Katsumi. I don't care anymore. Just remember, don't come crying to me when he dies being a quirkless hero. Izzumi and Shoka stop trying to argue and silently agree to what Katsumi said. Izuku. Huh, so they just wanted to protect me. What the fuck is wrong with them? I would have died anyway with the way they beat me. And they did this to stop me being AH. His thoughts were cut off by the three of them entering the room. None of them cast a glance his way, but all three noticed the changes he's had. The muscles, less emotion, the height, he's 5 feet 5, quite tall for a Japanese 8-year-old, and it would be a lie to say that they didn't like him in a romantic way. But Izuku didn't give two shits about what they thought. Well, maybe Shoka and Izzumi, but not Katsumi. She's beyond redemption. Time skip to end of the day. No one's pav. Izuku was packing up his things until Katsumi snatched away his Quirk analysis journal number 8. He looked up and saw the big 3 of the school. Katsumi. Oh, what's this? Quirk analysis journal #8 feet. You have 7 more of this piece of trash. Ha ha ha, look, the quirkless nerd's so desperate that he learns everyone else's quirk. Izuku. Sigh, just give the book back, Bakugo. All 3 of the females stop and look at him like he just grew a second head. Katsumi. What did you call me? Izuku stands up, walks in front of her and looks down so he can see her face. Izuku. What, I can't speak to you anymore. Kachan. And was for when we were friends. Now, we're just strangers, you don't know jack shit about me. So, give me the book back. The girls look at him in shock. Not only did he call Katsumi by her last name, but also swore. Who is this person? Boom. Katsumi. Haha, what you gonna do now, nerd? Cry. Do it. Cry just like the weak fuck that you are. Izuku. Sigh, whatever, just get out of my way. He barged her out of her way and was about to leave until Katsumi called his name. Izuku. Frustrated, what is it now, Bakugo? I have places to be, believe it or not. Katsumi was angry. Scratch that, she had never been so fucking fuming in her entire life. Everyone had looked up to her for her whole life, and now this quirkless male thinks he can look down on her. Oh no, that's not going to happen. Katsumi. You know there is one way you can get a quirk. Izzumi. Shoka. No, don't you say it. Izuku. Confused, huh, really, how do? Katsumi. Smirks, take a swan dive of a roof and hope to be a female with a quirk in your next life. Izzumi. Shoka. What are you doing? After she said that, something snapped inside of Izuku. His emotion of love and care, destroyed. Making him even more emotionless. Izuku. Sigh, you'll never change, huh? Okay, bye then. Big 3. Wait, what? Before they can react, Izuku runs and jumps through a window out of the 4-story school. Izuku. They look out the window to see. Nothing. There's no blood, no body, no crowd. Nothing. They all run to Izzumi's house to see if he went home. With Izuku. Phew, they left. I almost didn't get here on time. You see, after Izuku jumped, he used a little grappling gun type bracelet he likes to call his ODM gear, to attach to the side of the school and swing him round the corner. Izuku. Good thing I moved all my stuff from the house to my den. They won't be able to find me there. I hope they'll find the letter I left though. During Izuku's time of training his quirk, he sometimes fell asleep and didn't wake up until the morning, so he made a little cabin out of some tree trunks he got while in Titan form. Time skip until night. Izuku is lying in bed looking at the roof of his cabin. Izuku. Just you wait. Everyone that looked down on me, forgot me, I'll show you that I can be a hero. You'll see. Nobody's pav. With Inko. We see Inko Yagi preparing dinner for herself, her husband and Izzumi. All is well until Izzumi, Shoka and Katsumi barge through the window like the FBI on a pedophile's home. They have tear marks running down their face and sniffles can be heard. Inko. Whoa, shish, what happened to you three? Did something happen to you? Izzumi. Sniffle, mum. Inko snapped out of her mother mode. Inko. Yes, princess. Izzumi. Did Izuku get back yet? Inko. Izuku. Who's Izuku? Oh shit, that's my son. I'm a horrible mother. Starts to cry. And no, did something happen to him? At this very moment, Toshinori decides to walk in the house. He sees the 4 girls crying and goes over to comfort them. Toshi. Hey, I'm here, what happened? The 4 describe what had happened to Izuku for 4 years. The torture and the neglect. Toshi. Crying, what have I done? Where is he now? Izzumi. Crying, that's why we were rushing in. We saw him jump out a window and disappear. Toshi. What, disappear? As all for one a part of this. Don't worry, I'll call some friends and we'll go look for him, okay princess. Izzumi. Why yeah. Time skip. All. You did what? There in the kitchen were, Pro Heroes Midnight, President Mike, Eraserhead, the Todoroki plus Bakugo family and Nezmi, Femnezu. All. How could you do that to him? They had just found out all of what the Yagis, Shoka and Katsumi did to the little broccoli boy. Izzumi. Starts to cry again. We didn't want him to die, but he still wanted to be a hero, and we couldn't think of a better way. Shoka. Katsumi. Why yeah, Eraserhead. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Ever heard of me? When my quirk drawback occurs, I fight quirkless for God's sake. If anything, you should have taught him some self-defense or something, anything other than what you did. And you. She says this with such venom that a snake would be jealous. She points at the 2 senior Yagis. I am disgusted and ashamed to be related to you. Don't ever try to contact me again. I don't want to be associated with you in any way. If Izuku is somehow alive, he's the only one I'm going to treat as an equal out of this family of scumbags. Eraserhead. Civilian name. Shota Aizawa. Quirk. Erasure. When enemy is stared at, their quirk is temporarily erased. Drawback. If used for too long, serious dry eye. Doesn't work on mutant-type quirks. President Mike. Show, calm down, although what they did was extremely horrible, it's in the past now, we can't change it. President Mike. Quirk. Amplivoice. Able to amplify her voice insanely loud. Drawback. Can cause sore throats in used too much and when having extreme emotions, grief, anger, excitement, enthusiasm, voice is automatically amplified. Nezumi can be seen with the teacup in her hand shaking and cracking from the extreme anger she is feeling. She glared at Toshinori. If looks could kill, he'd be dead thousands of times. Nezumi. Due to what had occurred, all three of the children will have their recommendations to UA removed. They will have to go in the traditional way or no way. As for you two, she glared at the two parents who made motions with their heads, telling her that the kids don't know they're heroes yet. Nezumi. I'll deal with you later. Nezumi. Quirk. High specs. Gives the user enhanced IQ of 280, doesn't matter the species. Breed. Chimera. Dog. Bear and mouse. Nezumi. Izuku was one of the most greatest people I have ever seen in my entire life. Heroic, a golden heart, cute and an IQ that can rival mine. Everyone was shocked at this statement. An IQ nearly as high as the person with the best intelligence quirk in the world, how is that possible? Inko. BB, but how? His reports have always been under average and never been that good. If he had such an enhanced IQ, shouldn't he be better? Katsumi. I know the reason to that, auntie. Everyone looks at the girl questioningly. Katsumi. I was walking back to the classroom to get my pen that I left and I overheard some teachers in the staff room talking about Izuku. They were saying that he got another perfect score and that he had to be marked down because the male, quirkless trash, can't be better than the big 3 feet. Everyone, minus the yogis and young children, were angry as fuck. First they find out that he was neglected and bullied, then they find out that he was a victim of quirk and gender discrimination. Nezumi. Enji, Rei, Mitsuki, Toshi, Inko, I assume that the children will be taught a lesson. ERMTI. Yes, they will. Eraserhead. Alright, enough of this, let's go to his room to see if there's any clues to where he had gone. They all agree and start to the Bean Sprout's room. As they got there, they were horrified at the sight. Even experienced pros such as Endeavor and Eraserhead couldn't help but pale at the sight. The room, more like closet, had a singular mattress that looked like it hadn't been washed for years, which it probably hadn't. A thin sheet that was used as a blanket was dyed red and dark pink from blood and by Izuku trying to get it out with bleach. A bin, overflowing with bloody rags and bandages. And finally a shelf full to the brim with medical supplies, burn cream, bandages, sterilization cream, painkillers. All the adults were even more disgusted at the yogis for what they had done. Letting a child get into this state and not notice or do anything. Eraserhead. I'll get Mrs. Tsukauchi to check if the blood is his and not somebody else's. As she goes away to explain everything to the detective, everyone else goes to check the room for any clues on where he could be. A few minutes later, Midnight found something. Midnight. Hey everyone, I got something. Nezumi. What is it? Midnight. It seems to be a type of journal type thing and it's titled, Life After the 15th of July 2057. Nezumi. Isn't that when he and Izzumi went to get their quirks checked? Inko. Yes it was, he always seemed so distant afterwards. Endeavor. Muttering, or you were distancing yourself from him. Nezumi. I think I see where this is going, I hope I'm wrong though. Damn my heightened intelligence. Give it to me, I'll read it to everyone. Everyone goes downstairs to the living room and Nezumi is handed the book. Nezumi. Ahem. Log 1. Today's the day I get to find out my quirk. I hope it's like mommy's, telekinesis is so cool. Daddy's is cool as well but he doesn't get as much strength as All Might so it isn't something to gawk at. Well, I hope I get something good, see y'all later. Log 4. It's been a few days since I was diagnosed quirkless and everyone's looking at me weirdly. Even mom and dad. I asked them if I could play or study with them but they always seem to be helping Izzumi. Well, hope things start to clear up soon, I'm falling behind on homework. See y'all later. Log 463. It's been over a year since the first time Cock no Bakugo and her cronies beat me up. The scars don't really look pretty. I'll put some pictures in the journal. All the people in the room were disgusted and astonished at the sight of this boy's body. Nazumi. I'll carry on. Log 478. It happened, it finally happened, I got my quirk. I call it Titan. It makes me turn into a massive humanoid being of around 15 meters tall. I'm quite strong and very, very loud. Like Aunt Zashi loud. The only bad things about it is that I have to harm my body and have a directive to activate. It also consumes crazy amounts of stamina. All the people there were shocked to find that he had such a powerful quirk, especially Katsumi, who thought he was looking down on her. Eraserhead. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? You may be thinking, oh but Izuku, how did you get a quirk? You're quirkless. Well, turns out I'm not quirkless. I was just a late bloomer. I was walking into the forest to gather more medicinal ingredients when I saw the hero, All Might, and the villainous, Taproot, fighting. I was caught in the crossfire, being impaled in the chest by a tree. Everyone was horrified at the thought of Izuku, the little ball of sunshine and purity, impaled and on his deathbed. I was lying there, waiting to die, but then I remember all the times that I was bullied and I tried to pull it out, but I did see the thunder accumulating above me, so when I gave it a final push, I got struck and turned into my Titan form, as I now call it. As I left the body, All Might, Auntie Nem, Midnight, Auntie Sho, Eraserhead, and Auntie Zashi, President Mike, turn up to see my Titan body steam and disintegrate. It was a fun day. See y'all later. Toshi, Midnight, Eraser and Mike were astonished that they were outsmarted by a kid that just developed their quirk. Log 586. I didn't know. Why did he have to be him? I was walking home from my daily training and saw All Might walking into an alleyway. He was steaming like my Titan form after I leave it. All the adults knew where this was going and were already feeling their hearts break. I walk in after him to get an autograph, but what I didn't expect to see was All Might to turn into my fucking father. The man that neglected me since I was fucking 4. He was my idol, now he's just a fake in my eyes. This is Izuku signing out for the last time. Bye. Everyone in the room was in tears by hearing what their precious cinnamon roll had to go through for 4 years. Especially Eraserhead, she was blaming herself for not seeing the signs sooner. Soon, after some questions and discussions, the pros, the Bakugos and the Todorokis left the house to put up missing person posters while the Yagis cried. Somewhere in the forest, Izuku. Why am I feeling happy? Meh, must be the feeling of freedom. No bodies pav. With Izuku, we see Izuku in his bed doing what normal boys do on a morning. Rubbing 1-0. Author. No. Take 2. We see Izuku lying in bed, thinking about a training regimen for him becoming a vigilante. Katsumi had always told him that he'd never be a hero, so he looked for other options. After scouring the internet and the library for a second choice, he finally found it, vigilantism. The art of being a hero while using quirks without a license. There aren't many people being vigilantes because using quirks without a license is an illegal activity. Because of his quirk's massive size, Izuku knew that if he wanted to pull this off, he needed to be able to defend himself without using it. The fact that his quirk gave him higher endurance and physical capabilities of the normal human beings is going to help massively. Not to mention that because of his high intellect, he will be able to make his own martial art, never mind learning them. Because of all this, he decided to make a workout plan. 4:30 to 5 o'clock a.m. Breakfast and stretches. 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock a.m. Exercise. One Punch Man workout. 8 o'clock to 8:30 a.m. Rest. 8:30 to 3 o'clock p.m. School work. High school level, he's still 8 by the way. 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock p.m. Exercise. Martial arts. 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock p.m. Quirk training. 9 o'clock to 4:30 a.m. Sleep. The one thing that Izuku didn't account for was how he was going to feed himself. He had been hunting wild rabbits for food recently, but that can't be sustainable, so he decided on selling some of his blueprints for his ideas and inventions. His business is called Jaeger Corp, and what he sells he calls his omnidirectional movement gear, or ODM gear for short. So far, it had been going well and he had made a few thousand already. Izuku realized that it was going to be a tough few years, but as long as he didn't give up, he would be op as fu he'll be very powerful. Everyone else had a 4-year head start and good parents, so he had to work 110% if he wanted to catch up. And that's exactly what he did for 4 years. A jagged time skip. Year 1. He starts training and masters karate, kickboxing, boxing, taekwondo, muay thai, tai chi and krav maga. He also found that he can create a hardened crystal-like substance on his body while punching trees in his Titan form. He tries using it in his human form and it is successful. He also borrowed some books about electrics from the library so he could get some power in his shack. Year 2. He had finished reading all of the books on electrics, cooking, mechanics, survival knowledge and school work at the local library. He had been getting some weird looks from the people who had been going there though. I mean, who wouldn't? A 9-year-old learning how to rewire a house isn't what you see every day. He had upgraded his house as well. With the help of his Titan form, he had wired up and rebuilt the house. Don't ask where he got the wire from. He had also found something out about his Titan form. If he went into his normal Titan form, Grisha Jaeger Titan form, and applied the crystal all over the body, he found out that it smoothened and became a whole new Titan. It could also create weapons out of its hardened skin. Because that's how I want it to work, fight me. After the founding of this new Titan, he was ecstatic. He found out that he could be more powerful than he was under certain conditions. Who wouldn't he happy? His company had also recently been booming, with millions in the bank. He could have bought his own house but he put so much time and effort into this one and he liked it too much. Year 3. Izuku had been trying out how to capture and cook animals to get his senses sharpened. He first tried doing it in his normal form, which was pretty easy, and then in his Titan form. But after each transformation, his Titan gained changes that made him more adapt to the environment. He shrunk down to 5 meters and his personality became more untamed. Muscles on his arms bulged while his legs shrunk. His skull came through his face, Jamie becoming stronger and more prominent. Hair turned blonde and the bone in his hands expanded, coming through the skin, and became sharper. To say that these changes didn't go unnoticed by Izuku was an understatement. He was crying. That's how happy he was. He now had another Titan form in his arsenal. Basic Titan, Attack Titan, Warhammer Titan, and now the new Jaw Titan. Year 4. He had learned and mastered how to attack hardened crystal onto any Titan form he had. For the Jaw Titan though, mainly the claws and teeth. He had also combined all of his known knowledge of martial arts and created his own called A Titan's Fall. It is strong all around but mainly focuses on offense and brute strength. His business had still been going. Now his net worth is in the billions somewhere. Izuku doesn't know nor does he care. He stopped counting after around $600 million. He had also hooked up solar panels to the roof of his cabin, just so it is more reliable. End of jagged time skip. Izuku was walking home from his weekly shop, taking $100 out of his billions, until he heard a whimper in the alley. He walked towards the source of the sound and saw a little girl, no older than 4 with scarlet red eyes, long silver hair and a singular horn on her head. Izuku. Probably a mutation of some sort of quirk, but what type though? Intrigued, the 12-year-old slowly walks towards the young girl, who slowly backs away in response. Izuku. Hey there, it's all right. What wrong, little one? He said it in such a soft and caring tone that it made the little girl's expression of fear turn to one of grief. Tears fall from her face as she runs and tackles him into a hug. Young girl. TT the bad man is coming FF for me. He said that I'm a C curse that needs to be LL lifted. She gets so worked up and caught in memories that she unknowingly starts having a panic attack. Izuku had had some of these before, so he knew how to deal with them. Izuku. Hey, calm down, copy me okay? Big inhale, big exhale, big inhale, big exhale, big inhale, big exhale. Once her erratic breathing had calmed, he finally thought it was time to learn her name. Izuku. What's your name, little one? Little girl. My name is Eri. Get back here, we have more things to do. Name. Eri. Quirk. Rewind. Able to rewind anything to whatever time she wants. E.g. a cutback to smooth skin. Drawback, has a horn on her head and it uses lots of stamina. Izuku looks to his left to see a middle-aged man with short brown hair and golden eyes. He wore a green coat with purple fur hood, a black shirt, white tie, black jeans and black shoes. "Oh, sorry about my daughter, boy, she just ran too far when we were playing tag. Eri, come here, we don't want to keep this nice bit here, do we?" From his tone of voice it sounded more like an order than a question, and the way he held out his hand looked like a simple gesture, but the way the young girl, now known as Eri, couldn't stop shaking. As Izuku was thinking through this, Eri mumbled something that he didn't catch. Izuku. Whisper, what was that? I didn't hear you. Eri. Whisper, he's not my dad. It was at this moment that Izuku realized what was happening. This man had taken Eri and done something to her that had made her get so scared of him that she'd give herself to him rather than letting someone else go through what she went through. The thought made Izuku's blood boil. She reminded him of himself at a younger age. It was then that he remembered what the man looked like. Izuku. I'm sorry but Eri can't go home with you today, sir, or should I say Overhaul. Overhaul. Oh, we have a smart one, do we? Now that you know who I am, you also should know what I have to do now. Overhaul. Quirk. Overhaul. Able to deconstruct and reconstruct atoms at a quick rate, even a missing limb isn't much for him to handle. Drawback. Massive amounts of stamina consumed if used for a long time. Can only be used by contact with his hand. As he removed his glove, Izuku gets into a fighting stance, ready to fight. As Overhaul touched the ground, spikes flew at insane speeds towards Eri and Izuku. Izuku hardened his left arm and pushed Eri to the side with his right. He punched each spike consecutively with both, now hardened, fists, decimating it before any other damage could be done. While Overhaul is still in shock that a mere 12-year-old destroyed his ultimate move, that he had been perfecting for years, in seconds, Izuku ran towards him and punched his gut, hard enough for bile and blood to seep out the corner of his mouth. Overhaul. Damn it, this kid's strong, I'm gonna have to finish this quickly. After he thinks this, he puts both hands on the ground, Full Metal Alchemist style, and created a ginormous pillar of steel that hurled towards Izuku at an alarming speed. Izuku analyzes the situation and sees the only way is to transform into the Jaw Titan. Izuku. Damn it, old man, this is gonna hurt, you know. As Izuku raised his hand to his mouth, both Eri and Overhaul are confused. Well, Overhaul is mostly pissed that a kid called him old. Izuku. I'll make you mere human regret the day you messed with a Titan. He bit down on his forethumb and boom. When the smoke cleared, all Overhaul can see is a 5 meters tall human figure, with a skull-like face growling at him. Overhaul. What is this kid? I thought his quirk was that crystal stuff. Meanwhile, Eri has stars in her eyes, looking at her savior who is smart and really strong as he can toe-to-toe with the bad man. Izuku. I've got to make this quick, I don't have much stamina left. The Titan roared at Overhaul and swiped at him, knocking him over and into a nearby wall. It then grabbed Eri in one hand and ran away on its other 3 limbs. Time Skiapu. As Izuku and Eri got home, the Titan's body was starting to steam, informing them that Izuku didn't have much time left. Izuku. Phew, at least I got Eri safe. As the Titan placed Eri down as it didn't want to hurt her with the steam, Eri looked in wonder as the beast lied flat on the floor and a human figure popped out the nape of its neck. Eri. Excitedly. Whoa, that's so cool. Izuku. Smiles. Don't worry, Eri, as long as I'm here no one can hurt yo. He was cut off by the sound of metal slicing flesh and Eri's screams. He looked in horror to see that his left arm had been sliced off and a knife had been stabbed in his back. The perpetrator turned out to be Overhaul himself. Overhaul, despite being beaten and bloody, had a look of glee on his face as he had just killed the brat who messed with his plans. Overhaul. Ha ha ha, look at that brat, what are you gonna do? Huh, after I make sure you're dead, I'm gonna take Eri back to that place and maybe torture her some more. Ha 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 ha. Izuku could hear Eri whimper and say her shake at the thought of going back. He could only glare at Overhaul as black spots started to cloud his vision. He was losing blood, fast. He couldn't protect her, he couldn't protect anyone. He was a failure. He was Deku. Boom. ROOOAAAAAARRR. Overhaul. What are you? You're a monster. To be able to live after what I did to you. A monster. Hee hee. That's rich coming from you, Overhaul. The voice seemed to be coming from every direction, making Overhaul's head snap left and right, looking for the source. I don't know why you're doing that, Overhaul. Deep and menacing, when I'm right in front of you. The dust cleared to bring into view a 17 meters beast of a titan. Overhaul. What are you going to do with me? If you kill me, you're just like me, aren't you? The beast crouched down to get closer to Overhaul's level and says something to him. Beast Titan. I'm not gonna kill you, no. I'm gonna make you wish you were dead. The Titan then flashed the villain a menacing grin, making said villain's trousers heavier than they once were. Time skip brought to you by Beast Titan Izuku smacking Overhaul with a massive bug swatter. After Overhaul was dealt with, Izuku came out of his Titan form, all healed because of the regeneration, and sighed. He then turned to Eri, who had tears forming in her eyes. Izuku. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Eri doesn't say anything, she just jumps into his arms and cries, repeating the words, I'm sorry, over and over again. Izuku. Hey, it isn't your fault, okay? Don't cry. He puts her down and holds her hand as they walk towards the cabin. Izuku. Now let's go and eat some lunch. Eri. Sniffle, okay papa. Izuku stops in his tracks. Izuku. Confused, what did you call me? Eri. Nervous, it's just that. Why you saves me from the bad man and now you're going to feed me, like a papa would do. If you don't like it I'll santo. Izuku. No, you can call me that, I was just surprised was all, come on, I'm gonna make some pancakes. Eri. Yay, thank you papa. Eri then smiles that makes Izuku go blind and his heart squeeze. Nobody's pav. It had been a few days since Eri had settled into Izuku's house and things during the day are going good. But at night, she is still getting night terrors about Overhaul and a dead Izuku. The first night it happened, Izuku went full-on Papa Bear mode. Going as fast as he could to the source of the scream with forethumb in mouth, ready to bite, only to see is shaking Eri covered in her blankets. Izuku. Hey, it's alright. I am here. He hated using that man's catchphrase, but for Eri, he'd do anything. Izuku. Damn you Overhaul, if it wasn't for you, Eri wouldn't be like this. You deserve what I did to you. Flashback to last chapter. Overhaul. What are you going to do with me? If you kill me, you're just like me, aren't you? The beast crouched down to get closer to Overhaul's level and says something to him. Beast Titan. I'm not gonna kill you, no. I'm gonna make you wish you were dead. The beast then reached out his hand and grabbed the fleeing villain and threw him into the ground, knocking the air out of him. Overhaul still tried to flee by making a pillar to lift him of the ground. The beast easily sliced it with its claws and kicked the abuser into the sun. Flashback end. When Izuku had first gotten Eri a bath, he was appalled to see the wounds and scars the girl had on her arms and legs. He was so angry in fact that some of his newly found killer intent, inherited from the Beast Titan as it is a malicious beast, leak out. He only broke out of his imagination of torturing Overhaul in different ways with a shaking Eri hugging his leg. Izuku. Sorry about that snowball, I'm just so angry at that man. Eri beamed, mostly at the new nickname, but to also cheer her papa up. After all of the nightmares and caring, Izuku decided to take Eri to the mall for anything that she wanted. Eri, of course, was delighted to spend more time with him. Eri. Yay, shopping with papa. Izuku's heart squeezed and all he could reply with was the clicking of the camera on his phone. Time skip. Izuku and Eri were walking around the mall. Well, mostly Eri. Izuku was crawling with the amount of weight was being put on him. Clothes, toys, food, you name it, Izuku got it for Eri. It was around lunchtime when he heard Eri's stomach grumble. He had to stifle a laugh at Eri's cute blushing face. Click click. Izuku. So cute. They had gone to the closest one, which happened to be a two-story traditionally styled Japanese pagoda, and it served whatever you wanted. It was the cook's quirk, cooking frenzy. It allowed him to perfectly make and know any type of food or drink imaginable. New food that was just created would automatically be added to his memory. Izuku ordered Eri a katsudon with some apple juice, while he got fish and chips and a Pepsi Max cherry. After they had finished and paid for the food, they walked outside and decided to go the quicker way home through the alleyway. Cliché, I know, fight me, but when they were halfway through, they both heard a muffled scream. Izuku used his enhanced vision from the wilderness training to see what it was and was shocked to see 3 men surrounding a girl around his age. The girl had black hair and it was put in a spiked ponytail with one long bang going down the side of her face. She had pale skin and was slightly more developed for her age. Damn, I hate doing this, I sound like a pervert. One of the men looked like he had a knife quirk because where his hands should be, he had a silver blade instead. The other 2 seemed to both have mutation quirks, as one looked like a humanoid lizard and the other had longer arms than normal, almost like a gorilla. Knife man. Come on baby, don't struggle, it'll be quick. Men 2 and 3. Yeah, stop wriggling. The girl could only cry in response. When Izuku saw this he was disgusted. Why would anyone do this for their selfish desires? As he and Eri walked towards the men and the girl, the lizard man was the first to know of his arrival. Lizard dude. Boss, we got versus visitors. The 2 other men looked to where the reptile was pointing, only to see a 12-year-old boy with a little girl. Boss. Haha, why are you stuttering at them? They can't do anything to us, we got a hostage and he's got a liability. The girl, haha. Lizard man. Why yeah, you're right, what do you know? My instincts are telling me to run away with my tail between my legs. The man with the long arms turned towards the leader. Gorilla boy. Don't worry boss, I got them. He then charged towards them by pulling himself towards them with his arms. Izuku. Sigh, damn, I wanted to do this peacefully. Eri, can you stand behind the bin please? Eri nodded and ran behind the bin. Just as she got there the man arrived. As he punched Izuku's face, there was no pain, only the force behind it to move his head. Izuku. Is that all you got? Izuku then hardens his entire arm and punched the man, instantly knocking him out. He slowly turned towards the other 2 with a sadistic glint in his eyes. Izuku. Let's get the party started now, shall we? He rushed towards the 2 at inhumane speeds and knocked the lizard man out before anyone could react. He goes to punch the other one but stops when he sees the man's shaking hand pointing his knife hand at the girl's neck. Knifey man. Aye, if you let me go, she doesn't get hurt. He sounded so scared, that arrogant facade was long gone. Izuku. You're not really in the position to make deals. You know that, right? The man looked confused for a second before feeling something wrap around him. Man. What the foo? Smack. Izuku. Do not swear in front of Eri. The man was in a small crater, clean out. Izuku didn't even use his quirk. As he calmed down, he looked at the familiar scarf-like object and almost couldn't hide his panic. Shit, it was Auntie Shota. What if she recognized him? What if she took him back? No, he couldn't do that, he's stronger than her. But she can erase his quirk. Thank God he looked different from before. His internal panic was interrupted by a feminine voice that sounded like it needed more sleep. Eraserhead. Hey kid, how'd you do that? I erased your quirk. The girl looked speechless lay at Izuku. Girl. He did that without his quirk. How powerful is he? Izuku got nervous and started to fidget. Izuku. Just basic training and rage from him almost swearing in front of a 4-year-old. Eri then slowly walked up to Izuku's leg and hugged it. Eri. Papa, who are they? She pointed at the 2 females with her small hand and a confused expression on her face. Eraserhead girl. Ah, cute, wait papa. Izuku. That lady there with the long black hair and the big scarf is Eraserhead. Her quirk is erasure, she can stop someone using their quirk while looking at them, isn't it so cool? Eri. Stars in her eyes, yeah. So cool. Who's the other pretty one? The girl blushed at the statement and decided to introduce herself. Girl. Hello, my name is Izuku. Momo Yaoyorozu, youngest daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, the 2nd richest family in Japan. Pleasure to meet you. He then bowed to her. Eri, seeing her father bow to the girl, followed suit. The girl, however, was too shocked to find out that the boy that just saved her knew who she was. Eraserhead. Okay. Now that introductions are done, mind to explain why this little girl called you a 12-year-old boy, Papa. The girl also looked at him questioningly. But before he could answer, Eri jumped in. Eri. Ooh, I know. Pick me. She started jumping up and down while raising her hand. Eraser kneeled down to her level and looked at her. Eraser. Go on, kid, why? Eri. Well, there was a bad man and he was called off for no Overhaul. No, not that one. Ah yes. Overhaul. Eraserhead was shocked to say the least. What did a high-ranking villain have to do with all of this? Eri. Overhaul used to get the needle and put it in my skin to take my blood, and it really hurt me. She looked sadly at the floor. Eri. But then I was able to run away from the room I was in and into an alleyway. That was when I saw Papa. He was really nice and calmed me down when he said I was having something called a panic attack. Anyway, then the bad man came and tried to get me and hurt me again, but Papa protected me and was so cool. He punched, kicked and slammed him into a wall, like wham, smash, pow. She was doing little motions with her arms and legs as she recited the story. Momo and Eraser smiled at her adorableness. Click. Eri. Then Papa said, it's time for you mere human to learn not to mess with a titan, and then there was smoke everywhere, and when it went away there was a big beast. He kicked Overhaul away and ran away with me. Momo and Eraser were shocked to say the least, such a powerful quirk. Eri. We got to Papa's house and he went back to normal, but the bad man came back and gave Papa a big ouchie on his belly and his arm was gone. She started to cry as she remembered this memory and hugged Izuku, crying into his neck. Both females looked between Eri and Izuku's arms with a confused look. Izuku. Well, my quirk gives me super regeneration, so when I transform, it heals my body. They both nodded as they realized what happened. Izuku. As she was saying, I had lost an arm and was stabbed in the stomach, and Overhaul was monologuing about taking Eri back. I got angry, transformed into something new, threw him into the sun, killed him and took care of her. Any more questions? Both Momo and Eraser paled. Eraser. You're kidding, right? Izuku. Why would I joke about someone who tried to hurt my snowball? Eraser. Touché. Anyway, thanks again for knocking them out. You three go along now, I'll take them to the authorities. Thank you. As they were walking out, Momo asked Izuku the questions that were on her mind. Momo. I've got 3 questions. Izuku. Shoot. Momo. 1. What's your name? 2. What did you mean second richest family? And 3. Can I have your number please? Izuku. Firstly, the name's Izuku Jaeger, this is Eri Jaeger. Secondly, because the Jaeger Corp is richer than your family's business. And thirdly, sure, he handed her a slip of paper with his number down. But then it just clicked for Momo. Momo. Wait, are you the son of the head of Jaeger Corp? Izuku just laughed with a hint of anger and Momo noticed it. He told Eri to cover her ears and she complied. Izuku. My failure of a father's name is Toshinori Yagi, the bastard who neglected me for years. For all I care, he can rot in hell for all he's done. I worked hard for years and built my own business, became a billionaire. I want me and Eri to have nothing to do with him. Momo started to cry at the outburst. She stopped and hugged him. Momo. Oh, Izuku, I didn't know. I'm sorry, who could do that to a child? Izuku. Nah, it's fine, what he did is it's all in the past. Anyway, we're here. He pointed to the gate of a mansion where a man and a woman stood there, taking pictures of the two. Momo immediately let go of Izuku and started blushing. He just chuckled at her antics, walked up to her parents and bowed. Izuku. Hello Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu, I am here to drop off Momo just in case she got attacked again. The parents looked at Momo worriedly. Momo just started waving her hands in defense and explained what happened. After the catch-up, Mr. Yaoyorozu took Izuku's hand and shook it with tears in his eyes. Mr. Y. Thank you Izuku, I don't know what would have happened to Momo if you didn't intervene. Mrs. Yaoyorozu nodded as well with tears in her eyes. Izuku. No problem Mr. Yaoyorozu, if I want to be hero it's what I need to do. He picked Eri up, who just yawned cutely in return and snuggled up to him. Everyone chuckled. Izuku. And I think a certain someone's bedtime. See you later sir, ma'am, Momo. They all waved to him as he ran as fast as he could back to his cabin. Nobody's pav. After the incident with Momo, Izuku had tried to keep a low profile as he wanted to start vigilantism in the next few months. But first he had to make a workshop for all of his stuff. He would leave the house late at night when Eri was asleep, use his Titan form to dig and to move materials, arrive early in the morning, get some sleep, wake up and have a normal day. Don't ask how Eri didn't wake up, just think of it as plot. It was like that for 3 months. Izuku had bags under his eyes that could rival his aunt's, and her quirk literally gave her insomnia. Anyway, after he was finished, he took Eri to show her and get her opinion on the looks. Izuku. Hey Snowball, do you wanna see something I'm working on? Eri. Yeah, what is it? Izuku. Smirking, you'll have to wait and see. Eri. Pouting, humph, meanie. Izuku. Cute, click. The duo then went to the back of the cabin to see a trapdoor that wasn't always there. Izuku opened it up to see wooden stairs going down and into another room. They both go down the stairs and enter the room. Izuku. So how's it look? Eri. Stars in her eyes. Whoa, so cool papa. Click. Izuku. Really? Thank you Snowflake. He then shows Eri around the place. It was a very large room, about as big as a normal 3-bedroomed house, and had wires across the top, flowing down into various contraptions and machinery. He had made his vigilante suit and put it on display for Eri. Izuku. So Eri, looking at this, what do you think my hero name should be? I want to scare everyone so villains don't hurt anyone. This was a bad decision on Izuku's part. He just asked a 4-year-old to pick his name. Here are some examples. Dragon Boy, Scary Man, Boogeyman, Darkness, Sleepy Man, and she said this in a menacing, cute voice. The one. If anyone gets that reference you get a cookie. As Eri sat there and mumbled to herself, Izuku just sweat dropped at her antics and he air. Click click click. After she had stopped, Eri gave Izuku a name and a title to go along with it. The one that punishes. The Reaper. Izuku got literal chills when he heard Eri say such an awesome name. He kneeled in front of her and hugged her. Izuku. Thanks Snowball, I was having trouble with that. Eri. It's okay papa, I like to help. Izuku.x has stopped working. After a solid 3 minutes of Eri worried and waving her hand in front of his eyes, Izuku jolted back into the land of the living. Later, Izuku made him and Eri some dinner and put her to bed. When he made sure that Eri was asleep, he checked the time. It was 8 p.m. He slipped into his vigilante suit and went out on his first ever patrol. Izuku stood on a building, looking at the city below. The streets were saturated and the lampposts were dim, just like in a movie when something life-changing is going to happen. Scream. I just had to open my trap, didn't I? Izuku ran across the buildings as fast as he could towards the source of the noise. He looked like a fish in water the way he jumped and flipped. Izuku. Good thing I learned parkour and free running when I had the chance. As he arrived at the source, he was looking into an alleyway where he saw the number 25 hero, Electric Gal, with her hero costume ripped in areas. Get your head out of the gutters and surrounded by 3 men. E.g. G get away. Thug 2. Ah, don't be like that baby girl, I'm sure we can have a good time. E.g. Let me go or I'll scream again. Thug 1. Yeah, we'll let you go. He looked her up and down with a perverted smile. Thug 1. After we've had out fun. The hero visibly paled as the statement and was going to scream but was interrupted by goo-like substance sticking her lips together. She thrashed around and tried to tear it off but, as a result, her hands were stuck to the wall by the same thug. She looked at the man in fear. Thug 3. You like my quirk? It's called gunk. I can throw a goo from my hands and it will stick until I'm knocked out or my hands are removed. Anyway, let me have my fun. As he starts walking towards her and his hands lower to his belt, Izuku had enough of the disgusting scene. Izuku. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Izuku's mask has a voice modulator inside to make it more deeper to lessen suspicion towards him, and to sound badass, his voice sounds like a low growl rather than an actual voice and is successfully intimidating. By hearing the voice of the devil himself, all 4 of the thugs looked around aimlessly, trying to find the location of it. But Izuku had trained in the wilderness, an adult bird wouldn't know where he was until he made himself known. Izuku had faced much worse than this, For him, this was child's play. Izuku. Retards. As he thought this, he stepped out of the shadows to reveal himself. It was safe to say that the thugs were intimidated. They all stood at around 5 feet 6, 5 feet 8 and had a rather large beer belly, but compared to Izuku's staggering 6 feet 2 and chiseled abs, they were mortals in front of a god. They all looked at him, shaking, until one foolishly decided to take the woman hostage and held a gun towards him. Izuku was pissed. Izuku. Why the fuck is it always me that gets threatened with a female hostage? Thug 2. Step back, or I'll shoot you. Izuku had a dark aura surrounding him and he let out 5% of his ki, instantly knocking out the other 2 and making the other guy sweat like he had just ran a marathon. Izuku. I'd like to see you try, sludgy boy. The man instantly got infuriated and pulled the trigger. The bullet zoomed towards him at unseeable speeds for the human eye, but Izuku, the mythical titan, was faster. Everything seemed to slow down by a bit. He wasn't even using his quirk. This was just from Caped Baldy's training schedule. Sorry not sorry. He redirected it to the wall by pushing the bullet away and ran towards the thug. The criminal's eyes widened as the last thing he saw was a fist closing in on his face. Crunch. There was a sickening crunch when his hand hit the thug's face. It instantly knocked him out and set the hero free, but she was still covering herself from her savior. Izuku notices this, so he took the coat off a knocked out thug and threw it to her. Izuku. Here, take these to the police and take credit. I'll have to get going. He was about to jump away but the heroine grabbed his arm. E.g. What's your name? Izuku smirked under the mask and thought of this morning. Izuku. I am the one that punishes, the Reaper. After he says this he jumps onto a nearby roof and runs away. After 5 solid minutes of roof jumping, he stops and sits on the ledge. Izuku. I could get used to this. He was sitting alone and wasn't expecting a response, but fate had other plans for him today apparently. Get used to what, kid? Izuku. Shit. Previously, we see Izuku jumping from house to house for 5 minutes until eventually sitting down on a ledge and dangling his legs off the side. Izuku. I could get used to this. Get used to what, kid? Izuku. Shit. Now. Izuku swiftly turns around to see the last person, actually no, maybe around 7th to last person. I dunno. Anyway, he turns and sees Eraserhead stood there in her hero suit and with a tired look on her face. Izuku realizes that he needs to get out of there and fast. He desperately looks around, hoping to find an exit. Eraser. Irritated. Hey, kid, it's not nice to keep a fellow lady waiting. Izuku. Well, sorry to break this to you, but I'm not a lady. Eraser was shocked. This guy's voice was deep. She thought that this kid was female, so she addressed them as such. Maybe it was the hair. BTW, Izuku has his hair down. Like this, but in his vigilante suit. She looked at the kid intensely. This man released a powerful aura, but she doesn't know why. Maybe a quirk. Finding a male is astounding, but finding one with a quirk, nearly impossible. The only males with quirks in Japan are All Might, Endeavor, Overhaul, Izuku, some random villains and thugs, and that kid from a few months ago. Wait, that kid. She looked back up to see nothing, just an empty ledge with a note. She picks it up and reads it. Hey, a hero. You may be thinking, what? I look away for a minute and he's gone. Well, that's because I'm awesome and better than most at sneaking away. Boot. This is here for the hero to say that there is a new vigilante in town, the one that punishes, the Reaper. Cool, right? Thanks. My daughter picked it for me. Anyways, gotta go, duty calls. Your friendly neighborhood vigilante, Eraser. Daughter. But he acts like a kid. Damn it, another problem. My migraines are gonna get worse. She pocketed the note and jumps away, going back into patrol. As she leaves, Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. Izuku. Finally, she's gone. He then starts walking and swinging back home to the forest, as it was around 2 a.m. and he desperately needed sleep. Time skipped 4 months. Izuku had been doing his vigilante work very well and frequently. The only times he got off were his 13th and Aries' 5th birthday and Christmas. He had his few fair share of encounters with heroes. Most notable was his Uncle Enji that had hurt like fuck. Another burn scar added to the uncountable amount already. Speaking of heroes, Eraserhead had started to get suspicious of who he was. He had started wearing a mask and a beanie while being outside, just to cover his face and hair. He was walking down the street, wanting to get back to Eri as soon as he could, but life never seemed to be in his favor. A knife was placed on his back. Mugger. Hey kid, give me everything you got and you might live. Izuku sighed. Can't he have a break for a few minutes without being interrupted? Izuku. Please don't do this. Mugger. I don't care, stop talking or I'll have to hurt you. Izuku. Smirk, took the words right out of my mouth. He hardened the part of his back that had a knife pressed against it and jumped backwards. The knife bent under all of the pressure and then broke. The man was shocked. Just who was this kid? Mugger. Stay back, I'm warning you. The boy was getting tired of the man's hopeless attempt at intimidation and decided to show how it was actually done. Izuku. No, you're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to puff out your chest and talk really confidently. Mugger. What the hell, is this kid on crack? Maybe a little. Izuku. Oh, and there's one last step. Killer intent. Izuku looked at the man triumphantly and leaked out just enough ki to put him on the verge of passing out but keeping him awake. As quickly as it started, the key went away. The man looked at Izuku as if he was a monster. Izuku just snorted and knocked the man out with a quick gut punch and took him to the authorities. Time skipped to when he home. Izuku. Eri, I'm home. Eri. Papa. The young girl ran from the living room sofa and jumped into his arms. Izuku. Whoa, I was only gone for 20 minutes. Eri. But it felt like hours. She said this and stretched her arms wide to exaggerate how long it was. Izuku chuckled and, click. Izuku. Eri, guess what I got? Eri puts a finger to her chin. Eri. I dunno. What? Izuku takes out a candy apple and shows it to her. The 5-year-old's face lit up seeing the sweet treat. Eri. Gasp, candy apple. Thank you Papa. Izuku gives Eri the sugar overload and she immediately starts nibbling on it. Izuku giggles. Cute. Click. He looked at the time, 4 p.m. He sighed. He was going to have a long night. He woke the next day feeling drowsy. Eri had a sugar rush and had been up all night. Speaking of Eri, she needed an education. Izuku thought about how to do this. Izuku. I can't sign her up to nursery. I may just have to tutor her myself until she is old enough for primary school. An evil smile crossed his face. Izuku. Ho, it's going to be a fun year. Careful Izuku, your phrase is showing. Now Izuku had another thing to do in his timetable. He had to wake up, have breakfast, tutor Eri, have lunch, play with Eri, dinner, Eri to bed, Vigilante, bed, repeat. Damn, he's gonna have gray hairs by the time he's 25. Time skipped 3 months at night. Izuku was free, he could do what he wanted now, it was Vigilante time. It was his time. He had been looking for the rest of Overhaul's gang just in case they still wanted Eri, and he had made some breakthroughs. Over the past few months, he had narrowed it down to 3 buildings, an abandoned apartment complex down in the south of where he lived, an old warehouse at the port and a building where he first found Eri. He had to fix this mess. He had to. For her. Pain. That's all that Izuku felt at this moment, unbearable pain. It was on par with the pain he felt when Overhaul sneak attacked him. It fucking hurt. You may be thinking, what? How did this happen? Well for that, we have to go back a few hours to tell the full story. Time skipped 5 hours ago. Izuku was standing in a rooftop looking at the city below. He had been getting beating information out of villains on the remnants of Overhaul's legacy, what they were doing, who they were, where they were, etc. But, still, with all the months of beating, crime fighting, joke making, he's basically like Spider-Man but better. He had only narrowed it down to 3 buildings, a dock house, an abandoned apartment complex, and a house near where he first met Eri. That was, until tonight. You see, Izuku or the Reaper has quite the reputation around Japan, so every now and then, he'll get a few tips and get a freebie from a few info brokers just so he doesn't hurt them. Izuku doesn't really like villains, not since he awakened his quirk, and has a tendency of, let's say, leaving them in a state. The latest example was of a child human trafficker. Izuku found him in the middle of trying to kidnap a little girl and kill the mother. Izuku was pissed, so pissed that he went apeshit crazy on him. When the police got there, there was no man, just a mauled, bloody pulp, barely breathing. The only way that they could only figure out who it was from their dental records. Ever since the people, heroes and villains alike, heard this, he had built quite the influence over many things. He had attracted many people, asking him to join their cause, but the answer was always the same: I fight for my own cause. But with a lot of ass-kissers, came enemies. He's had plenty of bounties on his head, plenty of assassin attempts, attempts, and plenty of scars. They served as a reminder of what he was once and still is. Weak. Her needed to be stronger, if not for him, for her sake. She was his life, his new life, and he needed to protect her. Otherwise he had nothing, he wouldn't go back to what he once was, and he can't carry on without her, so to make sure he lives on, she had to. The villains took note of him being more savage towards people who harm children, so they upped the numbers to try and trick him or trap him. The most recent one being the kidnapping of quirkless orphans. He had been on their trail for weeks and had finally found a name: All for One. He thought it was a wrongly said, one for all, but after a while, he had been hearing it all over. Izuku had tried info brokers, but all he could get was that there was this All for One character and a girl called Shigaraki. He was told that they were the main leaders of this act, and to be careful if confronting them, as they were very powerful, as one could decay things and one had multiple quirks. Izuku was very interested. With such powerful quirks, he wondered why they didn't become heroes with such powerful quirk, or quirks for AFO, probably because of the discrimination of villainous quirks and their reaction. Izuku vowed to never let them be able to harm any more people and to try and put an end to their reign of terror. He was bored and wanted something to do. That was until he got a notification on his phone. Izuku. Well, time for a stakeout. Time skip 4 hours. It is now 5 p.m. and Izuku had been waiting on top of a house for the past few hours, waiting for the bank robbery he got a tip on. So far, there hadn't been much action, only seeing civilians and the occasional hero. He had gotten so bored that he had just put on some headphones and listened to the police radio. The only notable things that had happened was that All Might had taken down a few villains and that a new hero had made their debut. He was contemplating whether the tip was a fake or not until there was an explosion from the building in front of him. He jumped down into an alley to look at what happened and saw fire everywhere. The nearby heroes had also seen the explosion and rushed to the scene. The two villains were holding a mother and daughter hostage, trying to bargain their way out of getting caught. Robber 1. Let us go or the hostages get hurt. The villains are female, by the way. RH equals random hero. RH. Damn it. What can we do? RH. We can't interfere without getting the civilians hurt. Izuku was pissed. At first, he wanted to see how the heroes would assess the situation, but seeing their pathetic excuses, he was angry. He ran out of his hiding place and jumped behind the robbers. With a swift chop to the neck, one of them was out. Just as the other one realized what happened, she was also knocked out. Izuku then ties them up with some zip ties he got from his utility belt and threw them to the speechless heroes. Once he knew that the targeted civilians were okay, he glared at the heroes. Izuku. You disgust me. You're supposed to be heroes. Heroes are meant to be putting their lives before others, and you make up excuses so that your nails don't get dirty. RH. Take that back, you fucking villain. The hero leaps at Izuku only to be met with a punch to the face. The hero is sent flying back, holding her face. Izuku. You're weak as well, not even able to handle a little punch to the face. He stands over her. Izuku. Pathetic. RH. What do you mean, pathetic? If you didn't use your speed quirk I would have won, and about your quirk usage, I'll have to take you to jail for that. He mentally face-palmed at her idiocy. She really had to go so far as to say that he had a speed quirk to punch her just to save her pride. She really is pathetic. Izuku. Well, I can't let you do that, can I? I've got to go. Izuku runs and jumps up the walls of the alleyway to get to the roof and run away from the heroes. He had dropped down into a nearby alley and opened his trusty manhole. He thought he was safe until, Master said that I might find you down here. Good. I have a proposal for you. Guess who? Izuku turned to the source of the sound and saw an 18-year-old woman with light blue hair, red eyes, holding many severed hands and in desperate need of chapstick. She was with another female. This one was mostly made of purple mist, and the only way to determine her gender was to do some PG shit and look at her cough assets cough. The blue-haired girl looked Izuku up and down before continuing. I am Tamura Shigaraki and this is Kurogiri. I am the leader of the League of Villains. We want to kill All Might and we want you to join us. Izuku looks at them with a dead serious face, void of all emotion before bursting into laughter. He was laughing so much that he had to grip his sides because of the pain. Izuku. Handjob, Misty Lass, can I call you that? He didn't wait for an answer before continuing. Izuku. As much as I would love to kill that son of a bitch, I can't accept that offer. I am literally a hero without a license and you want me to join. That's stupid, idiotic if you will. For crying out loud, I'm pretty sure I've got kills on my name and they are all villains. And you want me to join a league full of those bastards. Thanks handjob, but it's not gonna happen. He starts walking away until four fingers grab his exposed arm through his burned jacket. It was at this moment he remembered her quirk decay. Being able to age whatever she touches with all 5 of her fingers. Izuku. Oh handjob. Well then you have to die. The last finger is placed on his skin and all he can feel, even with his high tolerance, is pain. Pain. All caught up. Cool. Unbearable pain coursed through his body. The skin on his arm slowly deteriorating, delivering the most pain possible. Izuku. Oh www. Fuck. Shigaraki just giggled and smiled sadistically at his groans of pain. She basically gonna be a toga but more controlled. She slowly moved her way up his arm and to his shoulder, decaying all skin and clothing that crossed her path. Izuku was biting his lip, trying not to scream in pain but only letting out muffled groans. Shigaraki. Oh yes, will you join now, Reaper? Izuku. No you grunt psychotic groan asterisk shit. Izuku glared at the girl, his eyes screaming bloody murder. Kurogiri felt something was off. She slowly walked up to handjob. Misty Lass. Young miss, maybe we should leave. Shiggy. Oh, that's not nice. Well, guess you have to die. Her hand reached for his face. Izuku. Fuck off. He bit down on his tongue, blood spraying all over the wet ground. A yellow light shone off his body, illuminating the circular tunnel. Shiggy covered her eyes while Kurogiri surrounded Shigaraki and herself in her mist and warped 10 meters away. Boom. Smoke covered the tunnel as the rumbling stopped. They both went to walk forward again, only to be met with a clawed hand. They were both smashed into the wall. Shigaraki was instantly knocked out. Kurogiri only had the wind knocked out of her. She shakily looked up to see a titan staring at her. Needless to say, she was scared shitless. As soon as she saw that, she grabbed the knocked out Shigaraki and hauled ass the fuck out of there, disappearing into a portal. As soon as they left, the titan started to release steam from the nape of its neck and released a sweaty Izuku Jaeger. Izuku. Ah, god damn that hurt. He looked at his watch for the time and saw that it was now 6 p.m. Almost time for him to make dinner for himself and Eri. He peeped out the manhole just to make sure that there wasn't anyone there. After he looked for a while, he spotted someone lurking in the shadows, slowly creeping away. Izuku. Sigh, whoever you are, you're shit at hiding. The figure froze and slowly turned to look at Izuku, as if wondering how they were seen. Izuku. Just get out already, I need to get home quick and make dinner. The figure walked out of the shadows and revealed itself. Drumroll please. Izuku. Ah, shit. This ain't good. Eraser. How could you see me, kid? I'm normally pretty good at hiding. Izuku had to stifle a laugh. Izuku. Yeah, not as good as a wolf though. He unconsciously rubbed his forearm where he was bit once during his wild training. Eraser raised an eyebrow. Izuku. Anyway, what do you want? As I said, I got places to be. Eraser. We need help. There's a team called the Yakuza. Their leader Overhaul has already been taken out, but they still want to carry on his dream. They're trying to find a kid called Eri. We need help stopping the gang and getting that Eri kid off of a problem child's hand to a safer place. Izuku's calm mask slipped for a second and turned into pure, unbridled rage. But only for a second. Aizawa picked up on it though and took note. Izuku. Angry, where and when? Eraser. Why do you agree so quickly? For all you know we could be leading you into a TRA. She was cut short by a throwing knife just grazing her cheek and implanting itself into the wall behind her, only leaving a small red line on her face. As she reached a hand up to touch the cut, she looked into Izuku's eyes and saw rage. Eraser. Bad past maybe. Izuku. Stoic, you couldn't do that without many casualties, now, where and when? Eraser. Sigh, fine. Time skip no jutsu. It was currently 8 p.m. and it had been a few days since the meeting with Eraser. Izuku was making his way to UA. He had always wanted to go here to be a hero, but technically became a villain. Oh, the irony. As he was roof hopping in his vigilante outfit, he saw the familiar black and gray hero suit of his aunts. He jumped down only to see her with 4 more heroines. Present Mike, Midnight, Night Eye and what looks to be a heroine in training. The young girl had blonde hair that reached her mid-back, with one bang covering her face. Her eyes and mouth looking more like a cartoon than a normal human's face. She was around 5 feet 6 with a muscular but lean figure. As he jumped of the building, all the heroes, except Eraser, got into a fighting stance. Eraser. Whoa, 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 calm down everybody, this is the help that I said I brought. Everyone meet the strongest vigilante round here, the Reaper. All 4 of them were in shock. Eraser, the one that abodes the law and only does logical things, gets help from a criminal. Night Eye was the first to recover from the initial shock. Night Eye. Pleasure to meet you, Reaper. She reached her hand out, offering a handshake. Izuku looks at her hand and gives the woman a questioning look. He lifts his hands and starts doing some hand signs. Izuku. Signing, you think that I didn't do my research? I might as well have dug my own grave if I didn't. I won't be activating your quirk, thanks. Hero name. Night Eye. Quirk. Foresight. She is able to successfully predict an opponent's movements and attacks by just touching them. Drawbacks. She has to make contact with her hands or the quirk won't take effect. If used for prolonged amount of time, headaches and migraines happen. All 5 of them look at the vigilante in surprise. Not only did she use some intricate sign language but she also knew Night Eye's quirk. But the young heroine in training didn't know sign language and assumed that it was just the vigilante being arrogant. HIT. Hey, she just wanted a handshake, what's wrong with that? We're all women here, why can't we get along or I'll make you. Eraser was about to correct the young girl but was stopped by a gesture by Izuku. The girl began walking to Izuku and tried to put a hand on his shoulder. But just as her hand was about to make contact, Izuku grabbed it and flung her over his head. Izuku. Signing. 1. Don't touch me. 2. I'm only here to help, not get along. 3. Don't think that I won't do that again. Now if we can all work together, this may just work. You need my help as much as I need yours. All 5 of the heroes gulp as they think of what could happen if they get on this person's bad side. No one's paw. All 6 of the heroes were walking towards the staff room at UA, to discuss the plan for the operation. As they walked down the hall, the hero in training that introduced herself as Mirio Tagata, I don't change many names, just deal with it, was rubbing her back and shoulder from where she took impact. Her pride was greatly damaged. Her, a person who specializes in dodging because of her quirk, was taken down in one hit. Name. Mirio Tagata. Hero name. Lemillion. Quirk. Permeation. She can make her body able to go through things, physical and energy attacks. Drawbacks. She has no senses while permeating and her clothes go through her unless they are made of her hair. Izuku had to stifle a laugh. Izuku. Serves her right, trying to touch me, only Eri can do that. Get your head out of the gutters, I ain't a pervert. 5 minutes later, they stood in front of the staff room. As they knocked, they heard a little, come in. Eraser had opened the door and revealed the principal of UA, Izzumi. Izuku. Ah, shit. Forgot about that. The 5 heroes sat down and Izuku stood in the corner, questioning his will to live. He had just removed most suspicion off of him from his aunt Sho, but now the second smartest on the planet, who was also his aunt. He was screwed. He was brought out of his internal screaming by a cough from Izzumi sitting at her desk. Izzumi. All right, as I see everyone is here, we can begin to explain what we're going to do. She pulls out a remote from her desk drawer and presses a button. The room lights dim and a projector starts up, beginning the discussion. Izzumi. In this mission, we are going to be taking down the Yakuza once and for all. All we know so far is that, the leader, Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul, has been taken out by a boy who is no older than 13 and has a quirk. Everyone in the room gasped. Izuku just faked his and this was noted by Izzumi. Izzumi. He said that his name was Izuku Jaeger, he shares the first name of someone we have been looking for. But that's for another time, right now we need to deal with the matter at hand. We have narrowed it down to 7 buildings, and as you can see. She clicks the remote and 7 pictures appear on the projection. Izzumi. As you can see we have many options to chew. She was interrupted by a whistle from Izuku. Izuku. Signing, I've done my own research, and the only one that matches up is this one. He pointed to a picture of an abandoned apartment complex. Izzumi. Who are you again and why would you do this research? Izuku. Signing, they hurt someone dear to me and I want revenge. Also, if you want to know my name, ask Eraser. He pointed to the said woman behind him. Izuku. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm off to that place to kill those sons of bitches. After he finished his hand gestures, he promptly left the room. Izzumi looked at Eraser for an answer and she explained it to the little chimera. Izzumi. Ah, so this is the infamous Vigilante that I'm hearing so much about. Keep an eye on them. I may want to get them involved in UA. She immediately laughed while taking a sip of tea. Meanwhile with Izuku, he had just jumped over the UA fence and was now full-blown sprinting to the apartment complex, not wanting to waste a second to kill those bastards. Time skipped to the building. He had now arrived. The place was huge, not as big as UA though. But he could now punish. He could get revenge. He grinned. He kicked down the door at the bottom of the complex. He could already tell that it was going to be a long one. He pulled out a bat in one hand and his sword in the other. Izuku. Oh yeah, all of the villainous. Look at the now broken door in fear and confusion. One thing goes through their heads. Kool-Aid Man. It was silent until one finally spoke out. Villain. What? Izuku released his inner Shrek. Izuku. This is the part where you run away. He then sped towards the mass of villains and started beating them left and right, showing no mercy. Blood spraying, bones shattering and breaking, teeth flying from their faces and a few fatalities every now and then. The villains were scared shitless. This wasn't what a hero did. Villainous 1. What the fuck, heroes can't kill. Villainous 2. Yeah, if you do this, you're no better than those mass murderers. When Izuku heard this, he stopped and looked at the two, death in his eyes. Izuku. No better than them, He then started laughing maniacally. As quickly as it started, it stopped. Izuku. No, there's a difference. They do it for a sick fancy, while I do it for revenge. He slowly creeps his way towards them, still staring, not blinking. He was covered in blood, not his, but everyone else's. Villain 1 and 2. No. Stay back. Their pleas fell on deaf ears as he just ran and started instantly annihilating everyone. The heroes had just arrived at the scene in most midnight. Present Mike, Lemillion, threw up at the sight. The others Izzumi, Eraser, Night Eye just grimaced and were slightly queasy at what they saw. A massacre. That's all they could describe it as. Limbs and broken bodies littered the floors and halls like leaves on a tree, guts spewed everywhere, the faint sounds of groaning and crying could be heard. Some weren't moving. The heroes knew who did it but couldn't believe that this mysterious person, who they thought was around mid-20s, could do such a thing without affecting their mental state. They slowly and carefully trudged their way through the halls, waiting for the blood to stop appearing, but it seemed to continue on forever. After about 5 minutes of straight walking, they heard the sounds of metal slicing flesh and the screams of a woman. They ran as fast as they could to the source of the noise and found the vigilante stabbing a villain through the chest with his sword, mounting them to the wall. He muttered something that they couldn't catch and then pulled the sword out of her. He turned to look at them and smiled like a demon out of hell. Izuku. Signing, what took you so long? All 6 of the heroines were still in shock at his looks that they didn't notice a figure creeping behind them. The person took a glove off his hand and placed it on the wall, spikes and pillars came shooting out. For the heroes, they noticed it too late, but for Izuku, he saw it coming a mile away. He pushed them all out of the way and sliced and batted them all but got impaled by a spike. Izuku. Gah! Blood and spit came out of his mouth as he clenched the stone spike so hard that it broke apart. As the dust settled, the heroes saw a heavily injured Izuku and a villain that should be dead. Overhaul. Ha ha ha, you fools thought that you could stop me. The only one that could do that is that damn brat. Eraser. Oh shit, Reaper needs medical attention. Fast. All the other heroes thought the same thing, scared and shocked to see their temporary ally. Izuku let out a deep laugh that reverberated around the narrow hall, and even shook everyone's soul. Izuku. Even what I did last time didn't kill you. Damn, you really are a fucking cockroach, you know that right. All heroes, Eraser, were shocked to hear the voice of a man from the Vigilante. They had never thought of him being a male and just assumed that he was female. But they took a moment to realize what he said. Wait, what he did. Is he Yag? Before they could finish their thoughts, Izuku started releasing massive amounts of steam and smoke from his chest and they could see the flesh grow and pull itself together again, just leaving a hole in the boy's vigilante suit. Overhaul. I'm going to kill you. In rage, Overhaul blindly ran towards Izuku but was sent crashing through a door onto the roof by a swift kick from Izuku. The boy dropped his bat and plunged his sword into the ground before following the beaten villain. Izuku. Is that it? I swear that you were stronger last time. How did you survive anyway? Overhaul shakily stood up, clenching his chest. Overhaul. I can manipulate matter to the molecular structure, bastard. It's fucking easy to regrow limbs. He touched the ground and a multitude of spikes, all shapes and sizes, sped towards Izuku. The boy just hardened his fists and legs and just punched, chopped and kicked the incoming concrete. He did get cut a few times but only a bit of blood got on the floor before he healed again. A spike headed for his left arm and he punched the middle of it, throwing the broken pebbles at Overhaul as projectiles. Said villain had to create a wall to defend himself and to save his life. He was starting to feel drained and things started to slow down and get sloppy, letting Izuku find a load of openings, one letting him land a swift punch to the ribs, breaking a few, and a kick to the legs, shattering one kneecap. The villain screamed in pain as he tried to heal but he was out of stamina. He was trying to stand again but heard a voice. Izuku. Regrowing limbs is easy, huh? The villain looked up to see Izuku looking half dead. Izuku. What about regrowing a head? The villain was scared so much that he didn't need to go to the toilet anymore and his leg was getting really wet. He tried running away only to be met with two strong hands roughly grabbing either sides of the villain's head and pressing down really hard, effectively killing the villain. Izuku just stood there, motionless, as if waiting for it to regenerate and fight again. He waited there for a few seconds before turning towards the afraid and shocked heroes. Izuku. Sarcastic. Oh no, I didn't need help, thanks for asking. He then just walks to the edge of the building and jumps before using some wrist ODM gear to swing him like Spider-Man to the ground. It took a few minutes for the heroes to come back to reality, Izzumi being the first. Izzumi. What is he? I want him in UA. The other 5 wanted to refuse but knew that they couldn't change the principal's mind. With Izuku, he had just got home and went to his medicine cupboard. Even though he could regenerate, the pain was still there, meaning that the pain he was reliving in his chest was unbearable. He needed some painkillers or something stronger since he needed some sleep and he didn't want to be late for dropping Eri off at school tomorrow. Time skip. Izuku is 16. Izuku was now 16 and was a very well-built but lean young man. He had doubled his training regimen from all those years ago and it really paid off. He had saved hundreds of lives and donated millions to charities, but mainly those to the Quirkless. Many main villain organizations had been taken down by him on his. He had also built up an entire fan page as well. They called themselves the Little Punishers, as the public had somehow found out his name. He didn't want this to happen though. He didn't like the public. If he was going to be a hero, he would have been an underground hero. Unfortunately, that dream is long gone. If he was correct, and he always is, they should be in the second year of UA by now. UA, the dream high school for anyone or anything that wanted to be a hero. #1 hero school in Japan and #3 in the world, all under control by his very own Aunt Izzumi. He was debating whether to go to the hero school, but he couldn't bring himself to see his past. Speaking of his past, they weren't doing so well these past 8 years. The three tormentors had become more solemn and quiet, only talking when needed and to shout at the bullies. The one most affected was Katsumi. The main reason why all three of them had bullied him was to stop him from being a hero and for him to marry them. But she had let the power get to her head and told the only boy she will ever love to jump of a building. How fucked up was that? Sounds like a plot twist in a very bad fan fiction. Cough cough. After everyone had found out he was All Might, Toshinori had asked Izzumi to be the successor to his quirk, One for All, and to use it in commemoration for Izuku. Quirk. One for All. A stockpile quirk that can be passed down from user to user, getting more powerful each time. It has been doing for 200 years, the user has a boost in physical capabilities when used and has a slight permanent boost in their original quirk. Izzumi had accepted and had trained as much as she could in remembrance of her lost brother. Inko had given up. She had cried for days on end on realizing what she did to her son and then started to do more rescue missions in hope of finding Izuku there. But, contrary to their belief, Izuku was only an hour walk from their house and was having the best time of his life. It was his Snowball's 9th birthday and she was miles ahead of everyone in her class at school, mainly because of Izuku's tutoring and constant testing. They had both grown closer as parent of child, making them trust each other more than any other parent and child would. He had gone out shopping for his daughter for her birthday, just for a little treat that she wanted. But shit just had to go down on his daughter's birthday. His Snowball's birthday. His little girl's birthday. Izuku was pissed. Not only had they disrupted his day, but it was also his princess's birthday. He looked around to see who had the nerve to do this. That was when his heart dropped. Endeavor, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, and them All Might and Psy Storm. Why? Just why did it have to be them? It was at this moment that All Might spoke up. Give up Vigilante, your reign has ended. Izuku. Sorry guys, but you've got the wrong person. Eraser. No we haven't, Jaeger. We're gonna have to take you in. Izuku. Sigh, you got me, but, you know, I'm disappointed in you Toshinori and Inko Yagi. All of the heroes were in shock. Not only did the Vigilante not get nervous when around 6 heroes, but also insulted the number 1 and 5 hero. What do you mean by that villain? Izuku. Ouch, kinda hypocritical to call me a villain after what you did to your son. All Might and Psystorm's faces drained of color after hearing this. Psystorm. How do you know about that? Do you know where he is? She asked this in desperation with hope in her voice. Izuku. Again, ouch. The only guy who knows about your shit is your son. I'll let that sink in. He then just walked up to a nearby bench and sat on it. Waiting for a response. Eraser was the first to realize. Eraser. Cracking voice. Why your Izuku aren't why you? A slow, sarcastic-filled clap sounded throughout the street. Izuku. Bravo, bravo. You always were the best thinker anti-show. That's why I've always been on edge around you. All of the heroes' faces lit up at seeing Izuku again but then paled when they realized his quirk. My son come ho. Izuku. You lost all of your right to call me your son after I turned 4 you blonde-haired, arrogant fucker. All of the heroes were taken aback, even Eraserhead. They had never seen Izuku this angry or ever heard the cinnamon roll swear. After Izuku calmed himself he looked at them with a cold gaze. Izuku. I'm not going back there. I have a daughter now, and I'm not leaving her like everyone else did. He cracked his first finger with his thumb. Izuku. But that said, this is going to be fun. He grinned sadistically and bit down on his hand while running at them. He didn't transform. He looked at Eraser who had red eyes and floating hair. Ignoring the pain in his forethumb, he calmly sighed. Izuku. Anti-show, you're so cool. At the comment, Eraserhead was a blushing mess. Being called cool by a very hot boy no man, was bound to do that. Izuku ran towards the flustered Aizawa and chopped her neck, effectively knocking her out. This all happened in a few seconds. The heroes in shock. He took out a highly experienced pro, without using his quirk. Izuku. Now that the quirk issue is out the way. He cracks his neck. Let the games begin. He clenches his hand, aggravating the wound more and triggering a transformation. The usual layers of bones and flesh appear, covering him like a shell. The once crowded street, now decimated and barren. Once it is all over, the heroes see a behemoth. Titan. ROOOAAARRR. As the heroes looked in fear, the Titan ran up to the heroes, dodging sound waves and pushing through telekinetic power, kicking rocks and swiping hands. But the main problem for Izuku was Endeavor. He was carbonizing the cells, making him unable to regenerate. He had to transform again to be whole again. Izuku. Shit, I might have to go jaw. The Titan claps his hands full Hulk style and starts shrinking to the hero's confusion. Was he giving up? No. The Titan actually shrunk down to 5 meters tall, its once black hair now blonde, its skull went through his face and the jaws and claws became more defined and sharper. The Titan cracked its neck and goes on all fours, getting in a pouncing position. They stood there for a minute in silence until All Might decided to jump into action, hitting him with an ultimate move. AM. Detroit SMAAAASHH. The beast raised its arm to block his attack. As the fists collided, it completely blew the Titan's arm off. The beast roared and swiped at the number 1 hero, hitting him and knocking him into a wall. All Might didn't let up though, with the help of PSY Storm distracting the beast by throwing rocks and boulders and sound waves knocking Wit around, he got close enough to deal a dealt blow to the gut. At this moment, everything stopped. Massive amounts of bloodlust surrounded the heroes, suffocating them. The blonde looked up to see the Titan's face showing only rage. The beast threw the bodybuilder into the air and jumped towards him. It then hardened its hand and slapped All Might straight towards the ground, knocking him out. The remaining heroes looked at the beast, fear evident in their eyes. They broke out of their trance when a deep demonic voice spoke. Titan. 1 down 6 to go. The beast tried swiping Present Mic, only to be incinerated by blue flames from Endeavor. Resorting to Plan 2, Izuku just opens his mouth and leaps towards the groovy hero, getting close before being punched by a flaming fist. Izuku. Jesus Christ, fuck off uncle. The hero then roundhouse kicks the Titan's arm, making it off balance and uppercuts its jaw. The beast roars in pain and staggers back, giving the heroes time to make a plan. Endeavor. Midnight, does your quirk affect this thing? Midnight. I don't know, I've never tried. Hero name. Midnight. Quirk. Somnambulist. She secretes an aroma from her bare skin, making anyone who inhales it fall asleep. Endeavor. Mumbling, well, there's a first time for everything. The then incinerates the Titan's other arm and left leg, making it virtually immobile and creating an opening for Midnight. She runs up to the Titan's nose and rips part of her costume sleeve, releasing a pink gas. The beast struggled for a while but then closed its eyes and stopped moving. They all released a sigh of relief as this was a hard for to beat. As they were starting to celebrate, the Titan's nape started steaming and out came a bloodied and panting Izuku. Before he could say anything, he was wrapped in the newly awakened Aizawa's capture scarf. Eraser. Don't try anything funny, we can still beat you. Izuku just sighed. Izuku. What's gonna happen to me now? Prison. Death row. Endeavor. Nezumi wants to talk to you. It's about Ua and your future. Izuku. Ah, shit. Looks like I can't be a vigilante much longer. All the heroes just sweat drop at his comment until Izuku freezes up. Izuku. What is the time? Present Mic. 4 p.m. Why? Izuku starts to get restless and tears the capture scarf, shocking the heroes. Izuku. Shit. Eri is still at school. He then tries to get away only to be stopped by Inko's telekinesis. Inko. Where do you think you're going, young man? Izuku just got pissed. Izuku. Picking my daughter up from school, is that such a bad thing? Now move out the fucking way, you fake. He then quickly speeds off. The heroes think that he's lying and follow him because, come on, a 16-year-old having a daughter. Who'd believe that? After about 5 minutes of running and jumping, they finally arrive at a school. Just in time to see Izuku hug a crying 9-year-old girl at the gate. They sneak up and try to listen with the conversation. Eri. Papa, I thought you left me. Izuku. I would never snowball, I was caught up with something when I was shopping. Eri. Sniffle. Papa. You're hurt. What happened? Izuku. They found out who I was and they sent heroes. Eri just then broke down again, crying into her father's neck. Eri, what's going to Sob happen to you? Are they Sob going to Sob take you away from Sob me? The heroes felt their hearts squeeze at this statement. They were so caught up in finding the vigilante they forgot to research his private and familial life. Turns out he was telling the truth and had a daughter. Izuku. Serious, listen to me, they can never, I repeat, never take me from you. Even if I have to kill them, okay. Eri giggled in between sobs. Eri, you don't have to kill them, I just want to see you and be with you. If you kill them I can't see you again. She then hugged him. They were like this for a few minutes until Izuku speaks up. Izuku. Alright guys, you can come out now. All the heroes are caught off guard. Did he know they were there at the start or just now? Either way, they just walked out from the alleyway and stood in front of the father and daughter. Izuku raises his hand to shoulder level and points to the sky. Izuku. I'm going to say this once and only once. Everyone looks at him in anticipation. Izuku can see dark spots take over his vision. Izuku. Drowsy, fuck you guys. He then falls backwards and falls unconscious. Everything turned black. Eraserhead paw. The kid pushed himself too far. I sigh. I'm not paid enough for this. He had just passed out and started steaming. By now me, Mike and Midnight were used to it because of our encounters, but All Might and PSY Storm were worried. They didn't know what was happening. This is going to be a pain. Eraser. Calm down you two, he's just healing. After a few more seconds, they calmed down. After the irrational panic, we looked at the child. Was he really he left guardian? All of us look at each other, debating what to do. As we were talking, the girl tugged on my costume's leg. She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Eri. What's going to happen to Papa? I felt my heart squeeze. What were working going to do with her? We didn't know much, but she looked like she was raised well. Wait, how was she raised? Eraser. Kid, was Izuku the only person who took after you? Or was there someone else? Eri thought for a moment before answering. Eri. Papa raised me for 5 years, but a while ago we met a man who looked around his mid-30s and I think he said his name was Eren. He helped Papa control his quirk without losing control. Eraser. Where is he now? We need to see an adult about what to do with him. Eri's face visible fell and she started to sadden. Eri. Mr. Eren died last year. It was because of his quirk. He had a big battle, but because of quirk overuse he only had 13 years to live. I looked at her in sympathy, going through so much at such a young age. We heard a noise and saw a no longer steaming Izuku stirring and waking up. We needed to get Izuku to Ua so we can interrogate him. The kid looks starched to him, so she has to come too. Eraser. Alright kid, we're going to take you and Izuku to Ua so we can ask him questions, alright. The girl just sniffles and nods. All Might picks up the sleeping Izuku and jumps to Ua, leaving us with the child. Time skip. Izuku paw. Aw fuck, it hurts. Last thing I remember is fighting the heroes and those scumbags, getting Eri and... Oh shit, Eri. Get up, get up, get up, get up. He begins thrashing around but is restrained by some straps over his wrists, ankles and waist. The bed is on an angle to make it so he can look forward. He knocks over a lamp off the bedside table which alerts the doctor outside. The door opens to reveal a short old woman with a massive syringe as a walking stick. RG. Hello there Izuku, my name is the youthful hero, recovery girl. I had to stifle a laugh. Izuku. It's okay Grandma Chio, I remember you. The old woman just smiled and waves her hand, signaling for someone to come in. The door opens and in comes Tsukauchi, Endeavor, Eraserhead, Nezumi, Eri, Bitchmite and Saishit. My eyes narrow as I see Inko looking at Eri. Izuku. Eri, get away from those two, they are those people who I talked about. Eri turns to the number 1 and number 5 heroes with an angry face. Eri. You were the ones that hurt Papa. I hate Shu. She runs towards me, jumping on the bed and snuggling into my chest. Izuku. Alright Aunt Nezumi, I don't think that the second smartest being on the planet would keep me here for no reason. Nezumi raises an eyebrow. Nezumi. Second. Who's first? Izuku. You're looking at him. My IQ kept on growing since I left and it is now 329. nearly 50 more than yours. I'm also educated to a university standard and have a degree in quirkology and mechanics. To say the adults were shocked was an understatement, they were flabbergasted. The boy who had disappeared just dropped a bombshell like that. Izzumi. Oh okay Izuku, we are going to ask you some questions to see what we're going to do with you. Izuku. Okay, let's get started. Izzumi. Okay, what's your name? Izuku. Izuku Jaeger. Truth. Izzumi. Okay, next, what is your quirk? Izuku. It's called Titan. I can transform into a multitude of humanoid beings, they range from 5 to 17 meters tall so far, the drawbacks being that I have to harm myself to transform, increased anger and a tendency to swear more often. Truth. Izzumi. Okay, yes, what do you mean by, so far, is there more? Izuku. Bingo. I don't really know myself how many I can turn into. All I know is that all of the ones I have transformed into have been unlocked through extreme training or a surplus of negative emotions. Truth. Izzumi. Okay, can you tell us an overview of your transformations? Izuku. Yeah, I'll give you a copy of my notebook so that you can have a look-see. Izzumi. Okay, thank you for that. She turns to the other heroes. Izzumi. Any questions from you guys? Eraserhead stand up. Eraser. How did you provide for yourself and this kid? It's been 8 years. Izuku. Oh that, easy. For the first few years, I just hunted my food, and then I started a business selling my machinery blueprints for my omnidirectional notional gear. Or more commonly known as ODM gear. As of 3 years ago, I'm a trillionaire. Izzumi. I have a final question. Izuku. Shoot. Izzumi. Will you go to UA and become a hero? Izuku. Ibe always wanted to be a hero, but I was shunned by society. I've been a hero in my own way but it was the wrong way. So, I think no one's pa gonna be this unless I say otherwise. Izuku. I accept. Izzumi. Ah, yes, very good. We shall make some preparations for your dorm and. Izuku. On 4 conditions. Izzumi. Okay, what do you propose? Izuku. Before I start, I want those 2 to be gone. All Might and Inko looked down at the ground in sadness and left the room. Izuku then released a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Izuku. Phew first, I want a bigger form so me and Eri can be together. Izzumi. That may be a prob. Izuku sent a bloodlust-filled glare at her and only so she could feel it. A cold sweat formed on her back. Izzumi. TT that can be made. Izuku. Good. Second, I still want to be able to kill those I deem an S-class villain or a threat to those I deem family's life. I'm free and under no one's jurisdiction. Izzumi. I'll have to get permission for that but it's doable. Izuku. For my third one, I don't want to be put in a relationship just because I'm a male with a quirk, I want it to be of my own choice. Izzumi. The government won't agree with that, nephew, but I'm willing to make an ultimatum. Izuku. Intruded asterisk, I'm listening. Izzumi. How about you have a harem but can only have those who you choose to be a part of it? Izuku. Yeah, sure. I can live with that. But for my final condition, I want to be a teaching assistant. Izzumi. Confused, but why? You're 16 and going to be sharing a dorm building with women. Izuku gives his famous grin. Izuku. Sadistic, oh. Just imagine the looks on my abuser's face when they see that the male trash is better than them in every way. Izzumi matches his grin. Izzumi. Oh ho, you really picked up something in your time alone didn't you Izuku? Yes, we can arrange for that to happen. They both start laughing, making the others in the room get uncomfortable. Eri was getting the most uncomfortable because she was in the middle of it all. Eri. Papa, please stop, it's scary. Izuku wipes a tear from his eye. Izuku. Sorry Snowball. He looks at Izzumi. Izuku. You've either got to be a genius or a madwoman to let me, a murderer, into a hero school. So come on, explain what was your train of thought. Izzumi takes a sip of her tea that magically appeared out of nowhere. This is gonna happen regularly, she just does this. Even I don't know how. Izzumi. Well, first of all, your mere presence at UA will deter most villains that want to invade the school. Secondly, you are a male and have a quirk, you have to go to a hero school to learn how to maximize its potential. And finally, you've helped society so much, that the National Hero Association seems you worth of having a hero license. Izuku was shocked. How could he get a hero license so quickly? He might have already taught himself the hero course syllabus. He might have had to hack into the UA files to get them, which was surprisingly easy by the way. Izuku. But how? There's no way that the civilians will accept me as a hero, I've killed many. Nezumi. I assume that you haven't been in touch with the human society recently, have you? Izuku shook his head. Nezumi. We held a meeting and decided that we shall add you as a new hero and announced it to the public. They wholeheartedly agreed with the situation because of your reputation around town. Izuku was shocked to say the least. He wasn't expecting to be a hero today. Actually, he wasn't expecting to be a hero at all. He was happy with just being a father and a vigilante. Izuku. Sounds like I'll have a fun time. When do I start? Nezumi. In 4 days, that's when classes starts again for the year. Izuku. Alrighty then, Boot. Can you let me out yet? Nezumi remembered that he was still strapped to the bed. As she was about to signal someone to untie him, Midnight walks in the room. Midnight. No, my little hero, we still need some repayment for all of the worry you made us go through. Eraser grabs a water squirt bottle and sprays Midnight. Eraser. No, bad Nemuri, bad. She closes the door and returns to the conversation. Eraser. Please continue. Endeavor then unstrapped the young boy from the bed. Izuku. Ah, that's good. Hold on, what class are those 3 dickwads in? Nezumi. I assume you mean Katsumi, Shoka and Izzumi. They were put in general studies by their parents for the first year of UA. They will be moving up to class 2A though because of their hard work and perseverance that even I can't deny. Izuku. Grumbling, oh, okay. But who am I gonna be a teaching assistant to? Nezumi. You, my nephew, will be a teaching assistant to none other than Shota Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, the homeroom teacher of class 2A. Izuku and Nezumi start smiling again. Izuku. Perfect. Eraser. Okay, that's enough you two. We need Izuku to show us what he's been living in for the past near decade. Izuku. Ooh, yeah, about that. Everyone looks at Izuku. Izuku. Can I keep it still? I wanna have it as a holiday house or a party house. Eraser. Sure, problem child, just show us the shack. Eri and Izuku look at each other and snicker. Let time skip. Endeavor. Eraserhead, Nezumi, Izuku and Eri arrive at his house. Izuku. Welcome my humble abode. He does a mock bow and giggles as everyone looked at the house in front of them. All. EHHHH. Izuku. PFFFT tahahahaha. You should have seen your faces. Endeavor. Kid, how'd you do this? Izuku. This. Half a decade of hard work and study. Anyway, I'll pack our stuff and be off. Izuku and Eri walk into their house and pack all essentials, clothes, toothbrush, etc. They then start to go to Eraser's house. They stood in front of a bungalow. Eraser. It's not much but it's home. Izuku. It'll do for tonight. Me and Eri will move in the UA dorms tomorrow anyway. That night, they both slept soundly, excited for the next day. 4 days had passed in a blink of an eye. Izuku had been spending time with Eri, walking through parks and just going around the city. Finally, it was time for Izuku to be introduced to Class 2A. He had been waiting half a week to rub it in those fuckers' faces when he showed up to class. He had even prepared a speech to embarrass and humiliate them. He was so looking forward to seeing their looks when he reveals himself to the class. Eri. Papa, you're creepy, smiling again. Izuku. Oh, sorry sweetheart, I'll try to stop doing it. Around you. As they arrived at Eri's school, they heard a scuffle in an alleyway. Izuku. Sigh, next to a school as well, how desperate can you get? Eri looked up at Izuku. Izuku. I'll deal with it, you run along now. He gave her a kiss on the head and walked down the alley. As he did so, he took his hair out of his bobble and put his new and improved mask on. He walked around a corner to see an older woman with short spiked hair holding a younger girl to a wall. The girl had pink hair and skin, yellow eyes but had black where the white should be, yellow horns on her head and was wearing the UA uniform. Girl. PP please stop. We're both women here. Woman. Well little missy, there aren't a lot of men around here or there. What can I do when you're provoking me with that body of yours? She licks her lips lustfully. Izuku. Taking a note out of your book Katsumi. Izuku. Deep and demonic, who dares make a problem in my territory? The woman freezes and shakily looks at him, fear in her eyes. Woman. She. But. Izuku. I'm disgusted with that behavior, either run or die. The woman nervously looked at him and desperately replied. Woman. Why yeah, who are you to tell me what to do? Izuku. Smirks, who am I? A dark aura of darkness and death is released by him. Izuku. I am the protector of this city, defender of the innocent, bearer of hope, a symbol of vengeance and punishment. I am Reaper. The woman by now had already ran away and maybe pissed herself, looking at the water marks on the ground. Izuku then turns off his bloodlust and walks towards the girl. He is probably going to be her teacher after all, he has to be a good one at least. Girl. Stay back. What do you want from me? Izuku. Normal voice. I don't want you to do anything. What's your name, kid? Mina. Mina Ashido, sir. Izuku. What are you doing here, down this alleyway? Shouldn't you be at school? I presume. Mina. I was going to but that woman dragged me off the street and now I'm going to be late and probably expelled. Izuku looked at her sad face. Izuku. You have Aizawa, don't you? Mina. Surprised, you know Aizawa-sensei. Izuku. She's an old friend, shall we say. Don't worry, I'll get you out of any punishment. Mina. Really? Thank you, sir. Izuku. Meh, it's okay, but you may wanna go on my back, we'll get there quicker by roof hopping. Mina nodded and goes onto his back. Time skip to Izuku. There we go, Let's get started. Mina. He looked back to see a windswept Mina. Izuku. PF wahahaha. Mina just pouted. Mina. Meanie. Izuku. Sorry, let's go inside. They go through the entrance by using Mina's ID badge and enter the building. It was massive, as in they had been walking for a solid 5 minutes and they had just gotten to the Class 2A door. They could hear the chatter. Mina. Well, I guess this is where we say goodbye. Izuku. Who said anything about goodbye? He takes off his mask and opens the door. He is presented with two girls shouting at each other, one of which, who looked very familiar, was down and had her feet on a desk and the other had blue hair and was shouting at the other. Izuku. Leave it up to Katsumi to mess things up on her first day. Blue-haired girl. Take your feet off the desk this instant. You are disgracing the seniors and the makers of these desks. Katsumi. I don't care about them, what is it to you, anyways? Blue-haired girl. Apologies, my name is Tenulita and I am from some private show. Katsumi. Oh, so you're an elite, huh? I'ma have fun crushing you. Lita. Posh gasp. Crushing. Are you sure you want to be a hero? Arm chopping. Izuku had enough of the noise and decided to do something. He walked up to Katsumi and swiped her legs off the desk and pushed the desk up to her chest. He then looked at Lita. Izuku. Better. Lita. Who are you? Izuku. A friend of your sensei. Speaking of your sensei. He looked towards the sleeping bag on the floor. Izuku. Oi Aizawa, wake up. Everyone in the room was shocked. Who do they think they are to speak to a teacher like that? A girl stood up to tell the stranger off. Lita. Excuse me, that is indefinitely rude and completely irresponsible. Izuku cut the girl off by releasing some bloodlust. The class froze and the girl then sat down. Aizawa looked towards Mina. Aizawa. Mind explaining to me why you're late? Before she could answer, Izuku cut her off. Izuku. I can answer that, Eraser. He then goes on to explain everything that happened between them. Eraser. Okay, your lucky Reaper was there to save you, thank you by the way Vigilante. Lita. Sensei, what do you mean Vigilante? That's illegal. As class president, I shall catch him. The exhausts on her legs fired up and she launched herself at Izuku. Lita. Recipro burst. She swung her leg down towards Izuku's arm. The boy knew that the girl couldn't win this fight, so he was going to scar these kids to teach them a lesson. He shot a glance at Aizawa and she nodded. He looked back at the incoming leg nonchalantly. The leg hit his arm and launched him into the wall, ripping his arm off at the elbow as a result. The pain was great, but it wasn't something he couldn't handle. He decided to put on a little show. He grabbed his now stump of an elbow and screamed, "Izuku! Hhhhhhhh!" The whole class looked at the scene in front of them in shock and horror. Lita looked at the arm across the room and froze. She didn't want this. Izuku glared at her. "Izuku, what did you do?" "Lita, I didn't want this to happen. You were disobeying the law." She began to cry. "Izuku. Okay, that's enough. Izuku. Ha 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 ha." The stump started steaming. "Izuku. That should teach you. Class 2A. What? Izuku. Never underestimate your opponent." Aizawa stops him before he could scar them further. "Aizawa. Thank you for that, Reaper. Now everyone shut up. Introduce yourself to the class please, Reaper." The class waited in anticipation. "Izuku. My vigilante name is Reaper. Gender. Male. Quirk. Crystallized healing. I can regenerate any wound and cover it with a crystal substance. Drawback stamina use. I already know all of you because I'm Yo. Class 2A. Quirk." All of the class were in shock. First of all, he was a male with a quirk, and second, he had a powerful and versatile one as well. Izuku. Irritated, "Yes, Quirk, and if you let me finish, I already know you all because I am Aizawa's new teaching assistant." Class 2A. "Huh. Aizawa. You heard him right, my assistant. Now shut up before I expel you." She activated her quirk, her eyes glowed red and her hair started to float. The class, knowing Aizawa's reputation for the most expelled students, quietened down immediately. "Aizawa. Good, now put these PE uniforms on now. I expect you to be at the training field in 10 minutes, a minute late and you know the consequences." She then left the room. Izuku looked around and saw the pupils' expressions. There were some fear, pity, a few disgust and even sadness. "Izuku. Before you all talk, I want to remind you of why I just said, don't underestimate your opponent, including me. I may be male but, because of my training, I can take on All Might." The once various expressions of the pupils transformed into a collective one of shock. Class 2A. All Might level. Too powerful. Izuku was about to leave the room but Aizawa returned to the room. "Aizawa. Before I forget, Reaper, you're doing the test as well." Izuku. "Okay." Izuku may have looked calm in the outside but he was very angry in the inside. Izuku. "Ah. Why have you forsaken me, Andy Shoo? He grabbed the biggest uniform they had and started to walk away but then remembered something. Izuku. "But there's only female changing, where am I gonna change?" A shit-eating grin then placed itself on Aizawa's face, one that Izuku knew too well from all his years of patrols. "Just no stubble, Izuku. Oh fuck, something ain't right." Aizawa. "Nezumi, in all her mighty knowledge, couldn't predict that I'd do this, so you have to change in the same changing area." The whole class blushed at this statement while Izuku just groaned. Izuku. "Alright fine, but you girls better not try anything funny." He shoots a glare at the flustered class and begins to walk towards the changing rooms. The class all look at each other and decide to follow. As the girls got there, they saw Izuku leaning against the wall. Izuku. "Alright, this is how it's gonna work, you change in there and I'll wait for you to finish, then I'll go change. I'm not gonna I'm just putting their names because I'm tired." Kirishima. "Whoa, that's very womanly or manly." Mina. "Thanks Reaper Sensei." Suyu. "Yeah, thanks." Hiro. Izuku. "Whatever, just change already." After the girls go in the changing room, he put his mask on and closed his eyes. With the girls, The girls were discussing our favorite Titan. Mina. So, what does everyone think to our new hunk of a teacher? Most of the girls blushed. Ochako. Blushing, huh. What do you mean? Juro. Blushing, why yeah, I mean, he is cute and all, but he's our teacher, we can't say that. Lita. Yes, I agree, he is our teacher and even if you talked like that, he's male, I don't even know why he is here. Most girls looked at her in confusion and anger whilst some silently agreed with the blue-haired girl. Mina. Well, I think he is very muscular and handsome. I wonder what he's packing. Bang bang. There was a bang on the door. Izuku. Outside. I can still hear you, please either speak quieter or ask me yourself. Now all of the girls are blushing, the new male teacher could hear what they were saying. After they had all gotten changed and had left the room, Izuku took his turn and started changing. The girl, being the curious bunch they are, sent Hagakure as she is invisible inside to take some photos. They had also opened the door a little so they could see as well. Izuku knew this was happening and wanted to tease them a bit. Izuku. Joining this school was the best decision ever, there's never a calm moment. He then took his jacket off in a slow manner and removed his t-shirt, showing his abs in all their glory. But what attracted the girls wasn't his muscular body, but his scars. They were shocked at the sight. Throughout all of his bullying and vigilantism, he had racked up quite the amount. Shoka, who had received quite a large burn over her left eye because of major overuse of her fire and refusal of her ice, because that's the side she used on Izuku. Bet you didn't see that coming, did ya? Felt like she didn't go through anything compared to this man in front of her. Actually, the three abusers felt that the scars seemed familiar and as if they had seen them before. Izuku started stretching his arm and looks, closed-eyed, at where Hagakure is hiding. He then opens his eyes and winks at her, startling the girl as she yelped and ran out of the room through the open door, crashing and knocking into all the other females in the process. Izuku barked out a laugh. Izuku. Wahahaha. Served you right, you sneaky perverts. He then got changed and walked outside, where the class and Aizawa were waiting. Izuku. Sorry for the wait everyone, this uniform is made for a girl not a boy, so yeah. The uniform was very tight and outlined every muscle and crevice, not leaving out a single detail. Cough cough. Most girls got a nosebleed looking at him. Izuku. Just carry on with the lesson, Aizawa. Aizawa. Alright, now everyone's here, we can start class. Today we are going to do a quirk apprehension test. We're going to be doing regular physical tests, but you can incorporate your quirks whenever you see fit. You will be ranked in each event and an overall score. Whoever is last and I deem unfit and having no potential, shall either be expelled or moved to general studies. Any questions? Izzumi. What? Me? Shoka and Katsumi just got here from Gen Ed, we can't just go back there. It's not fair. Before Aizawa could respond, Izuku said something. Izuku. Fair, huh? Izuku Yagi ring a bell. All three looked at him. Katsumi stomped over to him, grabbed the collar of his top and tried to lift him up. Quite hilarious as she was only 5 feet 6 while he was 6 feet 3. Katsumi. Oi, you male trash. What do you know about him? Izuku just glared and growled at her. Izuku. Deep, more than you think, Katsumi. Now, I'd let go before I get my pay reduced for hurting a child. He released a tiny amount of bloodlust directed at her. She immediately faltered and let go, walking away and touching in the process. The class were just curious who this Izuku person was and how they made Katsumi react like that. One of them started to remember something that happened many years ago. Momo. Izuku. Aizawa. Now that's over and done with. The tests we have to do are ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, long distance run, grip strength, repeated side steps, seated toe touch and sit-ups. Reaper. You do all of these tests last to show them what you can do. Izuku. Alright, that's okay. Aizawa. Good. Now, Katsumi, what was your best ball throw in middle school? Katsumi. TCH, 60 meters. Aizawa. Alright, now do it with your quirk. Katsumi. Smirk, hee, better hold to something extras. She catches the ball thrown at her and gets into a pitcher's position. She reeled back her arm and threw with an added explosion to catapult it further. Katsumi. Die. Class. Die. They waited a few seconds for the ball to land. Katsumi. How's that teach? Aizawa. These tests are here to show you your current limits. Aizawa shows a screen with numbers saying 705.2 m. Aizawa. I'll expel whoever comes last, so, if you want to survive, go beyond. Class. Plus Ultra. Izuku just grabbed his head in pain and annoyance. Izuku. Too loud. The class then started to do the tests and stretch. Time skip after all tests. After all the tests were done, it was Izuku's turn. Aizawa. Alright sub, it's your turn now. First is the 50-meter dash. Izuku. Don't wanna shatter their pride too hard yet, maybe 40% will do. Izuku goes into a sprinter's position and waits for the sign to go. As soon as the robot starts to speak, Izuku has left his spot and is halfway across the track. By the time he is at the end, the robot announces his time. Robot. 2.86 seconds. The class were in shock. He had a healing quirk, not a speed quirk. Even Lita, whose quirk is directly linked to speed and got first, only got 3.48 seconds. Kaminari. Yo, how do you do that? Izuku. Shit ton of training. Izuku ended up placing first on every other event. Standing long jump. Cleared the sand. Grip strength. Broke it. Repeated side steps. One Punch Man intensifies. Long distance run, push-ups, sit-ups. Told to stop. Seated toe touch. Quite flexible, like a cat. Now it was the ball throw. He was in the circle, stretching when Aizawa's capture scarf came flying towards him. Him, being better than everyone, caught the scarf and looked the woman in the eye. Izuku. Really Aizawa? Sigh. What have I done now? Aizawa. Stop holding back. If what I've seen so far is correct, you're only using around 60%, right? The class weren't in shock anymore at this statement. The man had already shocked them too many times today anyway. They looked to Izuku for his response, only for him to gesture down with his first finger. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Aizawa. 50%. Izuku shook his head. Aizawa. 40%. Izuku. Meh, somewhere around there. Aizawa. You really are a problem child. Sigh, do this one with your full power or you'll be fired. Izuku. Fiend, why does everyone want to see my full power? He reels back his arm and gets in a throwing stance. He transfers the strength from his quirk into his arm along with his gained strength from training. Izuku. Your mom. He throws the ball with 100% power. Izuku. Gay. Class. What? Dust was blown everywhere and a crater was built around Izuku. He looks at his arm to see little cuts up the sides. Izuku. That's new. Steam was generated from the cuts, and to not raise suspicion, he added some crystal over the top. After all the steam had stopped, he looked towards the flabbergasted class. Izuku. Sue, how far? Aizawa had her shit-eating grin on. She turned the screen to show the score. Class. 69,420 meters. Izuku burst out laughing. Izuku. Woo, let's go. I thought it wouldn't make it, but boy was I wrong. Aizawa. Ignoring his outburst, here are the rankings. 1. Reaper. 2. Izzumi Yagi. 3. Shoka Todoroki. 4. Momo Yaoyorozu. 5. Katsumi Bakugo. 6. Tenya Lita. 7. Fumikage Tokiyami. 8. Mezzo Shoji. 9. Mikasa Ackerman. 10. Mashirao Ojiro. 11. Eijiro Kirishima. 12. Mina Ishido. 13. Ochako Uraraka. 14. Koji Koda. 15. Rikido Sato. 16. Tsuyu Asui. 17. Yoga Aoyama. 18. Honta Siro. 19. Denki Kaminari. 20. Kyoka Jiro. 21. Tori Hagakuri. 22. Minoru Mineta. A girl with purple balls for hair starts crying, her eyes begin darting left and right. Aizawa. Mineta, pack your stuff and get out, you're expelled. The girl is now crying rivers and babbling nonsense. Mineta. But I can't, I've not even touched Yaoyorozu's boobs yet. Yes, some girls are going to be lesbian or summit, I dunno. She leapt towards Momo and was going to grab her but was caught in the vice grip of Izuku. Said man just slowly looks at the midget. Izuku. You heard the teacher, now get out before I make you. Mineta. What are you gonna do, male? You have no power over me, you are below the air I breathe. Izuku had heard enough. He grabbed the midget by the neck and held her in the air. He put crystal over his head and shaped it to create a monster's face. He then transformed his vocal cords into the beast titans but smaller to make his voice deep and demonic. Also a little reference. Izuku. Eyes, lungs, pancreas. So many snacks, so little time. Actually, on second thought. He opens his mouth and goes to bite her head off. Mineta struggles in his hand and tries to get free. Aizawa. Reaper, don't do it. It's not worth it and it's too much paperwork. Izuku removed the crystal mask. Izuku. Fine, but I get to kick her out of the school grounds, right? Aizawa. Sure. Izuku. He then raised the perplet above his head and drop kicks her over the school fence. Izuku. And it's out of there. He then bows to the class who were still frozen in fear. Izuku. I thank you for your hospitality. And may that serve as a warning for those who wanted to do what she did. Aizawa. Alright, the syllabus is on your desk in class, go there for your next lesson. Class. Yes, sensei. As they were walking into the school, Izuku got a tap on the shoulder. He turned to see Momo. Izuku. Huh, what does Momo want? Momo. Reaper sensei, can I speak with you in private? Izuku. Sure. They then walk to the side of the building where they see a peeking All Might. Izuku. Angered, what do you want, number one? All Might. I wanted to check on my daughter and so. Izuku. Deep, you lost that privilege long ago, now go away before I get even more angry. The hero's completion falters for a second before falling into a defeated look and walking away. Izuku. Sorry you had to see that, now what is it you want, Yaoyor? Slap. Izuku's head is turned to the right after the impact and he can hear ringing in his left ear. What did he do to deserve this? Oh, yeah, that night. Flashback 3 years ago, Izuku is in his vigilante suit with a missing left arm and multiple gunshot wounds. He's wandering from building to building, trying to outrun his pursuers. He was ambushed by the League of Villains while he was on his daily patrol. He had knocked out Handjob before she got teleported and a few other thugs. He was now being chased by a villainess named Muscular because of her quirk, muscle augmentation. It enabled her to enlarge her muscles and increase strength as well. Izuku stopped her from killing the Waterhose duo and she attacked him in revenge. She was also bloodied and beaten but not as bad as Izuku. She had one missing eye and a broken arm. Izuku ran behind a building and waited for her to follow. As soon as she turned the corner, Izuku took out his bat and hit her in the face, knocking her out. Izuku was exhausted, his stump was regenerating slowly but he would die of blood loss if it kept going at this rate. He needed a bigger area to transform so the healing was instantaneous. Izuku immediately thought of one place, the Yaoyorozu mansion. It was only 5 minutes away and it had enough space to transform. When he got to the mansion, there was Momo in the garden. She heard a noise and turned to see a bloodied vigilante with a missing arm. She ran up to him, creating bandages while doing so. Momo. Sir, your arm. You need medical attention. Izuku. Izuku. Wait, Momo. How did you know it was me? He reached to feel his face, only to find a broken mask. Izuku. Shit, Momo, I need you to keep this a secret, okay? And I need you to get a doctor. Momo. Oh, okay, I'll be back in a minute, don't die. As she runs into the house, Izuku raises his remaining arm. Izuku. Fuck, this is going to hurt. He flattens his hand and slaps where his arm should be, triggering a transformation. Lightning strikes as a beast emerges from the dust. Titan. Rooaarrr. The beast then settles and kneels. Steam comes off its nape as Izuku pops out, fully healed. Izuku. Finally, my arm is back. I thought that I would have to use my non-dominant hand for Maste. Take 2 FUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU Momo gets back. He jumps off the steaming giant and runs off towards the sewers as Momo comes back, seeing only steam. Momo. Steam. Where's Izuku? Izuku. Izuku. She runs around, only to find nothing. She starts to cry. Momo. Crying, where is he? Flashback end. Momo. Crying, why did you go that night? Izuku. I'm sorry, okay. I didn't want you to be seen with me and to be captured or targeted or something. I didn't want you to be in harm's way because of me. And the best way to do that was to never see you again. He looked down. Izuku. If there's anything you want me to do for you, I'll be happy to do it. Momo. Okay, I have a question and a request. Izuku. Shoot. Momo. My question is, how old are you? Izuku. Oh yeah, you don't know, do you? I'm 16. Momo. What, but you look 20. How? Izuku. As I said to Kaminari, a shit ton of training. Now, your request. Momo suddenly blushed and got flustered. Momo. Will you be my boyfriend? Izuku. Excuse me, it almost sounded like you said for me to be for boyfriend. Momo just nodded shyly. Izuku studied her for a second before opening his arms. Izuku. Of course, why wouldn't I accept? I would love to be your boyfriend. The girl's face lit up and she jumped into his embrace, crying into his neck, not wanting him to leave again. They stood there for a few minutes before Izuku broke the silence. Izuku. We better get back before next lesson. Momo. Sniffle yeah. They walked to the changing rooms, hand in hand. After Momo's confession, the couple walked to the changing room. The girls were suspicious and questioned why she and Izuku was late. Momo. Oh, I had to air but. As she was trying to come up with an excuse, Izuku knocked on the door, gaining everyone's attention. Izuku. She wanted to know my real name but I refused to answer. Sue. You know Reaper-sensei, you can change in here with us. Hiro. All the girls minus Lita hummed in agreement. Little to the girls' knowledge, Izuku had turned beet red. Izuku. I don't think that will be necessary. Lita. Hump. Maybe it's because all of his strength is compensating for something and is insecure. Wouldn't surprise me, if I were him. Izuku stopped stuttering and opened the door, making all of the girls blush. He walks up to the blue-haired girl, glaring at her. Izuku. There is one thing you don't do to a male, and that is insult his member. He kept walking until he was right in front of her face. Izuku. But of course, you being the feminist you are, you had to break that rule. Well, in honor of my fellow men, I will prove you wrong. I will prove that men aren't inferior in any way, we can be better. The then backs away a few feet and takes off his shirt, revealing his toned torso and scars. Izuku. Now get changed before I let my instincts let loose. He flashes a dirty smile, making all girls blush this time. After the changing incident, it was time for lunch. Izuku wasn't allowed to sit with the teacher as he was 16 and he thinks that Izzumi and Midnight have something planned for him with his students. The hall was big and it had enough room for all of the students. Lunch Rush, in Izuku's opinion, was the best cook out there. He thought that the cook's food could put Gordon Ramsay's to shame. He had ordered some curry and rice and he was sat with Momo, Kirishima, Uraraka and Mina. They were talking about favorite heroes and quirks until a lunch tray hit Izuku's head. He looked up to see a medium-sized girl with blonde hair and crazed eyes look at him. Monoma. Oh, sorry about that, it seemed that my tray couldn't help but hit that big, male head of yours. Ha ha ha. The girls at Izuku's table knew that this egotistical shit had messed up. Izuku didn't take sexism very lightly. Their thoughts were confirmed when Izuku's just cheerful voice was now monotone with a hint of malice. Izuku. Care to repeat what you just said? Monoma. I said, why did Ua accept male scum like you? Huh. The girls looked at Izuku who's just had a dark aura around him. The blonde girl just leaned against a pillar. Monoma. What? Cat got your tongue. Seems like you males can't do anything. I bet that Yaoyorozu there is only using you as a breeding slave. The bimbo is flashing her money on you to persuade as well. Ha 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 ha. Shing. She was cut off by something flashing past her vision and embedding itself next to her head in the pillar. She shakily looked at it and saw a hero license. Monoma. AW what? This must be fake right. She looks around the now silent dinner hall to see everyone looking at her in pity. They had all heard rumors about the male vigilante called Reaper teaching here now. and by knowing this, they knew about his famed merciless slaughter on the battlefield. Seeing the looks on her classmates' faces, the girl gulped and knew she had messed with the wrong person. As she was about to try and flee, massive amounts of bloodlust rushing at her. She fell to her knees because of the pressure and fearfully looked at the man in front of her. Izuku. I'm able to deal with insults towards me, I've been putting up with that for years. But insulting my personal students? Oh, no, that is a sin that cannot be redeemed. He slowly walks towards her and draws his blade from its scabbard. The girl's eyes widen seeing this, she starts to panic. Monoma. You see can't kill. Me. Heroes don't kill. Izuku chuckles darkly. Izuku. Oh, I love it when they're desperate. Oh, so you didn't read the license I presume. She looks at the card in her hands and almost faints. Why did it have to be this guy of all people? Monoma. Why you're Izuku. Reaper, I would say it's a pleasure but it's quite the opposite at the moment. I may change my hero name though, Reaper is a bit menacing. Maybe I can be a symbol of reaping. Monoma closed her eyes as Izuku raised his sword, preparing a slash, but was stopped by the school's PA. PA. Can Reaper report to the principal's office please? Reaper to the principal's office please, thank you. Izuku sighs and sheaths his sword. Izuku. Well, seems like our fun was put on hold for today. Don't die yet will you? I want that pleasure. He gives her a smile full of malice then walks towards the hallway. Time skip to principal office. Izuku opens the door to see his aunt sitting at a desk with a chess mat in front of her, all set up. Nazumi. Ah, Izuku, you're finally here. Come, sit down. He nods and sits at the chair opposite her. Nazumi gestures to the board and they both start playing. Izuku. There must be another reason to why I'm here, now just to play chess. Nazumi. Chuckles, as sharp as ever. Izuku, this is to test your mental state. You see, some of the teachers are afraid of you and what you've done. So we agreed for you to have 2 tests for you to do. This one, which is the strategical and mental one, and a physical one you will do tomorrow for Class 2A's hero lesson tomorrow. Izuku. Ah, I see. It seems that although through all of my planning and prediction, they didn't find the letter, quite disappointing to be honest. Nazumi. Curious, oh. A letter, what did it contain? Izuku. It was a test of how much they missed me and how much they wanted to find me. In the letter, there was the location of where I was staying and a reassurance that I wouldn't turn to villainy. As it was made of paper and all I did most of the time back then was write about quirks, if they wanted to find me, they should have just looked in. Nazumi. Your journals. Of course. But where were the journals? We searched the entire room. Izuku. Ah. This is where my young genius mind came into play. I put it where no one expected, all of my journals, in a box, hidden in the last place you would look. He smirked mischievously. Izuku. In my little sister's room. Nazumi was shocked. To have such a calculating and sadistic mind at such a young age it was scary. Nazumi. Thank God he's on our side. Izuku then places a bishop and won the match. Izuku. Checkmate. I'm so smart. He put one hand behind his head and wore a goofy smirk. Nazumi. And there he goes, back to regular Izuku. She shivers, mind racing at all of the possibilities that Izuku could do as a villain. It's the end of the day now and everyone is in the dorm rooms. They were sat in a circle, talking about the day and their new teacher. Sue. So what do you think to Reaper Sensei? Ribbit. Kirishima. Well, I think he's really manly. The girls nod in agreement. Mina. Yeah, and cute too. How old do you think he is? Some girls blush at his statement. At this moment, Izuku opens the door and hears what Mina said. Izuku. Well, if you really wanna know, just ask, it's not hard. The girls turn to look at him in surprise. Siro. How long have you been there? Izuku. Long enough to hear what Mina said. The girls look at him in anticipation. Izuku. What, girls? Your age. Izuku. Oh, that, you didn't ask so I just sort of figured you didn't want to know. Lita. Ha, a perfect show of male stupidity. He can't do anything. She looks at him with a disdainful and smug look. Izuku just flips her off. Izuku. Well, if you really want to know, I'll give you a hint. The class wait. Izuku. I'm going to pick up my daughter now, and if anyone wants to come, you can join. The girls were quite shocked. He had a daughter. And he said it so casually that it didn't sound like a big deal. Most girls didn't want to go, but 4 did. They put their hands up and waited. Izuku. Surprised, oh, okay. You 4 get ready, I'm heading out in 10 minutes. Ochako, Jiro, Momo and Mina nod and run away to their bedrooms. Izuku. Okay, I'm getting changed now, don't get any ideas. As he walks off, the girls instantly set a plan to sneak into his room. Shiro. I think we should take a peek. They blush at the statement. Kirishima. But that's not womanly. Kaminari. Yeah, but he took a look at us while we were changing. All. Okay then. They sneak over to his dorm room and see a half-dressed Izuku, wearing shorts and putting his shirt on. The girls get nosebleeds and have steam coming out of their ears. Izuku. Though I said don't get any ideas. The girls come back to their senses and question about him more. Hagakuri. So, how old is your daughter? Izuku. She's 9 right now, and she's the best thing to ever happen to me. The girls look in shock as they see Izuku smiling, not with a sadistic one or an angry one, but one full of joy and happiness. Tokiyami. When's your birthday? Izuku. The 15th of July. Izzumi. Hey. That's my birthday as well. That's cool. We're like twins. Izuku. Cold, wasn't Izuku your twin? She shut up. The class were just interested about who this Izuku was but didn't ask as they didn't have the confidence. Sue, being the most straightforward one, asked. Sue. Who's Izuku? The room turned cold. Izzumi. Well, he's. Izuku. He was her twin brother. The girls looked at Izzumi in curiosity. Shiro. You didn't mention having a brother. Izzumi just started stuttering and Katsumi and Shoka just looked down. Izuku. I'll answer that, he was her brother but ran away after he snapped. Kirishima. What do you mean, snapped? Izuku. First of all. He points towards Shoka, Izzumi and Katsumi. Izuku. What do you think of them 3? Kirishima. Although we haven't talked well, they seem pretty chill, why do you ask? Izuku. Sneer, well what would you think if I said that they beat Izuku to near death every day, just because he couldn't control what he was, a quirkless male. The girls looked at them in shock and horror. Before they could say anything, they walk into the common room. As they do, they see the 4 girls talking, 3 are blushing while 1 is smirking smugly. They turn to see Izuku and the rest of the class. All 4. So, how do we look? Izuku was stunned. He was so focused on training and airy that he forgot about women and relationships. If you looked closer, on Izuku's stoic face, there was a faint dusting of pink on his cheeks. Izuku's stunning. Now, are we gonna stand talking or are we going to pick up my daughter? The 4 blush and nod. They walk out of the room and out of the building. As they are walking down the street, Mina decides to start a conversation. Mina. Sue, Reaper-sensei. Izuku. Just call me Jaeger. Mina. What? Izuku. It's my last name. When we're in private and out of school time, just call me Jaeger. That goes for you 3 as well, I see you as close friends. Mina. Surprised, okay, anyway. What is your type of women? Blushing. Izuku. Curious, what? Why do you ask? Jiro. Well, Ochako. Momo kinda. Mina. Told us. Izuku looked at Momo. She looked away whistling. He just softly smiled and shook his head. Izuku. What happened to keeping it a secret? It's literally been hours. Momo. Holds hands up. Well, they are my best friends and they were suspicious. They were very persuasive. Izuku chuckled. Izuku. Meh, it's all right, as long as they keep it a secret, I'm fine with them knowing. Jiro. Well, there's one thing we want to know. The boy looks at the 3 ladies. Izuku. Huh, what's that? Ochako. Well actually we want to ask 2 things. First, how old are you? Izuku. Why does this sound familiar? Mina. If there's a big age difference between you and Momo, we need to know. Izuku just laughed. Izuku. Huh, she told you that we are dating, but didn't tell you my age. That's hilarious. Ochako. Sue. Izuku. Oh, I'm 16. 17 in a few months. The three girls were shocked. Juro. But you look like you're in your early 20s. Ochako. And how are you a teacher at this age? Mina. Did you guys just forget something? He has a daughter at 16. Ochako. Juro. Oh yeah, how? Izuku. Adoption. Oh, JM. Oh, okay. Izuku. Where were you going with this conversation again? Mina. Well, Momo. Well, you know when you were getting changed, they cornered me and asked about me and you. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Momo. And they want to ask you something. Izuku looked at them questioningly. They all blushed and shifted. Juro. Blushing, well, we all wanted to know something. Ochako. Blushing, we may not be the best looking. Mina. But we want to ask you. Oh, JM. Will you go out with us? Izuku was stunned. Not only did three girls confess to him, but they were all good looking and kind as well. He looked at Momo, as if questioning why she hadn't flipped out yet. Momo. I've already answered them. I said as long as I'm the main, I'm fine with it. He looked at the girls who were waiting in anticipation. He does the same thing that he did for Momo, he opens his arms and warmly smiles at them. Izuku. I accept, now come here. The three girls jump onto him and cry into his chest. After a minute or so, Momo speaks up. Momo. Now girls, we need to make it official. The girls nod and look at Izuku. Izuku. What do you mean? He was cut off by all four girls kissing him on his cheeks. When they lean back, they see a bright red Izuku, babbling gibberish. Ochako. Giggles, I think we broke him. Juro. Chuckle, yeah. Momo. Alright, it's time to get his daughter back from school now, okay? Mina. Oh, yeah. Let's go. She grabs the still red Izuku and start walking towards the school just down the road. Izuku. What has happened to my life? Izuku had started to function again and now had four girls in his harem. Izuku. Geez, looks like Eri has a few mothers. Oh shit, how am I gonna tell Eri? What Izuku didn't realize is that he said that aloud and the four girls were now furiously blushing at the thought of being a mother to Izuku's child. Mina stated to drool a bit. They snapped out of the trance to see that they have arrived at Eri's school. Izuku looked towards the girls beside him. Izuku. So you gonna follow me or wait here? They say that they're going to wait so that he can explain everything to Eri. He nods and makes his way to the front of the school. As he walks up, many women look up to him in surprise or lust, mostly lust. The shirt he was wearing was pretty tight and didn't leave anything to the imagination, and he was rather tall, something that women tend to like. He ignored the stares and continued his walk to the door. As he got there, he was looking for Eri until, Eri. Daddy. He turned to see a white blur crash and snuggle into his chest. Izuku. Whoa, calm down Snowball, it's only been a few hours. Eri. But it felt like forever. Izuku just chuckled and held her hand while walking back through the gates of her school. Izuku. So, how was school today? Eri. It was easy for me. We did some multiplication of three-figure digits and then some reading time. But that's not important. How was your first day at UA? Izuku. Okay, where to start? Well, I scared a bunch of children, absolutely annihilated a bunch of children, expelled a child and, mumbles, maybe got a few girlfriends. Eri. What was that, Papa? It almost sounded like you said that you, someone who shows little emotion except anger and sadism, got a few girlfriends. Izuku. Well, Eri then squealed and started questioning him. Eri. Who are they? Are they nice? What are their names? What are their quirks? Are they pretty? Do they like you? Mumble. Izuku just sweat dropped. Izuku. Eri, you're mumbling again. Huh, just like I used to do at her age. Eri then snapped out of it and shyly tugged on her dress. Eri. Oh, sorry. Izuku. It's okay, sweetheart. Anyway, they wanted to see you and they are here. Eri. Excited, really? I get to see them. Izuku. Yeah, they're right around the corner. As he was about to finish the sentence, he saw his four new girlfriends cornered by the woman from this morning and four more women. Izuku was livid, his pupils shrunk and he gained a feral grin. He spoke to Eri in a scarily calm voice. Izuku. Eri, You can sit this one out, Papa is going to have some fun. Eri. Okay Papa, don't hurt them too badly. He just nodded and took an earpiece from his pocket. He tapped a button on the side and is transformed into his prototype vigilante mask. He slowly walked up to them and he heard their conversation. Woman. Oh, I thought I lost you this morning my sweet, and it looks like you brought your friends as well. She licks her lips. Woman. And looks like your knight in shining armor isn't here Pinky, you are so teasing. Izuku's eye twitched and constructed further if that was possible. Izuku. Oh, you have just done fucked up. Everyone instantly turned to the source of the noise and saw the man in a mask. The woman's face fell of all color as she knew what was about to happen. Woman. Please. I was joking. You gotta believe me. Izuku. Oh, joking was it. Tell me what was the punchline. Was it when you raped them? Or when you died? He then disappeared from everyone's view and reappeared in front of the woman with a fist covered in blue crystals in her face. The force of the punch instantly killed her. The other 4 women shakily looked at his bloody figure as he says something that will scar them for life. Izuku. You get out of here right now and say nothing of this moment, and you might just live. They all furiously nod and run away with their tails between their legs. Izuku just sighed and switched out of crazy mode to concerned mode in an instant. He looked toward his girlfriends with worry evident in his eyes. Izuku. You alright girls? Did they do anything? They all shook their heads and Izuku sighed in relief. Ochako. But what about Eri? Is she here? Izuku. Yeah she's back Eri then jumped out from behind a bin and said. Eri. I am here. Izuku internally flinched as the girls' faces turned from one of concern to one of love. Mo-o-j-m-i. Kawaii. They all start hugging the little girl as Eri just giggles and tries to break free. Eri. Giggles mamas. That tickles. The girls stop for a moment and blush all thinking the same thing. Mo-o-j-m-i. I'm a mama. They were about to go into another fit of tickling before Izuku stopped them. Izuku. Alright you give, let's stop there. We need to get back to the dorms before people start thinking that I've kidnapped you. All 5. Yes Izuku Papa. King Crimson. As the 6 arrive at the dorm door, they hear the conversation within the common area. Sue. Well I think that Reaper Sensei is pretty mature for how he looks. They couldn't see it from where they are, but they could assume that all of the girls are blushing at this statement. Kirishima. Sue. What do you mean by that? Sue. I mean that he is young and has a stable job business and even a daughter. He even has a stable mentality after killing many villains. Izuku then decided to open the door to announce his arrival and to make some girls embarrassed. Izuku. That is true but have I actually ever given you my age yet? No I haven't. They girls turned to him in surprise. Kaminari. How long have you been listening? Izuku. Long enough to make sure that my daughter doesn't get scarred by your conversation. Speaking of my daughter, Eri. It's okay to come in now. All the girls turned to see a little girl with white long hair, red eyes and a horn on her head. They all had the same thing going through their heads. Everyone. So cute. Eri. Hello, I'm Eri Yeager and my quirk is rewind. I like my papa, donuts, heroes and anything to do with apples. I don't like people who try to hurt Papa, people who try to take me away from Papa and spiders. The class then introduced themselves one by one. Izuku. Now that everyone's familiar, let's put down some rules. All of the girls get a chill down their spine as they look into Izuku's glare. Izuku. Rules so that I don't kill you. 1. No swearing in front of Eri. 2. No fighting in front of Eri. 3. No inappropriate stuff in front of Eri. 4. No harm to Eri. 5. Upset her and you will be in a world of pain. Any questions? The class just shake their head except for one, who just had to open her mouth. Lita. I have one, why can't we do anything in front of her? It's bullish. She was then bitch slapped into the wall by an irritated Izuku. Izuku. You just broke rule 1, and now you've paid the price. Any other questions? The class shake their heads again. Izuku. Good, now carry on. The day after the introduction, Izuku had woken up and mentally prepared himself for the test that he had to face today. He was still drowsy but better than he was. Izuku. UGGH. I'm so tired. What happened last night? He turned to see Momo laying in his bed wearing some panda pajamas. After he had processed what he was looking at, he immediately screamed. Izuku. What the actual hell? Why am I in bed with a beautiful lady? And I'm not even drunk this time. During Izuku's confusion, Momo had woken up and looked around as well. After she realized where she was, she slowly turned her head to Izuku. She hears what he said and a dark aura surrounds her. She leans towards him, smiles sweetly. Momo. Izu, what do you mean, this time? At this moment, Izuku is sweating bullets. He gets skittish and starts rambling and babbling. Izuku. I mean you don't, but bye. He then runs out of his room as fast as he could with Momo shouting for him to come back. After he thinks he is far away enough, he stops to take a breath. Izuku. Phew, women are scary, especially when they're angry. Too bad that literally nearly everyone in this school is female. Fuck, this is a nightmare. Why did I agree to this? He turns a corner and sees the whole class sitting at the table with their breakfasts. He was going to sit with them, but thought better of it because they needed to earn his trust and they can't find out he has girlfriends yet. It's gonna be disastrous if that happens. He shakes his head and goes to make some pancakes. After making himself a whole plate full of the fluffy goodness, he stands at the counter and starts to dig in. The class are confused to why this is and they ask him why. Zero. Hey teach, why don't you sit with us? Mina. Seductively, yes sensei, sit with us. A slight dusting of pink covers his face that only Ochako, Momo, Jiro and Mina pick up on. Izuku. Ahem, no thanks you guys. It's quite inappropriate for a teacher to socialize with their students. Lida. Humph. More like you don't have the balls to do it because you're too embarrassed to be around many beautiful ladies. Izuku groans and rolls his eyes at this. Izuku. Oh my god. Lida, stop your feminist bullshit for 5 minutes please. I'm begging you, it's getting on my nerves and if you don't shut the fuck up, I'ma just fucking beat you into submission. Everyone had now just shut up and listened to what Izuku said. Some were rubbing their thighs together at the though of it. Izuku saw this and had a confused expression. Izuku. The fuck they horny for? Izuku. And what have I said about mentioning or insulting a Mons member? Just to prove you wrong and piss you off, I'll sit here now. He then sat in between Jiro and Ochako, who slightly shuffled in their seats closer towards him. After he had started to eat, Kaminari decided to ask question. Kaminari. Sensei. Izuku. Full mouth, you. Kaminari gains a small blush. Kaminari. I was waiting for someone else to point it out, but where is your shirt? Izuku stops eating and looks at his bare chest, which has a rock-hard 8-pack and a very slim but firm build. He then looks back up to see that all of the girls were blushing and drooling over his exposed torso. Izuku. Oh, that. I normally don't wear a shirt on a morning, so I forgot to put one on today. You don't mind, do you everyone? All of the girls shake their head rapidly while 4 have mini glares that Izuku felt and shuddered at. Izuku. You know what, on second thought, I'ma just get changed and go wait for you in class. He then sprints to his room, wakes up Eri who was in the room connected to his, and gets both of them changed. Time skip. We see Izuku leaning in the corner of the classroom while everyone is chatting away in their own seats, thinking he is asleep. Izzumi. So what do you guys think of Reaper Sensei? Sue. Though we already had this conversation last night. Izzumi. We did, but didn't get to finish it off because he cut us off by entering the room. Katsumi. And that bastard still hasn't told us his age or real name as a matter of fact. Hagakure. Now that you mention it, he hasn't. Why do you think that is? Momo. It's pretty obvious if you think about it. Katsumi. What's obvious? Ponytail. Momo. He just doesn't trust us enough. I mean, yeah, he is our teacher, but we really know little about him other than what everybody knows because he keeps it from us in clever and precise ways. It's pretty rational and minimizes the risk of getting blackmailed or stuck in a corner with no ways out. Eraser. That's quite an astute observation, Yaoyorozu, with such little information and time with him as well, impressive. While everyone had been listening, they failed to notice that Eraser had arrived. Izuku, who had been awake the entire time, just smiled internally that Momo was praised by the woman with an addiction to pessimistic views and negativity. also known as his aunt who he may have gained a few ideas off of for some sadistic things. Eraser. Anyway, we had a faculty meeting and decided that Mr. Reaper over there needs to be tested before he can be deemed physically and mentally stable and if he can go further into teaching you brats. She then throws a rubber at Izuku, who just catches it with his eyes closed and speaks his mind. Izuku. If Eraserhead uses a rubber, is it technically infanticide? Kaminari. Huh, too many big words. Momo. Infanticide verb, the action of a mature animal killing of a younger one of its own species. Eraser just glares at Izuku. Eraser. Shut it smart ass and get ready, you're gonna be fighting the teachers. Izuku. Ah, sounds easy enough. When and where? Eraser. Fake City as it has the biggest amount of space that will be needed and in 10 minutes. Izuku. Sigh okay, is Eri gonna watch as well? Eraser. Only if you want her to see her papa beaten into a pulp. Izuku's calm face turns into one of mock hurt. He places his hand over his heart. Izuku. Ouch, you have that little amount of faith in me. I'm hurt, truthfully. Oh well, I guess I'll just die then. He then walks to the window, opens it and, before anyone can react, he jumps out of it. At first, everyone is in shock but they then turn to Aizawa and Eri who have an irked expression on their face. Mikasa. Why aren't you worried? He just jumped out of a window. Aizawa. He did this all of the time when I tried to catch him, and he has his ODM gear anyways. Eri. Yeah, Papa is many things, but suicidal isn't one of them. He knows his limits and tries to play within them most of the time. After the class had settled down, they began to leave the room, all except 3 which had the same thought going through their heads. ISK. That's exactly how he left us. Time skip. Everyone is in the meeting room, watching screens that show what Izuku is doing down below in his hero suit. Nezumi. Okay then Reaper, you will be fighting the entire workforce of UA, excluding Lunch Rush, Hound Dog and 13 because of obvious reasons. Izuku just nods. Nezumi. Now, the teachers participating in the event are Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Present Mike, Smintos, Midnight, Vlad King, Eraserhead, Snipin. AM. Ha ha ha, I am here. As a teacher, Izuku's face turned from one of boredom into rage then extreme excitement. Izuku. Yes, I have been wanting to fight you for years. I can't wait to put you back at your place like I did the day you captured me. The class were confused at this statement and Nezumi noticed this and explained. Nezumi. You see Class 2A, Mr. Reaper and All Might have a rough history that may be exposed today and the day of his capture. He got a good few hits on him but not enough to be called a fight, more like a spar. We have added a microphone into his masked earpiece without his knowledge so that we can hear everything that is being said down there if they do argue. Class. Back down with Izuku. He was anxiously waiting for the starting timer and was excited when he heard a countdown. He got into a sprinter's stance as the heroes ran to different places. He charged his Titan strength throughout his body, not enough to transform though. The floor cracked as a crater was formed from the massive amount of power he was unleashing. Go. He then sped off faster than Lita and met his first opponent, Power Loader. The teacher used his massive hands to burrow under the ground and try to surprise Izuku. Said boy, knowing virtually everything to do with everyone's quirk in the school, just crystallized his hand and plunged it into the ground, grabbing the engineer's head. Izuku ragged her out of the ground and threw her into a wall opposing him. Power Loader immediately jumped out of the wall and barely dodged a punch going for her face. Izuku. Impressive, you got up. Place. Hey, 2 years of being blown up by a certain pink-haired girl's failed inventions does that to you. Izuku. Failed huh, I may have to visit her after this. But for now, I have a test to finish. He then grabs the orange-haired woman's shoulders and forcefully pulled her towards him while headbutting her, knocking her out. Izuku gently lays her on the ground and cracks his neck. Izuku. Man, that always hurts like a bitch. He then speeds off and looks for more of his prey. The unfortunate ones that he finds are Midnight and Present Mike. He stealthily ran behind them and knocked the human cockatoo which alerts the R-rated hero. She turns to be met with Izuku right in front of her face. She blushes and jumps back into a fighting stance. Midnight. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He is so hot. No, bad Nemuri. You are his aunt. It is not allowed, you'll ruin your relationship with him. Izuku appears in front of her and she rips a piece of her sleeve to release her sleeping gas. Izuku saw this and gained a devilish grin. Izuku. Wow, removing clothing. Geez, take me out for dinner first at least. This comment made Midnight blush profusely and babble incoherently. Midnight. No, that's not I didn't. Izuku smirks wider and decides to tease her more. He gets closer to her and puts a finger under her chin. Izuku. It's okay though, I'll just have you for dinner. At this point, Midnight has a red face and steam coming out of her ears. She then passes out from extreme embarrassment while Izuku just heartily laughs. In the viewing area, 4 girls have the same thought. MMOJ. Izuku, you're getting punished tonight. As he lays her down, he suddenly freezes and gets a chill down his spine. Izuku. Chuckles, I'm in danger. He shakes it off and walks round a corner into an alley where he felt like something was off. Izuku. A small presence awe, she finally decided to fight. The class are confused as they see nothing around Izuku and he just stopped. Izuku then looked up towards a rooftop and speaks. Izuku. So, is it just you Aizawa or is there another one, especially a certain cowgirl? He turns around and points to a seemingly random spot. At this point, the class are in utter bafflement. What is he doing? They were about to question Izzumi when 2 figures appeared from where he pointed at. Aizawa. Damn it, problem child, when they say you were good, I didn't believe you, but now that I see it, I guess they were right. What about you, Snipe? Snipe. Yeah, he's a real sharp shooter, and at his age as well, it's quite astonishing. Izuku smiles and pretends to be bashful. Izuku. Aw shucks, stop, you're making me blush. Anyways, I'm supposed to be a villain type of thing, aren't I, because all of you are official heroes. Aizawa. Yes, you are the villain in this scenario. Why do you ask? Izuku. Smirk. Oh, just so I know not to hold back anymore. He then gets into his fighting stance. They wait for a solid minute before Izuku dodges a bullet that was shot at him. He then grabs the capture scarf that was thrown at him and yanks it, pulling the holder towards him. He then gets hit in the stomach by a kick which he grabs and throws the user into the wall beside him. He then grabs Aizawa's arms and rags her out of the man-shaped hole. Aizawa then shakily stands and gets into her stance again. As he was about to kick her, his head hurt and he imagines an image of a bullet piercing his shoulder right now. He then leans back as the bullet scrapes his arm. He then stands straight again and looks between a very confused duo of heroes. Snipe was especially confused as her quirk is literally perfect for shooting as she has never missed a shot. Izuku just shrugs and grins. Izuku. Welp, looks like I can do that now. He then goes back to kicking Aizawa in the stomach and throwing one of his concealed knives at the shooting hero. Said hero had to jump out of the way in fear of being hit, but didn't see one that impaled her leg. Snipe. Shit. Izuku then grins and starts to walk towards her but is stopped by a scarf wrapping around his body. He sighs and looks towards the barely standing Eraserhead. Izuku. Come on Aizawa, you're gonna hurt yourself. Eraser. No, true heroes never fall, never surrender. No matter the cost. Izuku warmly smiles. Izuku. That's what I've always liked about you, anti-show, your unwavering heroic spirit that I may or may not have myself. Class 2A. Anti. Eraser. You definitely have it. You're the first kid I've seen with this amount of potential. I'm scared just thinking of what would happen if you went to the villain's side. Izuku. Ah, you do care. I knew that, underneath all of that grumpiness and pessimism, there's a sweet soul. Eraser. Whatever, anyways, what are you gonna do, surrender? We've got you trapped. Izuku shakes his head. Izuku. Ah, well you see, there's one thing that you didn't account for in this situation. Eraser. What is it? Izuku. That I gave a weapon other than myself. He then draws one of his swords that were strapped to his chest and cut the capture scarf, leaving a strip of cloth and a confused Aizawa. Eraser. But how? That was woven with a steel carbon alloy. Izuku. Oh, there is so much you don't know about me, my dear aunt. He then knocks her out with a swift chop to the pressure point on her neck. He then sighs and throws another knife aiming at Snipe's head. The handle hit her head and caused her to be knocked out. Izuku. Well, that's 5 down, 4 to go. As he walks out of the alley, he's met with the sight of ectoplasm, Vlad King and Smentos. He groans and puts away his sword, changing it for a knife in its place. Izuku. Well shit, guess that I have to fight some high-ranking heroes again. By the way, how are the bruises I gave you when you foolishly tried to take me in, Miss Vlad King? VK. Grr, they're fine, now fight. She then forms ropes out of the blood stored on her back and throws them towards Izuku, who gracefully jumps over and kicks ectoplasm in the chest, knocking her back. He then jumps back and narrowly avoids a pillar of cement that was aiming for him. Izuku. Huh, I'm getting flashbacks to Overhaul. Matt, doesn't matter, he's dead. He then slices another spike of blood that was going for his head by throwing a knife towards the blood user's arm, cutting it but not permanently damaging it. Vlad King groaned and lost focus of what she was doing, making the spikes collapse and Izuku sigh in relief. He then makes his way over to Vlad King and goes for a fake punch which Vlad falls for and tries to defend it, only to be hit with a kick to the ribs and a punch to the arm by a crystallized arm, breaking hers in the process. This time Vlad shouts instead of groans as it is an injury much worse than a cut. VK. Damn it, Izuku. Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? He then punches her in the nose, instantly, KOing her. Izuku then gets hit by a kick to the side, and then another, and another. He stands up and sees ectoplasm with what looks like a gray-white vapor coming out of her mouth. The vapor then grew and solidified into exact clones of ectoplasm. Izuku knew that it was going to be a tough fight with him as his opponent, and with Smentos giving support. Izuku. Hey, how are the legs? Ectoplasm. They are working perfectly, and I have to thank you for saving me before more damage. She then throws more kicks and most of them were caught by Izuku, but some hit him and caused some decent damage to him. Izuku. How do the prosthetics I made you feel? He caught a kick going for his head and directed his own right back at ectoplasm's head. Ectoplasm. They feel great, but after a few years, they're starting to stiffen up. She sends multiple clones to surround Izuku, who just threw knives at all of them, making them explode into clouds of gas. Izuku. Alright, after I win the test, I'll start work on another pair for you. He crouched, dodging a kick, but got hit by one on his arm and back, making him fall on his front. Smentos then covers him in cement and hardens it, trapping him. Ectoplasm. So confident that you'll beat us. Admit defeat now and we can all go home. Izuku. Shit, they got me. I may have to transform, but they'll find out. They'll find out eventually. Izuku. Aye. The two await his surrender and Class 2A wait at the edge of their seats, anxious of what was going to happen to their teacher. Izuku. I admire your confidence. This shocks the two. He's trapped under concrete, what can he do? Smentos. What do you mean? You're trapped under 5 inches of premium-grade concrete. Izuku. Well, it's nothing personal, boot. He flexes his back and the concrete cracks. Izuku. I may have to get a little serious. Black thunderclouds accumulate overhead and the two are confused by this. Wasn't his quirk crystallized healing? Does he have multiple quirks? The class in the viewing area are also confused as they have no clue what he's talking about. Getting serious. Thunderclouds. What do they have to do with each other? Izzumi again notices their confusion and explains. Izzumi. So, what did Reaper tell you his quirk was? Izzumi. He said crystallized healing. Whenever he gets hurt, he can heal himself and cover the wound in crystals. Izzumi. Oh ho. That's quite devious of him. Mina. What do you mean, ma'am? Momo. She means that Reaper Sensei was lying about his quirk to us, wasn't he? Although Momo already knew Izuku's real quirk, she had to play along as to not raise suspicion. Izzumi. Quite right, Miss Yaoyorozu. He has been lying to you all the time. Kirishima. That's not manly. Izzumi. That it may be, but he does it for a very personal reason which I am totally gonna spill soon. Ha. Sue. If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, what is his real quirk? Izzumi. Yes, that. Well, you see, before the dawn of mankind, there was a humanoid civilization called Titans. They were called this because of their giant size, ranging from 5 meters to 600 meters. They each also had various powers and abilities passed down from generation to generation. Kaminari. Not to sound disrespectful or anything, but what does that have to do with Sensei's quirk? Zero. Yeah, Nezumi. Well, if my assumption is correct, the lighting will show you. Zero. Huh. They look back to the screen to see lighting flashing in the now dark sky and the wind picking up. Izuku. I haven't done this in a while, so be ready for anything. Ectoplasm. What do you mean, kid? Izuku. Oh, well, you see. I am superior to you in every way. I am more than you. The thunder grew closer together. Izuku. I am a Titan. He bit down on his tongue and the thunder finally fell. Boom. Only watch from 050 to 102. RROOAAAAAARRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR knocking Smentos and ectoplasm back a good few meters. They stood in awe and fear as they saw the Titan in front of them look up to the sky and give a second battle cry. Titan. RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR Fortunately for them, Kaminari was the one to speak what was on everyone's mind. Kaminari. Okay, I'll be the first to ask what the hell is that thing? Izzumi. That thing is Reaper's true quirk. It is one he has called Titan. He has the ability to transform into various titans of all shapes and sizes. 0. He can change into more of them. Izzumi. Well, yes. So far, he can transform into 6. This one being the one he calls the Attack Titan, because of its increased strength and speed and its lean muscular physique. She then looks towards Izzumi, Shoka and Katsumi, who were staring blankly at the screen. Izzumi. That quirk sound familiar, you three. Lita. What do you mean, ma'am? There's no way that they know. Izzumi. That was Izuku's quirk. Izzumi. Correction, Miss Yagi. That is Izuku's quirk. Shoka. Shakily, so that means. Izzumi. Yes, Miss Todoroki. That means that he is Izuku. Ojiro. I'm sorry to ruin the moment, but I believe wasn't here when we were introduced to this Izuku person, and I don't know who he is. Izzumi. Well, that young man. The highly feared symbol of justice. Reaper, successful businessman and powerful hero down there, is none other than the abused, neglected and forgotten Izuku Yagi, older twin of Izzumi Yagi. The class turned to Izzumi, who had tears streaming down her face while smiling. Kaminari. He's her brother. Izzumi. Legally, yes. Personally, no, they had a falling out about 8 years ago now. Anyway, I'm sure he'll explain all when he's done. Now watch the fight. Back down with Izuku. Ectoplasm and Smentos had been knocked out by the creature, and it was now on the prowl for a certain blonde. The beast had resorted to smashing buildings to attract the attention of All Might. Izuku. Well, I am a villain technically, Sue. He was about to smash another apartment complex until he heard a familiar shout. I am here. Stop now, villain. The creature roars back in response. All Might jumps up to the Detroit. SMAAAAAASSHHH. The punch connects with the Titan's hand as dust flies everywhere. AM is launched back into a building, and there was a loud thud from the Titan's direction. The class wait in anticipation, as all they can hear is the panting of All Might and the grunts of the Titan. They were about to relax until they heard a deep, demonic voice. Titan. Pitiful. Is this all that humanity can do? All Might watches in fear as the Titan stands up with no left arm and look down at him with an angry expression on its face. Titan. I had my hopes up, Toshinori, but they have been diminished. We are family, now come back home, son. The beast didn't like that, not one bit. Its face turned from one of anger into one of extreme hatred and rage. Titan. You lost that privilege of calling me that 8 years ago, Toshinori. I would rather die than call you father after what you did. It then grabbed All Might and threw him into the ground, stomping on him constantly. It then kicks him into another building and ran after him, repeatedly punching him when he landed in the building. After all of the beatings, All Might had passed out, still in his muscle form. This made Izuku sigh and drop him while walking to the viewing area. As he walked, steam was released from his nape as a slit was made. By the time he got to the window, the Titan knelt and Izuku stepped out of its nape. He knocked on the window and everyone looked at the mail. Izuku. Did I win? Izuku. Did I win? The class looked at him in shock. Not only did he just absolutely demolish the #1 hero, but also turned out to be one of their classmates' twin brother. This was too much to handle. Izzumi was the only one to expect this outcome, so she was the first one to calmly respond. Izzumi. Yes, little nephew, you did win. And in a quite spectacular fashion if I do say so myself. Izuku got the hint of what she said and helplessly sighed. Izuku. They found out, didn't they? Izzumi. Oh ho ho ho, yes they did. Izuku. You explain them an explanation, especially those three. She then points at Mina, Ochako and Jiro, who were looking at him with a glare and tears forming in their eyes. Izuku. Oh shit, I never told them my actual name or my backstory, did I? I thought Momo did that. Kirishima. What do you mean, ma'am? Why do they need to explain to more than us? Izzumi didn't say anything, she just looked at Izuku, who looked deep in thought. After a few seconds, Izuku sighed and finally spoke up. Izuku. Because they are my girlfriends. The class's jaws dropped at this statement. How did they not know about this? They literally see each other every day. Hagakure. Okay, when, how, why, where? Izuku. Well, when? I got together with those three yesterday before picking up Eri from school. How? They asked me out. Why? PFFT, I dunno. Where? Same as the first one. But me and Momo have known each other from before UA and my vigilantism, but we lost contact before we could confess. The class's jaws dropped even further, if that was possible, as they looked at Momo, who giggled at their reactions before nodding. The class then looked back at Izuku, who was now sipping tea with Izzumi while smirking at their reactions. But one fucking person had to open their mouths. Lita. But aren't you 20? That's very much inappropriate as they are so much younger than you. Both Izzumi and Izuku look at each other in shock, confusion and disbelief. Izuku raised his hands and did sign language to Izzumi. Izuku. Signing, how the fuck did she get in the hero course? Izzumi and Momo both chuckled at this statement as they were the only ones that knew sign. Izzumi. Speaking, I have no idea. Izuku, no idea. Izuku then looked back at Lita, who had a smug smirk on her face, thinking she had cornered him. Izuku. Are you dumb or just fucking special? Lita recoiled in shock at this statement. She hadn't imagined him to respond like that. Lita. Well, Izuku. I have been training you for 2 long ass days and you still think having no dick between your legs is going to make you better than me. Lita. Yes Izuku. Not only am I more skilled than you, I am on the motherfucking high ground. Metaphorically, he's higher in status. Lita. Izuku. Have you ever read The Art of War? She shakes her head. Izuku. It says in bold, do not fuck with the high ground, Lita. He puts his tea down and puts his face in his hands. Izuku. This is honestly why you're not a class president, never mind a hero. You're legitimately dumber than sand and more of a whiny emotional shit than that great girl I kicked out on the first day. At this point, Lita's just looking at the ground, awaiting more verbal abuse. Izuku. Also, I'm, unfortunately, her twin brother. A look of realization flashed across Lita's face. Lita. How could I have forgotten that? Izuku. I'm 16, bitch. He then looks towards a teary-eyed Izzumi, Shoka and Katsumi. They looked at him in disbelief, as if they were scared he wasn't really there or if it was a dream. They also realized that the teacher that's pretty much always angry, sadistic, strong, handsome and successful was that defenseless, plain, kind cinnamon roll from 8 years ago. They couldn't believe it. Izzumi approached him slowly. Izzumi. Be brother. Izuku just held a hand out in front of him with his head held down, stopping her in her tracks. Izuku. No, I'm gonna stop you right there. He looks up with dull eyes, making her feel he was staring into her soul. Izuku. I'm not your brother anymore. She slowly looked down and quietly sobbed. Izuku. At least not until you prove it to me. Her head shot back up and furiously nodded with hope and determination in her eyes. Izzumi. Yes bro Reaper sensei. Izuku may have looked stoic on the outside, but on the inside, he was proudly smirking. She may have been a fucking nuisance for 4 years because of the bullying. But he was lying if he said that he had no affection for his little sister. They may have had some disputes. Not the best word, but they were still connected by blood, and the only way to sever that connection was through death, which he would have done already if he could classify her as a villain. He couldn't use his bullying as an excuse, as he was male and they were females that were just getting used to their quirk. He then looked at Shoka. She was a different thing. He had a crush on her when they were kids, but, due to the bullying, that view of her was slightly dulled, not diminished but dulled. Although she never went as far as doing permanent or lethal damage, she did give him a few ice burns and a few insults every now and again. Not much compared to the other two, but it was still something that harmed him, even if it wasn't mostly visible. She looked at him quietly, hoping for the best but emotionally preparing him for the worst. Izuku sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Izuku, although you didn't do as much damage as the other two, you still have to earn my trust and respect. That starts with using both parts of your quirk. He took in her facial expression and noticed it lightened in relief. She then nodded calmly and agreed. Shoka. Okay, I'll try. For you, Izu. He slightly nodded to her in acknowledgement. He then turned to Katsumi. The mood visibly darkened as she slowly looked in her direction. His face turned from one of calmness into one of disappointment. He sighed and shook his head. Izuku. And then there was one. Katsumi. Izuku. No, don't call me that. You lost that privilege like Toshinori lost the privilege of calling me son. Katsumi. Chiri, but. Izuku. Mocking, but what? What are you going to say that can change the years of emotional and physical abuse, the things that were delivered by your hand? What can you say? I'm listening. Katsumi was full on crying now. She had now realized the full extent of what Shish did to him. There was silence for a few seconds before Izuku scoffed and crossed his arms. Izuku. That's what I thought. He then starts walking out of the viewing area, arms crossed in a prideful attitude around him. As he is about to exit, he stops and looks back with a sad expression. Izuku. Do you want to know the worst part? The whole class plus Nezumi look at him. Izuku. I thought you could change. How foolish I was. He then leaves the room, leaving a crying Katsumi on her knees, and Izzumi and Shoka looking at her sadly, a shell-shocked class and a calm Nezumi sipping on her tea. As soon as he had gotten to the doorframe, Izuku froze. He felt 3 glares upon his back and he knew exactly who they were from. He slowly turned back and shakily smiled towards his girlfriends. Izuku. Hey girls, what's up? The girls ignored him and walked up to him in an intimidating, cute manner. Mina. Izuku, did you forget about us? She then grabbed his collar and brought him down to her level. Ochako. Because if you did. A dark aura surrounded Mina, Ochako and Juro. You will have to be punished. By now, Izuku is sweating bullets. He's never been this scared before in his life. Him, the almighty, vastly feared Reaper, killer of villains, slayer of monarchs, is petrified by 3 teenage girls. What has happened to him? No, he can fight them. He just needs to be confident. Izuku. I don't know why you're talking abo. He was stopped by another glare joining the opposing team. Izuku's confidence instantly drops to the negative numbers. Izuku. Momo, not you too. Momo. Izu, you better run. Izuku. Gladly. He then sped off faster than he did at the start of the test. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that he needed to get away from the scary bunch before he got killed. He ran away so far, that, before he knew it, he was at the support department. Izuku. Support department, huh? I told Power Loader that I'd take a look around, might as well do it now. As he goes to turn the handle, a green explosion occurred from within the room, blowing the door off its hinges and throwing a figure onto him. As Izuku opened his eyes, he saw a girl with pink hair and dreadlocks. She was wearing a black tank top, black gloves, steampunk-styled goggles, the Ishidoa skirt with the blazer tied around her waist. But the most noticeable feature of her was her golden eyes with crosshairs at the center. Damn, that's the 3rd time this week. Good thing they cushioned the door to make the landing easier. She then goes to push herself up but stops as she further investigates what she's lying on. Wow, They really outdid themselves making this cushioning. She then pokes and prods it. May. It's not too soft but also rock hard. It almost feels like. The girl looks up straight into Izuku's face and her breath hitches. May. OMG. What do? I just prodded one of 2 men in UA. Will he sue me for sexual assault? What do? What doid? Her thoughts are cut off by Izuku speaking. You see, for him, she just looked up at him and stared for 10 seconds. And she was no doubt beautiful, it was just that she was in a certain position and things were getting tight. Izuku. Take a picture, it will last longer. This knocked May out of her thought as she only now realized that she's laying chest first onto this man. And this man happened to be very attractive and well built and very sex. May. No. Bad May. No dirty thoughts until my baby is finished. She looks away from Izuku whilst blushing profusely. She then stands up and hides her blush in her hands while he stands up and dusts himself off. BTW, he's still wearing his hero costume. Izuku. So, mind explaining to me why you hit me with your body at 50 miles per hour? All of May's embarrassment instantly disappeared when he mentioned something about her babies. May. Oh, that's because I was tweaking some of my babies. They weren't fully perfect yet, so I had to adjust some things. May's eyes quickly widened as she put her hands over her mouth. She had let her little nickname for invention slip. She looked down as she waited for laughter or insults. She waited there for a few seconds before opening one eye and peeking at Izuku, who seemed to be deep in thought. This confused her, as whenever she's talked about her babies, most people would get annoyed or creeped out. As she had this internal struggle, Izuku was deep in thought. Izuku. Babies, huh? Makes sense, since she's in the support department and it isn't wrong for an inventor to have some sort of attachment to their machines. Izuku. So, what's the problem with the invention? Seeing that the explosion color was distinctly green, I assume it had something to do with copper sulfate, which is normally used in the construction of hydraulics or propulsion. So were you trying to do something like that? May was startled. Not only had he accepted her term for her invention, but actively conversed with her about the problem. May. Why yeah, I was trying to make a grappler sort of invention where the user has to wear a harness and it pulls the entire body instead of just one limb. Izuku was partially impressed with her idea. I mean, he already had the blueprints for the exact same idea, but he is already filthy rich, and as a hero, it was his job to inspire others to do things to the best of their abilities. Izuku. Well, mind showing me the blueprints so I can have a check of it for any faults? May. Suspiciously, how do I know that you aren't going to take my idea and take it as your own? This right here made Izuku bark out a laugh. Izuku. Wahahaha. With all due respect, I don't need your invention ideas, I'm already set for life with my earnings. If it wasn't with my stupid heroic drive, I would have given myself an early retirement. This seemed to ease May's worries but also attracted her curiosity. May. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can see my babies. She gave a cautious look back and saw Izuku with a blank look, as if she didn't say anything out of the ordinary. He even had an excited look. Izuku. Go. We don't have much time before the end of this period. May's eyes widened. May. Oh yeah, shoot. We need to go now if we want to finish the invention by the end of the period. She then grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him with her into the support department. Unbeknownst to them, Momo, Mina, Ochako, Jiro and Izzumi were just around the corner and heard the entire conversation. Momo then looks back at the group helplessly. Momo. I think we give him time off. We may have to accept another girl into the harem as well. Mina. Well, Izu has that effect on people. Jiro. But what about the explanation we wanted? Mina. We can just get it when he goes back to class or the dorms. The girls nod to each other and walk away, leaving Izzumi there by herself. Izzumi. Interesting, very interesting. What will you do now, Izuku? We see Izuku and May working on an invention together in the support department. The invention looked like one of his ODM gears, but instead of being a little handheld piece of tech, it was like something you would wear around the bottom part of your body. They had been working on it for around 10 minutes before May started having her suspicions about Izuku's identity. So much so, that when he went to the other side of the room to weld some pieces of metal together, she may or may not have followed him. May. He's really good at working with power tools. She continued to look at him use a laser cutter and cut out a strip of iron. May. The way he uses his arms and hands. Izuku clamps down the strip of semi-molten iron and starts hammering it like a blacksmith. May. Wait, what's he doing? That's not how you weld a piece of iron together. Izuku then stops his hammering and plunged the metal into a bucket of water he had prepared. Izuku. Okie dokie, that should be good for a replacement for my hero's suit. He lifted his creation out of the water, attached the handle he had previously created and admired it. Izuku. Yup, definitely a good replacement. He carefully placed the sword on the side and turned, unknowingly walking towards where May was hiding. May. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He's coming this way. She frantically looked around for an escape but accidentally knocked over a screw box. This alerted Izuku as he walked over to the source of the commotion. What he found, he didn't really expect. Izuku. What the May? May. Hi. He crossed his arms in an unimpressed manner. Izuku. What are you doing watching me? May grew bright red as he started spouting gibberish. May. You were, taking a long time and just wanted to make sure you didn't hurt yourself or anything. He raised his eyebrow. Izuku. Even a deaf person could tell that was a lie. May. Izuku. Sigh, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm used to it after 16 years of it. He crossed his arms and rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking awfully like Aizawa. Izuku. Auntie Sho was right, the kids here are problem children. May. But aren't you the same age as me? Izuku. That's irrelevant. There was a silence for a few seconds before May broke it. May. Sue, wanna play a game? Izuku pondered for a moment before shrugging. Izuku. Sure, why not? Izuku, my good friend, you have just sealed your fate. F in the chat. May. Yay. Okay. The game is that I ask you one question and then you ask me one question, then that repeats. Izuku. Huh, sounds like a cliché way of someone making two people fall in love. He looks towards the author. Author. Size pulls out bank card. At 40H Wall Rebuilder, I once again ask for your support. May. What? Izuku. What? May. Okay, I'll go first. What is your quirk? Izuku. Titan, I can transform into a being that is either super tall or really tall. They also have abilities but I'm too tired to explain them all. May. Whoa, powerful. There are so many different babies, I can make so many babies to help you with that. Izuku. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. Okay. My turn. She nods as she gets into a more comfortable position. Izuku. Why the support department? May. Well, my quirk isn't really physically based, and I'd already had a love for mechanics since before I can remember. She rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. May. Hey, now that I say it aloud, it's kinda stupid. Izuku. Not really, if it wasn't for my quirk, I would have become an inventor. Well, I already am one, but that's beside the point. May. Already an inventor. Izuku. Yeah, I'm the founder and leader of Jaeger Corp. May's jaw drops as Izuku gains a smug and prideful look. Izuku. Second youngest and richest inventor, under David Shield himself. After he had stopped being high and mighty, he looked at May, who still had her jaw dropped with the windows shutting down noise being heard. Izuku. Yeah, shouldn't have really told an inventor that I'm one of the most influential ones on the planet. May. You think. Izuku. Confused screaming. Scene change. With the girls, they're plotting something sinister. Mina. I say we sneak into his room. Lita. We cannot do that. It is utterly irresponsible and a total intrusion of private property. Zero. Chill out, girl. It's not like we're gonna find something life-changing. Foreshadowing intensifies. Kaminari. Did you guys feel that? Kirishima. Feel what? Kaminari. And nothing. Mina. Anyway, anyone else coming? In the end, everyone, including Tokiyami and Shoka surprisingly, decided to go along. As they were approaching his room, some of them were nervous, some were excited and some were trying to keep themselves from shaking in fear of what Izuku could do to them if he found out. Mina was the first one to make it to his dorm door. She cautiously reached towards the ball of metal that was the handle as sweat started to form on her forehead. Every single cell in her body screaming at her to stop what she was doing and run, but she still persisted. As her warm hand touched the smooth, cold metal, she began to doubt what she was doing and was hesitant to open the door. Momo. Stop describing things and open the damn door. Author. Hey, I need to up my word count somehow. As she opened the door, she was greeted with the sight of pink, a lot of pink. Mina. Okay, not what I was expecting. Ochako. He has airy, remember. Mina. I knew that. I just didn't expect him to paint his whole room for her. Hagakure. Well, I like it. Pink's a good color. The class then entered the room and started looking through all of his things. Lita. For one, I'm still very against going through Jaeger-sensei's stew. Ochako. Hey guys, I found something. They all surrounded her and saw a box. With a lock. Sue. What is that? Kaminari. It seems to be a box with a lock. Juro looked at her with a sarcastic look on her face. Juro. No, you think. Sue rolled her eyes. Sue. I meant what's in it. Hiro. Mina gained a smirk on her face. Mina. Oh, I don't know what it is, but I believe it will be great teasing material. Kirishima. Well, we need the key for it anyways unless you want to break it. Momo. No, we can't do that. He'll suspect something. I'll create a key with my queer. She was interrupted by the sound of sizzling and Mina cackling. Mina. Kkk, it doesn't matter. I've already opened it. Momo rolled her eyes, but they widened, as did everyone else's, when they saw its contents. CDs, lots and lots of CDs. Yes, I'ma do it. Hate me. I don't care. They were arranged in genres such as rock, pop, metal, even country. The class were dumbfounded when they saw this. They wouldn't believe their eyes. The scariest person in the country, hell, world had written a love song. Katsuki. Excuse me, what? The glint in Mina's eyes increased as her grin widened. Mina. Momo, make a CD player. Momo saw the glint in her partner's eye and mirrored it. Momo. Okay, only if I choose the first song. Mina. Deal. A few minutes later, the class were in the common area with snacks and a CD player hooked up to the communal TV. Momo stood up and walked up to the box of CDs that Shoji kindly brought in. After a few seconds of looking, she found one that caught her eye. Momo. Okay, I choose this one. Kirishima. Which one? Which one? Momo blushed a little and read the title. Momo. It's called. Obviously, and he wrote a little note. Hagakure. Eek, what does it say? Momo. Embarrassed, it says, to my little Kriti. Mina. Teasingly, oh, little Miss Royal got a soft spot for a romantic fantasy. Momo. Blushing profusely, no. Maybe yes. Katsuki. Just put it on already. Siro. Yeah, we're waiting. Momo. Grumbling, fine. She puts the CD on as the rest of the class wait in anticipation. Guitar intro. Juro. Oh, so he can play the guitar. What else can he do? Recently I've been hopelessly reaching out for this girl, who's out of this world. Believe me. Momo. Tomato mode. Well, his singing is alright. Mina. Alright, he's fucking amazing. Glad he's my boyfriend. Class. Girlfriends. Lucky. She's got a boyfriend. He drives me round the bend. 'Cause he's 23. He's in the Marines. He'd kill me. They look at Momo with raised eyebrows as she just tries to compute what he said. Momo. I don't know what he's saying. I've never had a boyfriend before him. Ochako. But so many nights now. I find myself thinking about her now. 'Cause obviously, she's out of my league. But how can I win? She keeps dragging me in. And I know I never will be good enough for her. No, I never will be good enough for her. Hagakure. Whoa, that's pretty depressing. Kirishima. Not very manly. Momo. Izuku. I gotta escape now. Get on a plane now. Yeah. Off to LA. And that's where I'll stay. For 2 years. Kaminari. Is it just me? Or did he go through puberty again? The class nod in agreement. I'll put it behind me. Go to a place where she can't find me. Oh. Sue. Well, He has a great voice. Did you know he could sing like that? Izzumi. Izzumi. And no, I never knew. Izzumi. What else did you hide from me, big brother? Section. 'Cause obviously, she's out of my league. I'm wasting my time, 'cause she'll never be mine. And I know I never will be good enough for her. No, I never will be good enough for her. Shoka. It may be depressing but it's sorta catchy. Izzumi. Sure is, she's out of my hands, and I never know where I stand. 'Cause I'm not good enough for her. Good enough for her. Enough for her. Good enough for her. Hagakure. Okay, now that is depressing. 'Cause obviously, she's out of my league. I'm wasting my time, 'cause she'll never be mine and I know I never will be good enough for her. She's out of my league. I'm wasting my time, 'cause she'll never be mine. And I know I never will be good enough for her. 'Cause obviously, she's out of my league. But how can I win? She keeps dragging me in. And I know I never will be good enough for her. 'Cause obviously, she's out of my league. I'm wasting my time, 'cause she'll never be mine. And I know I never will be good enough for her. No, I never will be good enough for her. As the song ended, the class were left in silence. Until Aizawa broke it. Aizawa. Okay, problem children, why did Izuku's song sound so depressing and where is he? The class look at Aizawa in unison and see not only her but the entire UA staff, including Nezumi. Lita. Did he do something wrong, sensei? Nezumi. No, more like we found something to help him correct a wrong. But that can wait for now. She pulls out a cup of green tea from her back pocket and sipped it. Nezumi. I want to listen to more music. She clicked her fingers and Mike shakily handed her a mobile phone. She typed a message and grinned maniacally. Nezumi. That should keep him occupied for now. Aizawa. Okay, I've stopped caring. Teachers. Rip Izuku. Aizawa. Sigh. What did you know? What? I don't care. Midnight. Well, I do. What did you do with Zuzu? Nezumi. Cackling. Simple. I just messaged him saying that he has an urgent mission to go to. It's about little Eri. Kirishima. Whispering. Yo, that ain't womanly. Nezumi. Cold. What was that, Miss Kirishima? Kirishima. Scared. Nothing. Nezumi. Good. She then looks to the class cheerfully, complete contrast to her previous attitude. Nezumi. Alrighty then, class. I want to listen to Izuku's music. So let's meet up in the main hall in about, let's see. She looked at her furry wrist that had nothing on it. Nezumi. 15 minutes. There was a silence for a second before the class broke out in cheers. Class. Yes, principal. 10 minutes later, the class were waiting for Nezumi, when Class 2B walked through the main hall entrance. There was silence before. Monoma Katsumi. Huh. What are they doing here? It was at this moment that Nezumi decided to make her entrance. She loudly cleared her throat to gain everyone's attention. They immediately stopped shouting and shakily looked at her. Nezumi. Be quiet. Class 2A, 2B. Why yes. Nezumi then looked around and sighed. Nezumi. Seems like your teachers aren't here. We shall wait for them before street. The door suddenly shot open, revealing Midnight, Present Mike, Aizawa, All Might, Inko, Gran Torino and the rest of the UA staff. Midnight. We have ARRIV. She was cut off by an intense glare from Nezumi. Midnight. You know what, I'ma shut up. Nezumi's glare stopped, then she just carried on, albeit a little angrily. Nezumi. Ahem, now that everyone is here, let me explain what we are doing. She clicked her fingers and everyone found themselves in a seat, even the teachers. Some were happy with the circumstances. Kirishima and Tetsu bumped into each other, both activating their quirks on instinct. After they had regained their bearings, they looked at each other in confusion then excitement. Kirishima. Same quirk. Tetsu. Same quirk. They both then grinned while fist bumping. While some weren't, Monoma and Katsumi bumped into each other and glare. Monoma Katsumi. 2A bastard fucking extra. They look at each other with anger and a crazed look in their eyes. Monoma Katsumi. Huh. What was that? Aizawa looked around and saw the two people she hated, loved the most right next to her, Midnight and Mike. Mike, Midnight. Aizawa. Shut the fuck up. Mike, midnight. Okay. Izzumi looked upon the sea of people, children and adults, and cleared her throat for what felt like the umpteenth time. Everyone stopped their chatter and stared at her, partly in expectancy, partly in fear. She liked it like that. Izzumi. Okie dokie. We have found something that little Izuku Jaeger, also known as Reaper, has been hiding from us. Music. Apparently, in his spare time, he made some music, one of which was made for Miss Yaoyorozu, his girlfriend. So, with the help of Miss Shoji, we have brought them over to here. She clicked her fingers once again and a spotlight lit up, illuminating where the box of CDs stood. Izzumi. Now after further inspection, we have found out that he made many genres of it, ranging from heavy metal to country and even a prototype hero song. Everyone. He doesn't seem like the country type of guy. Izzumi. We have also found songs that have been made for certain people or after certain events. Be that a girlfriend or a birthday, anything. Isn't that exciting? Her excitement brought the exact opposite reaction that she expected. Instead of them mirroring her excitement, they seemed to shake in their places. She coughed to settle her emotions. Izzumi. Any questions? Itsuka Kendo raised her hand. Izzumi. Ah, Miss Kendo. What is your question? Kendo. Won't Jaeger-sensei find out we're doing this? Izzumi cracked her infamous grin. Izzumi. Grinning. Nope. I sent him on an important personal mission. So he won't be back for a few days. Plenty of time to listen and gain some listen and love his music. Aizawa. I fear no man but that thing. She warily looked at the crazily grinning Izzumi. Aizawa. It scares me. Kendo thanks Izzumi and sits back down. Izzumi. Any more questions? There was a silence. Izzumi. Great. Now, to decide who chooses a song, Mrs. Power Loader has made us a little randomized name picker. Now there won't be any dispute over who goes when. Everyone nods and Izzumi clicks her fingers once again, causing a screen to be projected on the wall, scrolling through names at a fast pace. After a good 10 seconds of continuous scrolling, it landed on a name. Hitoshi Shinso. Said girl awkwardly stood up and walked up to Izzumi. Izzumi. Ah, yes. The first pick of the night. She rubbed her hands together and giggled madly. Izzumi. Go on Miss Shinso. Shinso. Quietly, okay. She walked up the stage and looked upon the surplus of CDs to choose from. After a few seconds of looking, she picked one out of the case. Shinso. I choose this one. Izzumi. Would you mind reading us the title and when it was made? Shinso. Sure, it's called I'm Yours and it looks like he made it 6 years ago. Izzumi. Perfect. Now, if you could, please put it on. Shinso. Sure. She then walked up the CD player that Momo had made earlier and put the CD in. There was a silence, in which Shinso sat down, and then a video came up on the screen. It showed a 10-year-old boy with green hair and eyes with 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each side of his face. Inko's eyes widened as she instantly realized who this was. Inko. Whispering, Izuku. Apparently, she wasn't that quiet as most people heard her and realized that this little cinnamon roll here is now the sexy badass beast they know and love. 10yo Izuku. Hi everyone. If there even is anyone. I may not show these to anyone anyway, they are pretty lame anyway. This is a little song called I'm Yours. I didn't really make it for anyone. If you want to think it was for you, feel free to, but I don't think you will. Hehe. He scratched the back of his head nervously. 10yo Izuku. Anyways, enjoy the song. The screen cut out to black as the song started playing. Well, you done me and you bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Midnight. Surprised, well, that's unexpected. Mike. Surprised, sure is. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest. And nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon, it's again my turn. To win some or learn some. But I won't hesitate. No more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Some girls are blushing at the prospect of Izuku being theirs while some are still trying to figure out who this green-haired boy is. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn you're free. And look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing, we're just one big family. And it's our God-forsaken right to be loved, 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 loved. Now all the girls are blushing. Shinso. Loved, huh. You sure are interesting, Izuku Jaeger. So I won't hesitate. No more, no more. It cannot wait, I'm sure. There's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Scatman solo. Kaminari. Did he just forget his lyrics or? Hagakure. Nah, pretty sure he wrote it like that. But don't you want to come on and scooch on over closer, dear? And I will nibble your ear. Girls.x has stopped working. Another Scatman solo. I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror. And bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer. But my breath fogged up the glass. And so I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'll be saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. It's what we aim to do. Our name is our virtue. Zero. Facts. Jiro. You know it. But I won't hesitate. No more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find that the sky is yours. So please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate. 'Cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. As the song ended, the entire main hall broke out into cheers and whistles, even Nezumi joined in. Speaking of Nezumi, she checked her non-existent watch once again and spoke once again. Nezumi. Okay, I believe we have time for one last song. Spin the wheel. She clicked her fingers as the randomizer started again, this time landing on an older woman. Inko Yagi. Said woman was surprised that she was included but was happy nonetheless. At least she got to choose one of he baby's music. Nezumi. Inko, you know what to do. Inko just nodded as she walked to the case, studying it before she found one made for her. Nezumi. So, what have you chosen, Inko? It's one made for me. It's called Everybody Hurts, and he made it 3 years ago. Nezumi. Would you like to put it on? She gestured towards the CD player and Inko nodded again. As the CD booted up, an image of a 13-year-old male with long brown hair appeared. 13yo Izuku. Hey guys. It's Izuku again. If you didn't notice already, my hair is a different color and is straight. Yeah, hair dye and straighteners are wonderful things. He chuckles before getting back on topic. 13yo Izuku. Well, this one I made for Inko Yagi, also known as my mother. It's called Everybody Hurts and it contains what I feel to her. Hope you enjoy. Everyone quietened as the song started. When your day is long, and the night is yours alone. When you're sure you've had enough of this life. Well, hang on, Mina. Hold up. He can sing like that. Momo. Apparently so. Don't let yourself go. Everybody cries. And everybody hurts. Sometimes. Izzumi. Huh, so he does care. Inko. Crying. Thank you, Izu. Sometimes everything is wrong. Now it's time to sing along. Everyone. I ain't reaching those notes. Fuck that. When your day is night alone. If you feel like letting go. When you think you've had too much of this life. Well, hang on. Everybody hurts. Take comfort in your friends. Everybody hurts. Don't throw your hand. Don't throw your hand. If you feel like you're alone. No, 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 you're not alone. And everybody hurts, sometimes. And everybody hurts, sometimes. And everybody hurts, sometimes. And everybody hurts, sometimes. Monoma. That's pretty impressive for a man. Kendo. Are you kidding me? That's fucking amazing for a man of his vocal pitch. And everybody hurts. And everybody hurts. And everybody hurts. And everybody hurts. Everybody cheered for this song, even louder than they did the last one. What else could they do? It was fucking impressive. Nezumi. Well, that was something, wasn't it? The hall cheered back in agreement. Nezumi. Well, I guess it's time to leave. Everyone groaned. Nezumi. All right, fine, one more. The hall cheered once again. Scene change. We see Izuku running at unfathomable speeds through a forest, scouring it for a certain someone. Izuku. How could I have been so stupid? I didn't even research his familial relationships. Rule 14 Izuku. Rule 14. The reason why he was beating himself up was because the very person who he hated the most, more than his old family, had a surprising little family of his own. Izuku. Where are you? Daughter of Overhaul. As Izuku runs around the forest, he looks at the photo Izzumi sent to him. He grimaces as he sees her. She's the spitting image of her father. Same lazy eyes, same color hair, same relaxed posture. It pissed him off seeing one of his offspring alive and kicking. After a while, he begins to notice small traces of civilization. Be it a footprint, a scratch on a tree, or some ripped fabric, he didn't let anything get by him. 10 minutes went by and Izuku was still searching, finding nothing larger than a glove, but that was more than enough for what he wanted to try. Izuku. Since I got the jaw titan from by training in the woods and it's kinda animalistic in nature, does that mean I can use it as a bloodhound kind of thing? He looked at the leather glove in his hand and shrugged his shoulders. Izuku. Meh, only one way to try. He drew out one of his hidden knives and cut his hand, triggering his quirk and generating yellow lightning around his body. The lightning explodes as his quirk takes action. Bones, muscle and skin surround him in brief moments before fully forming into a 5-meter-tall creature with the face, jaw and finger bones exposed. Izuku. Okay, let's see if this works. The creature then bends down and takes a big sniff, an almighty whiff of the glove. Nothing. Izuku was about to be disappointed until he got a tugging sensation in his gut to his right. He looked over there and the tugging got stronger. Izuku. Ooh, yay. Something else to test out. He followed the directions that the tugging gave him and it led him to what looked like a medieval house. Izuku. The only way this was built is that she is very strong and architecturally talented, or she has her father's quirk. Fuck, I'ma die again. As the beast walks there on all fours, it could hear sound coming from the house. One of pain, deep pain. Izuku. Angry, she better not be doing what he did or I'ma just kill her there and then. He releases himself out of the shell he calls a titan and stomps his way to her front door. As soon as he gets to the door, he kicks it down, revealing Kayla Chisaki with a large stomach. To say Izuku is surprised was an understatement. She's pregnant, and judging by the trail of water leading from one of the rooms to her now, it seems she's about to give birth. Kayla. Please help me. She then collapses, but Izuku, being the manly man he is, caught her immediately. Izuku. I hate her father, but... He grimaces. Izuku. A life is a life. I can't be a hero if I didn't save this one. He picks up the semi-conscious woman and carries her to the kitchen counter, clearing it of anything and everything before gently placing her on it. Izuku then realizes what he's about to do and slightly blushes. Izuku. Fuck's sake, Izuku. Keep it together. This isn't gonna be the first time you see one of those. Just get it over with and leave. I can't kill a baby's mother, I'll be no better than Overhaul. Izuku. You still awake? Kayla. In pain? Why yeah. Izuku. Do you think you can make it to a hospital? Kayla. And no. The baby's already here. She screams in pain and grips his hand as blood seeps down her leg. Izuku. Shit, gotta do it here. Alright, remember the books you read? Fuck, I didn't read any books on childbirth. Only wound recovery, gotta wing it. He removes her clothing on her lower area and spread her legs to try and see the baby better while he searched his pockets for any painkillers. He sighed in relief as he found some morphine. Izuku. This may help a bit, but it will still hurt like hell. He quickly ripped a piece of his hero costume off and handed it to her free hand. Izuku. Bite on this, it's gonna be painful. She shakily nods and places it in her mouth as she lets out a muffled scream. Izuku focuses as he took the cap off the syringe and gave her an apologetic look. Izuku. Mutter, sorry about this. He injected her with the syringe and emptied its contents directly into her leg as she screamed again. She clenched her hand tighter as she pushed harder, making Izuku flinch in pain. Izuku. Fucking hell, this girl is stronger than All Might. As she stopped pushing, she looked at Izuku, silently asking a question. Izuku understood and reassured her baby was fine. Izuku. It's okay, just keep pushing. She nodded as she continued pushing and screaming. 2 hours later, blood pooled on the floor as screams could be heard. Most were female while some were grunts of pain that sounded more gruff and masculine. This of course was Izuku and Kayla. The former, sweating while guiding a baby into the world, and the latter, pale, sweating and screaming, giving birth to said baby. As the final push was made, time seemed to stop for the both of them. They both looked at the newborn, who Izuku had instantly dressed in a green onesie. It was a boy and he had brown hair and green eyes, much like Izuku, but was unusually small. Izuku. Shocked, holy shit, another male. He looked up to Kayla who looked insanely tired, too tired and deathly pale. Izuku. Oh shit, Izuku. Kayla. He rushed to her side, baby in arms, and checked for a pulse. There was one, but it was faint. He worriedly looked up at her face and saw her smiling softly. Kayla. Quietly, thank you. Izuku. Frantically, for what? You're dying and you need to go to the hospital. She chuckled slightly before coughing. Kayla. Sadly, I won't be able to make it there, it's too late for me now. Izuku. No, your baby needs a mother. Kayla. Yes he does, but he also needs a father. Izuku. Wha. Kayla. Promise me, Izuku. Promise what? Kayla. Pleadingly, that you'll look after him. For me, males aren't exactly treated that great, as I'm sure you're aware. Izuku. Okay, I'll do that, but he needs a mother, god damn it. He frantically goes to pick her up, only to be gently stopped and pushed away. Kayla. Chuckles, stop it, it's about time I meet my father. Izuku. And no. Kayla. Hey Reaper. Izuku looked directly into her eyes. Izuku. Why yeah, Kayla. Cheery, it's warm and light. He hopelessly watched as the light left her eyes, leaving them dull and lifeless. Izuku. God damn it. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes as he felt anger and helplessness flood his body. Tears formed in his eyes as he slumped against the kitchen wall and slid to a sitting position. Izuku. Quietly, god fucking damn it. After a few minutes, he stopped his crying and looked down at the sleeping boy in his arms and realized something. Izuku. You don't have a name, do you? He thought for a moment. Izuku. How about Eren? The name of a former friend of mine. The baby smiled in his sleep. Izuku. Softly, Eren it is. Eren Yeager has a nice ring to it. He wiped his eyes and stood up again. His eyes fell on Kayla's body and the peaceful look on her face. Izuku. What kind of person would I be if I don't respect your final wishes? He looks out of a window and sees a willow tree on a mini hill. Izuku smiled. Izuku. Perfect. 2 hours later, Izuku placed the last bit of dirt down and plunged the shovel into the ground. He wiped his forehead while smiling. Izuku. There, all done. He looks down upon the grave that he had to make, not too shabby if he did say so himself. Izuku. I hope you rest in peace. It had been a day since they had found out that Izuku made music, and some people are still trying to comprehend how he did it without anyone knowing. While some were doing that, others were wanting to listen to more music, one of which being the almighty rat Satan, Izzumi. She was still trying to read Izuku, but it posed more of a challenge than she thought. But Izzumi, being the animal she is, relished the challenge. So much so, that she had to investigate further. So, what a better cover-up than a day of Izuku's music. She was especially intrigued by his emotional stability. Going from cold and sadistic to happy and jolly wasn't a normal occurrence. Izzumi sighed as she went to sip her tea, only to realize she had run out. She jumped off of her giant rat throne onto her tiny legs and waddled to the teapot on the counter. Izzumi. Now would be a good time for music. She looked at the clock on her wall and smiled. Izzumi. And it's halfway through Aizawa's lesson, perfect timing. She then skipped her way over to the PA intercom and cleared her throat. Izzumi PA, all classes are cancelled for the rest of the day. In place of these lessons, we are going to listen to more of Izuku's music. Everyone cheered except for Aizawa, who slipped into her sleeping bag and sipped her juice box. Izzumi PA, even you Aizawa. Aizawa. How did she? She stopped her thoughts and looks at the coffee flask that Izzumi got her for her birthday a few years back. Aizawa. Cameras. She looked down her sleeping bag, paranoia beginning to seep in. Aizawa. Microphones. She stood up and looked down at the river outside. Aizawa. She's putting chemicals in the water, turning the freaking frogs gaw. For legal reasons, that was a joke. 20 minutes later, everyone is sitting where they were yesterday. Kirishima and Tetsu complimenting each other's womanliness, Monoma and Katsuki glaring at each other and Aizawa wishing to die while ignoring Midnight and Mike. Nezumi walked up to the stage, grin in all of its glory. No joke, when I wrote, grin it autocorrected to, gun, and I wheezed so hard my lungs collapsed. Nezumi. Hello everyone. Today we'll be doing the same as yesterday evening. We'll be doing the same randomizer as well. Any questions? No one answered. Nezumi. Okay then, let's see who's gonna get chosen now. She clicked her fingers and the familiar sight of names scrolling. After a few seconds, it stopped on a name. Pony Tsunotori. Pony. Yay. She then walks up to the crate and looks for a second before turning back to Nezumi. Pony. Can I choose too? Nezumi. I'd get more info and she'll probably choose country on her nationality. Country is the most frequent music genre to involve relationships. I'll allow it. Nezumi. Yes, I don't see why not. Pony. Yay, I choose these two. Her hand immediately shot to the country section and picked two out of it. Pony. One's called 99 Bottles, and the other one is called How Do You Like Me Now? Nezumi. Play 99 Bottles. Pony nods as she put in the CD, instantly showing a 15-year-old Izuku. 15-yo Izuku. Hey guys. Some info about this song before it starts. I made it while I was drunk after completing a mission, so don't judge what I sound like, okay? I sound like a cowboy when I'm drunk apparently. Anyways, on with the song. On a day hot enough to make the devil cuss, I walked into a bar so thirsty I was spittin' dust. Barkeep asked me what'll it be. I said what you got, everyone. Katsumi. What the fuck? The nerd's a fucking cowboy now. Momo. Blushing, it would seem though. He said well let's see. We got Lone Star, PBR, Rolling Rock, Shiner Bock, Moose Drool, O'Doul's, Hefeweizen, Ziegenbock, Keystone, Coors Light. Course we got Red Stripe Amsterdam in the tall can. Michelob, Miller Lite, Guinness by the pint glass, Doppelbock Lager, take a swaller cuz it's goin' fast, Oatmeal Stout and a lot of Leinenkugels. Open up your wallet, no time to be frugal. There's 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. Kendo. I like how he got an old children's song and created a county one out of it when he was drunk. Lita. Precisely what I was going to say. Everyone. Sewer. Guitar solo intensifies. Juro. Ah, so he can play the guitar good. I wonder what else he can do. She doesn't stop herself from blushing as inappropriate thoughts fill her mind. Well, needless to say I was pretty impressed as he handed me an ice-cold beer from a chest. I said, not bad for a hole in the wall. Barkeep grinned, said that ain't all. We got Rio Grande, River Rock, Tecate with a twist top, Dos Perros, Dos Equis, Foster Rossi, Bud Light in the new Zane Williams koozie, a dozen wheat beers on tap if you're choosy. Got Heineken, Killian's, Labatt's and Beck's, ice-cold Corona with the limes in the next, Yingling chilling with the old Milwaukee's best, Sam Adams, and that ain't even half of the rest of them. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. 98 bottles of beer, take one down, pass it around. 97 bottles of beer on the wall. Guitar solo intensifies further. Inko. How does he know so many different alcohols? Well, I settled down with my favorite brew. I ordered me another, and before I knew it was 2 a.m. and I was under a table being choked by a dude that smelled like a stable. Everyone. Kinky. Finally I was able to throw him through the screen door, pick up my hat off the hardwood floor. Get on back to the barkeep's daughter who was puttin' Papa Top on the jukebox, dancin' non-stop and sippin' on a beer that I bought her. We were drinkin' it like it was water. There were cowgirls everywhere wearin' their pretty hair down to their derriere, and there were 2 more bottles of beer on the wall. 2 more bottles of beer. Took one down and passed it around. 1 more bottle of beer on the wall. 1 more bottle of beer on the wall. 1 more bottle of beer. We raised it up high and drained it dry. And there were no more bottles of beer on the wall. Inko. Thank God my baby doesn't drink anymore. So we started on the Cuervo, Bacardi Gold, margaritas, straight tequila, Jim Beam, George Dickel. Then we wet our whistle with a single malt scotch, peach schnapps in a jello shot. Captain Morgan, pour some more of them. Inko. I had to jinx it. Lita. More alcohol. That is simply inappropriate and UNAC. Everyone. Shut up Lita. Cider sliders. Flyin' tigers. Dr. Pepper for the designated drivers. Everclear. Absolute and Amaretto. I don't remember much but I never will forget those. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. There ain't nothing finer than an ice-cold shiner and 99 bottles of beer on the wall. The crowd didn't get time to cheer before Izzumi changed the CD and put on, How Do You Like Me Now? Izuku. Just a short one this time, this one is for those who believed I couldn't become a hero. Hope you enjoy. Everyone listens as the song starts. 0:30 to 4:01. Guitar intro. I was always the crazy one. I broke into the stadium. And I wrote your number on the 50-yard line. You were always the perfect one. And the valedictorian so. Under your number I wrote, Call for a Good Time. The girls blush as they imagine them being the person Izuku gave it to, while one certain Pomeranian was fuming. Katsumi. Blushing, stupid Deku, fucking telling everyone what you wrote me. I only wanted to catch your attention. But you overlooked me somehow. Besides you had too many boyfriends to mention. And I played my guitar too loud. Ochako. Wow, Izu had it rough relationship-wise. Hagakuri. Yeah, how do you like me now? How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way. Do you still think I'm crazy? Standin' here today, I couldn't make you love me. But I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now? Izzumi. Interesting, very interesting. It seems he'll always hold a grudge to anyone that thinks opposite to what he does, and it seems tens no hundreds are already on his grudge list. You truly are an intricate specimen, Izuku Jaeger. When I took off to Tennessee, I heard that you made fun of me. Never imagined I'd make it this far. Then you married into money, girl. Ain't it a cruel and funny world? He took your dreams and tore them apart. He never comes home. And you're always alone. And your kids hear you crying down the hall. Alarm clock starts ringin'. Who could that be singin'? It's me baby, with your wake-up call. 4 people have dark auras surrounding them as everyone edges slowly away from them. Mina. Serves the bitch right. Momo. No one hurts Zuzu. Ochako. Gold digger. Jiro. Karma's a bitch, How do you like me now? How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way. Do you still think I'm crazy? Standin' here today. I couldn't make you love me. But I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now? 4. You tell them Zuzu. Epic guitar solo. Everyone. Holy shit, that's quite good. How do you like me now? How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way. Do you still think I'm crazy? Standin' here today. I couldn't make you love me. But I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now? Tell me baby. I will preach on. When the song finished, everyone cheered. Even Izzumi had a small smile on her face, albeit creepy, but it's still a smile. After everyone had calmed down, she clapped her hands to gain everyone's attention. Everyone looked as she had her signature grin on her face. Aizawa. I don't care what you say, she's still scary as fuck. Izzumi. Now, then everyone. We have time for one last song before lunch. Everyone. Cheering, yeah. Izzumi. Everyone join in this time. Everyone. Who's going next? The randomizer started again and spun for a bit longer before stopping on a name. Toshinori Yagi. All Might saw his name on the screen and his heart skipped a beat. Of course he was the no. One hero, but for all he knows, his son could have made a song saying how much he wants to kill his father. He wouldn't blame him either, but it would still make him distraught. He slowly walked up to the CD case and looked over the CDs of various kinds, eager to listen to them, but hesitant to find out what his son thinks of him. He was browsing through the music and he found one made for him. Izzumi, I have chosen this one. Izzumi. What is it called? It's called The Black Parade, and it was made 5 weeks ago. Izzumi. Okay, put it in now. Yes ma'am. As the song started, they were greeted with the sight of the Izuku they knew but a bit colder. Ha 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 ha, Izuku be like, it's not a phase mom. PW ahahaha, Izuku. Alright, let's get this over with. This one is for my failure of a father Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Use that information as you want, I don't care. Just listen to the song. The crowd listen as a slow piano part echoes throughout the hall. Kirishima. That's pretty sad. Testutetsu. Not womanly. Kirishima. No, not at all. Everyone just sweat dropped at their conversation. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, "Son, when you grow up would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten and the damned?" A.M. Chiri, I remember. He said, "Will you defeat them? Your demons, and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day, I'll leave you a phantom, to lead you in the summer to join the Black Parade." A.M. Chiri, I said that. He got flashbacks to back when Izuku was still 3 and was on his shoulders, cheering with the crowd as the parade went by. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, "Son, when you grow up would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten and the damned?" A.M. Crying, my poor boy, what did I do to you? Sometimes I get the feeling she's watching over me, and other times I feel like I should go. And through it all, the rise and fall, the bodies in the streets. And when you're gone, we want you all to know. We'll carry on, and though you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on, we'll carry on, and in my heart, I can't contain it, the anthem won't explain it. A woman sends you reeling from decimated dreams. Your misery and hate will kill us all. Gran Torino. Surprised, is he talking about? A.M. Nana, so paint it black and take it back, let's shout it loud and clear. Defiant to the end we hear the call. To carry on, we'll carry on, and though you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on, we'll carry on, and though you're broken and defeated, your weary widow marches on and on, we carry through the fears, oh, oh, oh. Disappointed faces of your peers, oh, oh, oh. Take a look at me, 'cause I could not care at all. A.M. Depressed, he really hates me, doesn't he? No shit, Sherlock. Do or die, you'll never make me. Because the world will never take my heart. Go and try, you'll never break me. We want it all, we wanna play this part. I won't explain or say I'm sorry. I'm unashamed, I'm gonna show my scars. Give a cheer for all the broken. Listen here, because it's who we are. I'm just a man, I'm not a hero. Just a boy, who had to sing this song. I'm just a man, I'm not a hero. I don't care. Inko. Izu, what happened to you? Nazumi. Ah, I see. It seems that after all of the physical and emotional abuse, he's developed a kind of insecurity of some sort. You learn something new every day. We'll carry on, and though you're dead and gone, believe me, your memory will carry on, we'll carry on, and though you're broken and defeated, your weary widow marches. Do or die, you'll never make me. Because the world will never take my heart. Go and try, you'll never break me. We want it all, we wanna play this part, we'll carry on. Do or die, you'll never make me, we'll carry on. Because the world will never take my heart, we'll carry on. Go and try, you'll never break me, we'll carry. We want it all, we wanna play this part, we'll carry on. There was a silence. Before a cheer. Everybody cheering, woo. We see Izuku sitting atop the hill, eyes closed with little baby Eren sleeping soundly in his arms. Izuku sighed and looked down at the brown-haired baby. He chuckled softly as he saw the peaceful look on Eren's face. Izuku. I envy you. Innocent to the world and its misdeeds. The mistreatment of minorities, starvation, war, discrimination. It's not gonna be easy for you out here. He wiped a stray hair from the baby's face. Izuku. But I made a promise and I will fulfill it. He stands up and slowly walks down the hill. Izuku. I'll look after you until my last breath and I will make sure, quirkless or not, I will love you unconditionally. He got to the bottom of the hill and entered the forest, walking towards Musudafu. Izuku. I will train you, and you will become the greatest hero of all time, and if anyone tries to hurt you. A dark aura surrounds him. Izuku. They'll have hell to pay. Time skip. Izuku arrived in Musudafu and realized something important. He had nothing to look after baby Eren with no crib, no nappies, no toys, nothing. He could just ask Momo to create them, but that would be a dick move. Izuku. I should probably buy all of those things. He scratched his chin with one hand while he held Eren with the other. Izuku. But how am I gonna transport all of those things? He kept walking into town, ignoring women of all sorts and just trying to figure out how to do it. Izuku. I could just carry them in Titan form, but what about Eren? Okay, that's off the list. Maybe I can rent a car. Can I even drive? Meh, can't be that hard. As he was brainstorming, he failed to notice two women sneaking up behind him. Woman 1. Whispering, would you look at this? Two males. The baby will sell for a good amount of money while the adult. She licked her lips. Woman 2. Whispering, oi. Don't forget me, I'm gonna use him as well. Woman 1. Irritated, fine. Just don't make a scene. They waited until an alley came up on their left and they somehow managed to drag him into it. Woman 1. Yes, hey, I can't wait much longer. Woman 2. Me and you both. While the two are celebrating, Izuku is just having a mental crisis. Izuku. How the fuck did they sneak up on me? I'm feared among the country. I have trained my senses to my peak. I have a fucking baby in my arms, I should be full mama bear mode. What the fuck? The women look at his dumbstruck expression evilly. Woman 2. Smirking. Don't worry honey, it'll be over soon. Woman 1. Smirking, you may even enjoy it. Izuku snapped out of his stupor just in time to see one of the women reach out to grab Eren. Izuku. Ayo. He suddenly felt a massive surge of power take over him as he is filled with one objective: protect Era. He then grabbed the woman's arm and threw her into the wall. Izuku. Growling, don't touch my child. He then raised his arm as a white mist surrounded it. He then waved it and what happened stunned them all. Well, not really, he just made a crib out of his crystals. He silently placed the sleeping Eren in it and turned back to the women, death radiating off him. Izuku. I'll give you two choices. 1. You hand yourself in peacefully and admit what you just did. Or 2. We fight and you probably die. Woman 1. Like hell I'll hand myself in. The woman's skin then turned into some sort of crystal-like substance as she charged at him. The other one just waited and watched what would happen. The woman raised an arm and tried to punch his face but was blocked by another crystallized arm. She was surprised further when he knocked her arm out of the way and kneed her in the gut, winding her. She looked up at the man, only to be met with a questioning gaze. Izuku. What's your mother's name? You may be one of my many secret love children. Woman 1. The foo. Izuku. Actually scratch that, if you were my child, you wouldn't have given up after one blow. Woman 1. Fuck you. She then formed dagger-sized spikes out of her crystal body and threw them at him. He responded by catching them all and throwing to the side. Izuku decided it was about time he attacked, so he ran towards the diamond lady and went to kick her in the gut. She blocked it and tried to counter by punching his face, but it looked like he hardly felt it as he didn't move a muscle. Izuku smirked as he blocked a kick from the woman. He hadn't really fought a villain in a while and he was enjoying this. Izuku. If she impresses me, I might just hand her in with a light beating. He caught another punch and returned a kick of his own, only to miss its target completely. Izuku. Wah. His thoughts were cut off when both women appeared suddenly, near Eren. Izuku. Maybe a teleportation quirk or an invisibility quirk. Interesting. He sped over to the two and slapped them both into a wall. Izuku. Alright, that's enough. I'm handing you in. He rummaged through his bag to try and find some spare quirk-canceling cuffs. As he was doing so, the women tried to escape again. Izuku looked up and groaned before grabbing Eren and transforming into the Jaw Titan. As he was transforming, Eren was encapsulated with him, by his side. Still asleep and with some air holes, so he didn't suffocate. After the transformation was complete, it grabbed the two villainous, and held the struggling two in its clawed hands and raised them to his open mouth. Woman 1. No, please. I don't want to die. Woman 2. Have mercy. The Titan closed his mouth as the women breathed a sigh of relief. The Titan then looked around the crowd of people and spoke. Titan. Any parents may want to cover children's eyes. It then looked back at the women and swallowed them whole, much to the people's dismay. Random person. What was that for? They could be redeemed. RP2. Yeah. Rehabilitation. Ever heard of Dada? The women all stopped shouting when they saw two figures emerge from the beast's steamy nape. These two figures were of course Izuku and Eren. Izuku. Calm down, my titan body doesn't have a digestive system, they're just sat in a dark place at the moment. He looked over the crowd but all he saw were stares of lust and want. He grimaced and tightened his hold on the sleeping Eren. He then looked over at the titan's steaming carcass, revealing two passed out villainous. Izuku then waited a few minutes for the police to arrive and showed them his license. The cop took a look at his license and looked at him skeptically before licking her lips. Cop. You stopped the villains, and you have a quirk. Get out of here, hot stuff, before I can't control myself. She then winked at him which made him very uncomfortable. He then chuckled nervously and nodded. Izuku. Why yeah, okay. Izuku then ran back into the alleyway and jumped off the walls onto the roof, before roof jumping far away from the scene. Izuku. Jesus, that girl must be the secret love child of Aunt Nemuri or something. While jumping, he looked down at the somehow still sleeping Eren and remembered what he was in Musudafu for in the first place. Izuku. Right baby stuff. He jumped down off a roof into a random alley and walked out casually into the street, ignoring the looks of lust or curiosity he got from the women around him. He was internally debating what he was going to do to carry it all. He looked at his hero license and was some text on the back. Upon closer inspection, it read that he could rent vehicles, buy alcohol, fight crime legally and get discounts at stores. His eyes gleamed as he read the second one, but he suppressed the urge to go on a shopping spree and get wasted. His first priority was Eren's baby stuff. He looked up, baby store, on Google Maps and followed the directions and it led him to a store called Toys for Tots. He smiled and walked inside the store. He had a list on his phone for what to buy and it read: buggy, nappies, spare clothes, baby carrier, car seat, cute boots, baby toys, pacifiers, sippy cups, plates and bowls, baby food, milk formulae. He grabbed a basket from the stack and scoured the store for what he needed. Overall, he had found most of the things, except for the car seat, but he wasn't really planning on driving soon. He may be able to rent a car or van, but he doesn't know how to drive and didn't want to endanger anyone. He had also found a cute red scarf that he thought looked good on him. He looked at his watch and decided it was time for some coffee. A habit he had picked up from his Aunt Shoka. And, fortunately for him, there was a cat cafe just around the corner from him. He grabbed his shopping bags and looped them around the handles of the buggy before walking up towards the place that stored the black gold that was coffee. He looked into the mirror and saw one cat and a kitten staring right back at him, both brown, the adult with green eyes and the kitten with brown eyes. Izuku chuckled as it reminded him of himself and Eren. As he entered the cafe, he smelt the heavenly aroma radiating from the kitchen behind the counter. His mouth watered as he imagined himself ingesting some of the glorious liquid. He snapped back to reality and wiped his drooling mouth before going to the counter. The woman at the counter looked up and warmly smiled at the young man before asking for his order. Izuku looked at her straight in the eyes before placing his order. Izuku. May I have a black coffee and if possible, a small beaker of very weak coffee for the kid. He pointed at the baby who was sucking his thumb while looking at the female. Said woman giggled slightly before accepting it and telling him that he could sit wherever he wanted. He thanked her and sat at the table nearest to the back of the room. He didn't want to be flashed to the public through a window, gawked at like a piece of meat, so he preferred to be back in darkness. As he was sitting and playing with a giggling Eren, the cafe door opened. He looked up at the individual who walked in and groaned as it was a robber. Izuku. Grumbling, can't have a fucking day off, can I? The villain walked up to the counter and raised a bladed arm towards the woman. Yes, her arm was a blade. Izuku rolled his eyes and flicked his hand towards the criminal. Crystal trailed its way over to the woman and encapsulated her up to her neck, rendering her immobile. The criminal looked over, shocked at the person who did it, but paled when she did. She knew this man. There were rumors in the underground about a male who possessed a quirk. He was known as the Reaper to most villains. Some didn't know of him because he hadn't shown up until not long ago. Criminal. R. Reaper. Izuku heard this and chuckled to himself as his old vigilante name is in use again. He walked up to the villain with Eren in one of his arms, hero license shown in his other. He sighed as he put his license away. Izuku. You have tried robbing a store using your quirk, which would be illegal, but seeing as your arm hasn't transformed back to an ordinary arm or anything yet, I guess it's a mutation quirk or something, so I guess it's alright. Just try and do something better with your life, help out at the cafe or something, alright. The criminal dumbly nodded as she stared shocked at Izuku, who just retracted his crystals. Izuku. Now, don't misunderstand, I am pissed, I'm just being lenient because I'm tired and my coffee hasn't arrived yet. Speaking of which, he turned to the woman behind the counter and saw her with 2 coffees in her hand. He thanks her and goes to pay for them, but she rejects him. Cashier. No, you don't have to pay, you can have this one on the house, sir. Have a nice day. Izuku gave her a small smile. Izuku. Thanks. He then sat back down and poured some of the weak coffee in a little baby bottle before feeding it to Eren, who hungrily gulped it all down. He chuckled and stared out of the window on the other side of the room, until he saw a familiar face walk by. Izuku. Huh, isn't school on today? Why the hell is Mikasa skipping school? Nezumi grinned as she looked down at her phone. It said that Izuku had taken down 2 villains with a child in his arms. Quite an impressive feat, but some rumors say that the child was male. Maybe that was something new that she had to look into further. But it wasn't the time for that now. She wanted to annoy Aizawa and the other teachers more, and what better way to do it than Izuku's music once again. She cleared her throat before pressing the button on the PA. Nezumi. All lessons are cancelled again, it is time once again for Izuku's music. Meet in the main hall. She then laid back in her chair, hands paused behind her head as she listened to the chaos that unfolded. Students cheering, teachers groaning, Aizawa screaming something about gay frogs again. After a few minutes of listening to the noise, Nezumi decided it was time to go to the main hall again. She decided that she would get there via vent this time, unlike the secret passageways and windows she used last time. As she was nearing the vent's exit, she heard the hustle and bustle of the students arguing and the teachers talking. She chuckled and hopped out of the vent, right on top of the CD case. The students groaned at her, already used to her entrances. She just pouted and folded her arms. Nezumi. You lot are no fun anymore. She then summoned a remote out of nowhere and pressed the big red button, turning on the whiteboard and bringing up the random name chooser. She then looked back at her students with a Cheshire grin on her face, making some of the students shiver. Nezumi. That's the reaction I want. She then clapped her paws together and rubbed them together in excitement. Nezumi. Any questions before we begin? She looked over the students, who remained quiet, eager to listen to more music. Nezumi. Well then, let's see who's picking. She pressed the randomizer button she had specifically made for this occasion, and let it roll for a few seconds before landing on a name. Abara Shiozaki. The girl stood up and walked up to Nezumi with a prayer sign. Nezumi. You may choose one. The girl nodded and walked over to the case. She looked over it a few seconds before pulling one out. She turned over to Nezumi and spoke. Shiozaki. It's called Devil's Price. Nezumi nodded and motioned her to put it in the CD player. The saint did so and sat back down in her seat. Everyone looked up at the screen and watched as a teen Izuku showed up. Izuku. Yeah, shorter one this time because I don't really know what to say here. It's about my anger and temptation, I guess. I don't know, just listen to the music. Everyone chuckled at the exasperation in Izuku's voice while one hobo was silently agreeing with Izuku. Aizawa. Preach it, nephew. Guitar intro. Everyone was impressed with his guitar playing skills while one certain punk rock chick was blushing furiously after remembering her thoughts last time she heard Izuku play the guitar. The devil said, sit and have yourself a glass. Momo. He's country again. How many country songs does he make? He said, I know you're angry right now, but the feelin' will pass. So keep your cup tipped up when you're feelin' down low. And when you finally forget your purpose, you'll be stumbling on down my side of the road. Kaminari. Why am I getting depressed vibes from this? Kirishima looked over her shoulder at the blonde and nodded her head sadly. Kirishima. Same, dudette. Oh, you know it ain't good for you to keep going on like you do. Time's running away and it's running fast. Suyu. That's not ominous at all. Whoa, said I know. I used to walk down the very same road. And if I could I'd give you some advice. See, he don't care about you. All the good, all the bad you do, no. He wants your life, and that's the devil's price. Yeah, the devil's price. Nezumi. It seems like Izuku had an internal demon or a struggle with himself. It would explain the use of a devil in this instance. And the subtle mentioning of God not caring proves that. While Nezumi was thinking, a certain green-haired girl was fuming. Shiozaki. How dare he say such blasphemous things? He'll go straight to hell if the rest of the song is like this. The same devil says, sit and have yourself a line. Inko. What? He says, we can make it last all day, yeah we can make it last all night. When you try to go to sleep I'll be in your ear. Yeah I'll be laughing at you, the whole night through, with your paranoid eyes all full of fear. Izzumi, Shoka and Katsumi flinched slightly as they felt that was written as a stab at them. Oh, you know it ain't good for you to keep going on like you do. Time's running away and it's running fast. Oh, said I know. I used to walk down the very same road. And if I could I'd give you some advice. See, he don't care about you. All the good, all the bad you do, no. He wants your life, and that's the devil's price. Yeah, the devil's price. Guitar solo. Mike. Whoa, the little nephew's guitar playing is well executed. The way he's playing the riff, bass line and the solo consecutively is fantastic. Aizawa and Nimori look at her like she just grew a second head. Mike. What, Aizawa? When in the hell did you get smart? Mike sheepishly grinned and sweat dropped. Mike. Sorry, I was talking about music. The devil just left, he said he had to go. It's funny how it works that way when you just start telling him no. So just keep on keeping him down that way. I said you're almost done, you got the devil on the run, and you ain't got no price to pay. I said I know, I used to walk down the very same road. And I thank you kindly for talking, my advice. See, he don't care about you. All the good, all the bad you do, no. He can't take your life, you ain't paying the price. Yeah, the devil's price. Guitar solo ending. Guitar solo fast. The class, listen in wonder as he gradually speeds up until even Nezumi is impressed. They all cheer at the end of the song, while Jiro was practically a kettle. Momo noticed that and smirked slightly to herself. She leaned over the chair in front of her, which was coincidentally where Jiro was sat. Momo. Having fun there. Jiro nearly jumped out of her skin at hearing Momo's voice and covered her face with her hands. Jiro. Shut it. He's just good at the guitar. Momo giggled slightly and hummed. Momo. Yeah, quite good with his hands, isn't he? Jiro. Momo. I'm kidding. The two chuckle quietly together as Nezumi presses the button once more. But, much to the rodent's surprise, a student wasn't picked. Principal Nezumi. She looked shocked for a moment and looked towards Power Loader, who shrugged her shoulders and gestured for her to pick a song. Nezumi. Oh okay then, I'll go have a look, shall I? She looked over the case of CDs and many piqued her interest, but she had to go for the one that gave her the most blackmail. Nezumi. Counting stars, circles, teenagers, bad day. They all seem good choices but I need the best. She looked over them until she found one that seemed worthy. Nezumi. Feeling good. Seems intriguing. She walked over towards the CD player and placed it in before walking back to her little podium. Much to her pleasure, there wasn't a pre-music Izuku opening, it just went straight to the song. She chuckled as she sipped tea from her cup. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze driftin' on by, you know how I feel. Tokiyami. Well, I think it's safe to say we know how he feels. Everyone who heard that sweat dropped while chuckling nervously. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. For me. And I'm feeling good. Lita. Oh my, this is my kind of music. Ojiro looked at her with a confused expression. Ojiro. You like orchestral music? Lita looked semi-offended for a moment. Lita. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Ojiro. You look more like a follower of Christian rap. Lita. I. She then gave up and began sobbing quietly. Fish in the sea. You know how I feel. River running free. You know how I feel. Blossom on a tree. You know how I feel. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. For me. And I'm feeling good. Nezumi. Seems like he felt trapped in the position he was in and strived to be freed, so when he did get his freedom, he felt really good. Interesting. Dragonfly out in the sun. You know what I mean. Don't you know? Butterflies all having fun. You know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done. That's what I mean. And this old world is a new world, and a bold world. For me. Instrumental and key change. Even after hearing his songs multiple times, the students and teachers are still astonished at how much control over his voice he has and how great he is with playing and composing with instruments. One person in particular was impressed beyond belief. Inko. My baby boy, how much you've grown. Stars when you shine. You know how I feel. Scent of the pine. You know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. Everyone felt a shiver go down their spine at how much emotion was put into his voice. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. It's a new life. For me. Everyone felt a chill go down their spine once more. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I feel so good. I feel so good. As the song ended, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause at their new #1 favorite song. Nezumi. That's plenty of blackmail for now. Wonder what he's doing. She then pressed the button nonchalantly. Hyoka Jiro. Jiro looks up in surprise and expectation in what she'll find. She walked straight up to the CD case. Before she even started scouring over them, one caught her eyes. Mostly because it had her face on it. Jiro. The fuck? She picked it up and turned to Nezumi. Jiro. This one, it's called, We Are Extraterrestrial, and apparently I sung this one. Nezumi's eyes gleamed at the information and grinned slightly. Nezumi. Well, don't keep us in suspense, put it on. Jiro nodded and put on the CD and sat back down. Immediately, another Izuku appeared on the screen, but this one was more like the one they knew. Izuku. Hey anyone who's watching. This one's more of a surprise for one of my girlfriends. I overheard her singing in her dorm, so I may have sorta maybe recorded her singing and did the instrumentals to it. I also made a CD cover to it, so look forward for that. Anyways, here's the song. The recording of Izuku disappeared and was replaced with a picture of two people. On the right, Jiro with makeup and looking beautiful and elegant, while on the left, there's a picture of Izuku all dressed up with a goofy smile on his face. Jiro. PW ha 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 ha. Everyone broke out in laughter while some did comment on how beautiful Jiro looked in the picture. Epic sax intro. You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? Your touch, magnetizing. Feels like I am floating. Leaves my body glowing. Everybody looked at the purple-haired girl with a smug look. Said girl groaned in embarrassment and hid her face. They say, be afraid. You're not like the others. Futuristic lover. Different DNA. They don't understand you. You're from a whole nother world. A different dimension. You opened my eyes, and I'm ready to go. Led me into the light. Momo. Degree. Jiro. Shut it Momo. Kiss me, Kiki kiss me. Infect me with your lovin'. Fill me with your poison. Take me, ta take me. Wanna be your victim. Ready for abduction. Boy, you're an alien, your touch, so foreign. It's supernatural, extraterrestrial. Everybody looked over at the girl once again, who had now passed out due to embarrassment. Mina. It's a shame, I was gonna compliment her on her singing. Even if it is sexual. And a little bit kinky. You're so supersonic. Wanna feel your powers. Stun me with your laser. Your kiss is cosmic. Every move is magic. You're from a whole nother world. A different dimension. You opened my eyes, and I'm ready to go. Led me into the light. Kaminari. Gotta admit, even though the lyrics and the music are total opposites in genre, Izuku made it work. What can't that man do? Siro. Breath in space probably. Shoka overheard their conversation and furiously scribbled in a notebook that had appeared out of nowhere, titled, Plausible Theories to Investigate. Kiss me, Kiki kiss me. Infect me with your lovin'. Fill me with your poison. Take me, ta take me. Wanna be your victim. Ready for abduction boy, you're an alien. Your touch, so foreign. It's supernatural, extraterrestrial. Jiro had woken up again, only to look up and see an abundance of degree staring at her. It was safe to say that she passed out again. Boy, you're an alien. Your touch, so foreign. It's supernatural, extraterrestrial. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.